Understanding the market conquest philosophy. The standard narrative of business growth often preaches collaboration, incremental improvements, and finding your niche, a comfortable space where you can coexist. This prevailing wisdom, while seemingly benign and universally accepted, fundamentally misunderstands the brutal realities of true market leadership, particularly for companies past the initial startup euphoria. Our market conquest philosophy rejects this gentle approach, positing instead that the upper echelons of any significant market are not shared territories but battlegrounds to be won, held, and defended with relentless strategic aggression. It's an unvarnished truth that genuine dominance isn't achieved through polite competition or by simply doing better. It demands a profound and often uncomfortable shift in perspective, moving from mere participation to outright subjugation. This isn't about growing your piece of the pie. It's about owning the entire bakery, understanding that every inch of market share gained by you is, by definition, lost by a competitor. At its core, the market conquest philosophy acknowledges a fundamental, often unspoken truth. The struggle for market leadership is, by definition, a zero-sum game. For every percentage point of market share you seize, a competitor demonstrably loses that exact percentage, directly impacting their revenue, valuation, and ultimately, their very viability. This isn't about expanding the market for everyone. It's about reallocating existing demand and capturing future growth within defined boundaries, understanding that finite resources and customer attention necessitate a winner-take-all mentality. Leaders who fail to grasp this intrinsic competitive dynamic often find themselves perpetually stuck in the middle, achieving marginal gains, while their more aggressive rivals consolidate power and erect insurmountable barriers. To truly conquer, you must internalize that your success is inextricably linked to another's strategic retreat, making every operational decision a direct engagement in this high-stakes contest. The language we use to describe business expansion often softens its true intent, speaking of growth when what we truly seek is dominance. This philosophy demands a deliberate and conscious reevaluation of your objectives, moving beyond the comforting metrics of year-over-year revenue increases or customer acquisition rates, which, while important, can mask a lack of true competitive advantage. Market conquest isn't satisfied with merely growing. It's obsessed with establishing an unassailable position, one where your competitors struggle to breathe, let alone challenge your supremacy. This requires a strategic mindset that views every product launch, every marketing campaign, and every talent acquisition as a maneuver in a larger war for absolute control, not just as an effort to improve your own standing in isolation. It's a fundamental shift from playing to participate to playing exclusively to win, and to win definitively. To fully embrace the market conquest philosophy is to view your industry not as a market, but as a theater of war, where every competitor is an adversary, and every strategic move carries the weight of a military campaign. This isn't a metaphorical flourish for dramatic effect. It is a pragmatic recognition that sustained market leadership demands the same ruthlessness, foresight, and tactical execution found on any battlefield. You must identify your enemies, understand their strengths and weaknesses, anticipate their countermoves, and deploy your resources with precision to exploit vulnerabilities and consolidate gains. This perspective necessitates a leadership team capable of making cold, hard decisions, prioritizing strategic advantage over sentimentality, and understanding that the stakes are nothing less than total victory or eventual obsolescence. This aggressive posture inevitably imposes a significant psychological toll on the leader, a reality often glossed over in feel-good business manuals. The market conquest philosophy acknowledges this head-on, preparing you for the mental fortitude required to consistently operate in a high-stakes adversarial environment. It means enduring the pressure of constant strategic maneuvering, making decisions that will undoubtedly upset some, and facing the unwavering scrutiny of rivals and stakeholders alike. This isn't a path for the faint of heart or those seeking universal approval. It's for the leader who understands that true market leadership demands an almost gladiatorial resolve, a willingness to stand firm when others falter, and an unwavering commitment to the ultimate objective, regardless of the personal cost. Many scale-ups celebrate achieving product-market fit, and rightly so, as it signifies a viable offering. However, the market conquest philosophy pushes beyond this crucial but insufficient milestone, demanding a focus on what we term market category fit, the strategic alignment not just of your product with customer needs, but of your entire enterprise with the dominant position within a defined market segment. This means consciously shaping the market's perception, dictating the terms of engagement, and effectively marginalizing alternative solutions until your offering becomes the default, the undeniable standard. It's about engineering a reality where competitors struggle to define themselves outside of your shadow, where their innovations are inevitably measured against your established benchmarks, fundamentally altering the competitive landscape in your favor. Market conquest isn't an abstract ideal. It's a demanding framework for resource allocation and flawless execution. It requires an honest assessment of your cash flow, talent pool, and technological capabilities, understanding that every investment must directly contribute to the strategic objective of dominance. This means cutting non-essential projects, ruthlessly optimizing operational efficiency, and deploying capital not just for growth, but for strategic advantage, acquiring key assets, poaching critical talent, or investing heavily in market-shaping R&D. The philosophy dictates that every dollar and every hour must serve the singular purpose of outmaneuvering and outlasting your rivals, recognizing that even the most brilliant strategy is worthless without the disciplined, relentless execution required to bring it to fruition. Innovation within the market conquest framework is not merely about incremental improvements or staying current. It is a weapon to be wielded with strategic intent, designed to disrupt established norms and create insurmountable competitive moats. This means actively seeking to obsolete your own offerings before competitors can, constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible and leveraging technological advancements to redefine market expectations. It's about creating new categories where you are the undisputed pioneer, or fundamentally altering existing ones to render competitor advantages irrelevant. Innovation here is a proactive, aggressive act of strategic destruction and creation, aimed at cementing your leadership by consistently moving the goalposts beyond the reach of your adversaries. Achieving market leadership is only half the battle. Sustaining it requires an equally aggressive, forward-looking commitment to the market conquest philosophy. This isn't a one-time campaign, but a perpetual state of strategic vigilance and adaptive aggression. You must constantly monitor the competitive landscape, anticipate emerging threats, and be prepared to launch preemptive strikes or defensive maneuvers to protect your hard-won territory. Sustained dominance means institutionalizing this warrior mindset throughout your organization, ensuring that every team member understands their role in maintaining and expanding your market stronghold. It's a relentless pursuit, an ongoing commitment to staying ahead, forcing competitors to react to your moves rather than dictating their own. Ultimately, the market conquest philosophy demands unparalleled courage from its practitioners. It is the courage to make the hard calls on personnel, to divest from underperforming divisions, to aggressively pursue market share even when it means sacrificing short-term profits, and to confront powerful incumbents head-on. This isn't about popularity contests or consensus building. It's about making the strategic decisions that, while often unpopular or difficult, are absolutely necessary for securing and maintaining market dominance. This philosophy is for leaders who are not afraid to be misunderstood, who are willing to embrace the isolation that often accompanies truly visionary and ruthless leadership, all in service of the ultimate objective, undisputed market conquest. The psychological toll of aggressive scaling, the relentless pursuit of market dominance, the very essence of market conquest, demands an almost superhuman resilience from its leaders. This isn't merely about scaling a business. It's about engaging in strategic warfare, where every decision carries the weight of potential victory or devastating defeat. The psychological landscape of such an endeavor is rugged, fraught with unseen pressures that can erode even the most ironclad resolve. You will find yourself navigating an emotional minefield where the stakes are perpetually escalating and the margin for error shrinks with each aggressive maneuver. Understanding this profound internal battle is not a weakness. It is a critical first step in fortifying your mind for the arduous campaign ahead. Ignore this psychological toll at your peril, for an unprepared mind is an Achilles that heel in the brutal arena of market conquest. The initial adrenaline rush of aggressive growth often masks the insidious creep of chronic stress that quickly becomes your constant companion. This isn't the fleeting anxiety of a startup pitch. This is the deep, pervasive strain of knowing that hundreds, perhaps thousands, of livelihoods and millions in capital hinge on your strategic acumen and daily execution. Sleep becomes a luxury, not a given, and the mind rarely truly disengages from the battlefield. You will find yourself constantly scanning the horizon for threats, analyzing competitor moves, and anticipating market shifts, transforming your internal world into a perpetual war room. This sustained, high alert state is unsustainable without deliberate countermeasures, leading to an eventual burnout that can cripple your leadership at the most critical junctures. Isolation, a silent but potent enemy, often settles heavily upon the shoulders of leaders engaged in market conquest. As you ascend to the apex of your organization, the number of individuals with whom you can truly share the unvarnished truth of your struggles dwindles dramatically. The strategic imperatives demand a level of discretion that can feel like an emotional cage, preventing you from fully articulating the crushing weight of responsibility or the agonizing doubts that inevitably arise. Your inner circle, while loyal, cannot entirely comprehend the unique pressures of the commander, leaving you to shoulder the heaviest burdens alone. This profound solitude, if unacknowledged, can distort perspective and amplify the very anxieties you strive to suppress. Decision fatigue becomes an inescapable reality when operating at the velocity required for market dominance. Every single day presents a barrage of high-stakes choices, each demanding meticulous analysis, swift judgment, and absolute conviction. From critical personnel decisions that shape your army to strategic pivots that redefine your trajectory, the sheer volume and gravity of these choices are exhausting. The mental energy expended in this continuous process is immense, leading to a subtle but dangerous erosion of cognitive sharpness over time. Without structured approaches to decision-making and deliberate mental rest, the quality of your judgment will inevitably suffer, risking tactical missteps that could prove costly. The inherent ruthlessness demanded by market conquest often forces a leader to confront and sometimes compromise their personal values, leading to significant internal conflict. Achieving the number one position frequently necessitates making hard calls that prioritize strategic advantage over sentiment, shedding underperforming assets, or aggressively outmaneuvering rivals in ways that feel morally ambiguous. This isn't about outright unethical behavior, but rather the stark realization that business at this level is a zero-sum game with winners and losers. The dissonance between the aggressive actions required and one's personal moral compass can create a profound psychological strain, challenging your self-perception and potentially leading to a sense of emotional detachment. Imposter syndrome, that insidious voice of self-doubt, can resurface with surprising virulence even for the most accomplished leaders during periods of aggressive scaling. Despite a track record of success, the sheer magnitude of the challenge, the relentless scrutiny, and the constant need to innovate and outmaneuver can make you question your own capabilities. You might find yourself wondering if you truly belong at the helm, fearing that your past achievements were mere luck, or that you are one misstep away from being exposed as inadequate. This internal battle against self-perception is exhausting and can paralyze action if allowed to fester, undermining the very confidence essential for decisive leadership. The personal sacrifices demanded by the pursuit of market conquest are not merely financial, they extend deeply into your personal life, often leading to strained relationships and neglected well-being. Time, your most precious, non-renewable resource, is relentlessly consumed by the demands of the business, leaving precious little for family, friends, or personal rejuvenation. The blurring lines between work and life become a permanent state, eroding the boundaries that sustain mental health. This constant give and take, where the business always seems to take more, can lead to profound regret and a deep sense of loss if not consciously managed, risking the very foundation of your personal happiness for professional gain. The fear of failure, always present in entrepreneurial ventures, amplifies exponentially when you are aggressively targeting the number one spot. The higher you climb, the harder the potential fall, and the more public the potential humiliation. This isn't just about losing money, it's about the potential loss of reputation, the disappointment of investors, and the betrayal of the trust placed in you by your team. This fear can manifest as paralysis, an inability to make the bold, risky moves necessary for conquest, or conversely, as reckless overcompensation. Mastering this fear, acknowledging its presence without letting it dictate your actions, is a critical psychological battle in itself. Maintaining an unwavering public persona of strength and unwavering confidence, even when internally grappling with immense pressure, adds another layer to the psychological burden. As the leader, you are the beacon for your organization, the embodiment of its resolve and vision. Any crack in your facade, any visible sign of doubt or fatigue, can ripple through the ranks, eroding morale and confidence. This constant performance, the need to project an unshakable belief in victory, requires immense emotional discipline and can be incredibly draining. It creates a disconnect between your internal experience and your external presentation, a chasm that must be carefully managed to prevent psychological fragmentation. The shift from a founder's intimate connection to their product or service to a commander's strategic detachment for market conquest can be emotionally jarring. Ends felt like a personal creation transforms into a weapon, a tool for market domination. This necessary shift in perspective requires a certain emotional hardening, an ability to view the business through a cold, analytical lens, even when it involves making decisions that might have been unthinkable in earlier stages. This evolution can feel like a loss of innocence, a necessary but often painful transition that fundamentally alters your relationship with your life's work. The relentless competitive pressure itself creates a psychological battleground, forcing you into a constant state of vigilance and strategic counterplanning. Every move your competitors make, every market shift, every technological innovation demands an immediate and often aggressive response. This isn't a leisurely race. It's a high-speed chase where you are constantly anticipating, reacting, and outmaneuvering. The mental strain of this perpetual engagement can be immense, leading to a feeling of being constantly embattled, even when your company is thriving. This adversarial mindset, while crucial for conquest, can be difficult to switch off, impacting your overall sense of peace and well-being. Ultimately, the psychological toll of aggressive scaling is not a sign of weakness, but a testament to the immense pressures inherent in the pursuit of market dominance. Recognizing these internal battles is the first step toward building the mental fortitude required for conquest. It necessitates developing robust coping mechanisms, cultivating a resilient mindset, and strategically managing your own psychological resources. This chapter is not meant to deter you, but to prepare you for the true cost of becoming number one, ensuring you are as mentally equipped for the fight as you are strategically. Your mind is your most powerful weapon. Learn to protect and fortify it. Cultivating self-awareness becomes paramount in mitigating these psychological pressures, allowing you to identify the early warning signs of burnout or emotional fatigue before they become debilitating. This involves a disciplined introspection, understanding your own triggers, and recognizing how the demands of leadership are impacting your internal state. Without this deep self-knowledge, you risk pushing yourself past critical breaking points, leading to impulsive decisions or a complete loss of strategic clarity. True leadership in market conquest demands not just an understanding of the external landscape, but a profound mastery of your internal one, ensuring your mental well-being remains a strategic asset. Therefore, as you embark on this journey of market conquest, understand that the most formidable battlefield often lies within. The external wars against competitors, market forces, and operational challenges are merely reflections of the internal war you must win against doubt, fatigue, and the immense psychological weight of ultimate responsibility. Prepare your mind with the same rigor and strategic foresight you apply to your business plan, for a leader whose internal resilience falters will inevitably see their external empire crumble. This is the brutal reality. and embracing it is your first step towards enduring victory. Why incremental growth fails at the top. Most entrepreneurs start their journey with a focus on growth, often through steady, incremental improvements. This approach serves a purpose in the early stages, helping you find your footing, refine your product, and build a foundational customer base. It's about making things a little better each day, tweaking a process here, adding a small feature there. You might even see consistent, modest gains year after year, and for many, that feels like success. But here's the brutal truth. If your ambition is to dominate your market, to truly conquer and claim the number one spot, incremental growth is not just insufficient, it's a death sentence. The landscape at the top of any market is fundamentally different from the middle or the bottom. It's not simply a larger version of the same game, it's a different battlefield altogether, with higher stakes and far more aggressive players. When you're vying for market leadership, your competitors aren't content with just growing their own slice of the pie. They are actively looking to take yours. They aren't sitting still, making small adjustments. They are strategizing, innovating, and preparing to launch their own offensives, aiming to disrupt the status quo and unseat anyone perceived as vulnerable. Relying on incremental growth in such an environment is like bringing a knife to a gunfight. You might be making your knife sharper, but your opponent is acquiring tanks. While you're busy optimizing a landing page for a 0.5% conversion bump, a rival could be developing a revolutionary new product or a completely disruptive business model that renders your entire strategy obsolete overnight. The speed of innovation and the ferocity of competition at the top demand a response that is equally bold, decisive, and often disruptive. The good enough mentality, a byproduct of incremental thinking, is arguably the most insidious trap for ambitious leaders. When you're consistently making small, safe improvements, it's easy to fall into a comfortable rhythm. You might even convince yourself that you're moving forward, that progress is being made. However, this comfort breeds complacency, blinding you to the seismic shifts happening around you. It prevents you from asking the truly hard questions, from making the painful but necessary cuts, and from taking the massive calculated risks required to leapfrog the competition. Moreover, an incremental approach often leads to a dilution of resources. Instead of concentrating your efforts on a few high-impact initiatives that could fundamentally alter the market dynamics, you spread your team thin across countless minor projects. Each small improvement consumes time, money, and mental energy, but without a unified, aggressive vision, these efforts rarely compound into the kind of overwhelming force needed to achieve dominance. You end up with a portfolio of better, rather than a single best, that can truly redefine the playing field. Customers at the top of the market are not looking for minor tweaks. They expect innovation that genuinely solves their biggest problems or creates entirely new possibilities. They want solutions that are not just marginally better, but fundamentally superior. If your strategy is limited to small, predictable steps, you will quickly lose their attention and loyalty to competitors who are willing to take bigger swings. These customers are often the most influential, and their defection can create a ripple effect that erodes your market position faster than any incremental gain could ever offset. The psychological toll of aggressive growth is immense, as we've discussed, but the psychological trap of incrementalism is equally dangerous. It lulls your team into a false sense of security, stifling their creativity and their hunger for radical solutions. When the leadership consistently champions small, safe bets, it sends a clear message that bold ideas are not truly valued or supported. This can kill the entrepreneurial spirit within your organization, turning a potential army of innovators into a group of process followers, incapable of challenging the status quo from within. Furthermore, the cost of delay in a conquest scenario is astronomical. Every day you spend making small, predictable moves is a day your competitors are potentially gaining ground, capturing mindshare, or locking in key partnerships. Market windows are often fleeting, and the first mover who establishes a commanding lead can often sustain that advantage for years, making it incredibly difficult for latecomers to catch up. Incrementalism ensures you'll always be playing catch-up, always reacting, never truly dictating the pace of the game. Market leadership is not about being sly, TLI better. It's about being undeniably superior, about establishing a position so strong that competitors struggle to even breathe in your shadow. This requires a strategy built on disruption, not just iteration. It means being willing to cannibalize your own successful products, to pivot aggressively when necessary, and to make moves that shake up the entire industry. Incremental steps will only ever get you to good enough, and good enough is always just one disruptive competitor away from irrelevance. Ultimately, the core philosophy of market conquest hinges on understanding that true market leadership is a zero-sum game. When you're at the top, you're not just growing alongside others, you're taking market share directly from your rivals. Incremental growth avoids this fundamental truth, pretending there's enough room for everyone to just keep slowly expanding. But the reality is stark. If you're not actively taking from your competitors, they are actively taking from you. The choice is not about growth versus no growth. It's about conquest versus being conquered. Embracing the zero-sum game of market leadership. Most business literature gently nudges leaders towards a vision of expanding markets, fostering collaboration, and finding synergistic opportunities where everyone, theoretically, can thrive. While such idealistic notions might find purchase in nascent or niche sectors, the brutal reality of established markets, particularly when vying for the coveted top position, dictates a far more aggressive paradigm. Market leadership is not merely about incremental growth. It is fundamentally a zero-sum game, where one entity's ascendancy directly correlates with another's decline. To truly conquer a market, one must shed the comforting illusion of infinite expansion and squarely face the uncompromising truth that every percentage point of market share gained by your enterprise is unequivocally a percentage point lost by a competitor. This unvarnished perspective demands a complete recalibration of strategic thinking, moving beyond the passive pursuit of internal efficiencies to an active, often relentless, engagement with the competitive landscape. When you are striving for market dominance, the objective shifts from simply growing your own slice of the pie to aggressively seizing larger portions from your rivals. This isn't about coexisting peacefully. It's about strategically outmaneuvering, out-innovating, and ultimately displacing those who stand between you and the number one spot. Understanding this fundamental dynamic is the bedrock upon which genuine market conquest is built, forcing leaders to adopt a more combative and decisive posture. Embracing this zero-sum reality is often a profound psychological hurdle for many leaders, conditioned as they are by narratives of shared prosperity and win-win scenarios. Yet, the leaders who ascend to and maintain market preeminence are those who internalize this truth, recognizing that their success is often predicated on the strategic weakening of their competitors. It requires a willingness to make decisions that are not always popular or comfortable, but are unequivocally necessary for securing and expanding your market footprint. This mindset acknowledges that in the high-stakes arena of market leadership, every strategic move, every product launch, every talent acquisition carries direct implications for the competitive balance of power. The implications for strategic planning are profound and pervasive, mandating a proactive, offensive stance rather than a reactive, defensive one. Instead of merely safeguarding existing market share, the focus shifts to identifying and exploiting competitor vulnerabilities, strategically eroding their customer base, and capturing their most valuable assets. This involves a rigorous, often brutal, assessment of rival strengths and weaknesses, not just for benchmarking purposes, but as targets for direct market intervention. Such an approach necessitates a deep understanding of competitive dynamics, transforming market analysis from a mere informational exercise into an actionable blueprint for strategic engagement and eventual market capture. Resource allocation, viewed through this zero-sum lens, becomes a highly precise and strategically charged endeavor. Capital is not merely invested in growth initiatives. It is deployed as a weapon to achieve decisive competitive advantage. This means funneling resources into areas that directly challenge competitor strongholds, funding innovations that render rival offerings obsolete, or subsidizing aggressive pricing strategies designed to undercut and dislodge entrenched players. Every dollar, every hour of R&D, every marketing campaign is evaluated not just for its internal ROI, but for its potential to shift the competitive equilibrium in your favor and diminish your opponent's standing. Innovation, therefore, transcends mere product improvement to become a primary instrument of market disruption and competitive displacement. True market leaders leverage innovation not just to create better solutions, but to establish new industry standards that competitors struggle to meet, effectively raising the barrier to entry or rendering existing offerings irrelevant. This isn't about incremental enhancements. It's about revolutionary advancements designed to create an unassailable lead, forcing rivals into a perpetual game of catch-up. Such strategic innovation becomes a formidable competitive advantage, systematically undermining the foundation of your competitor's market position and accelerating your own ascent. The battle for talent also transforms into a critical front in this zero-sum conflict, where securing top-tier personnel often means directly weakening a rival's capabilities. Attracting the best minds in the industry is not merely about bolstering your internal capacity. It is a strategic maneuver to deny those same resources to your competitors. This involves aggressive recruitment strategies, offering unparalleled opportunities, and fostering a culture that not only attracts but retains elite talent, effectively creating a brain drain from less dominant firms. The strategic capture of human capital becomes a powerful lever for both strengthening your own organization and systematically diminishing the competitive prowess of others. Pricing strategies, often seen as a tool for revenue optimization, take on a far more aggressive role in a zero-sum game. They become a direct means of market manipulation, designed to gain share even if it means sacrificing short-term profit margins. This can involve aggressive price cuts to undercut competitors, strategic bundling to offer superior value, or even temporary predatory pricing tactics to drive out weaker players. The objective is not just to sell more units, but to strategically impact the competitive landscape, making it difficult for rivals to compete effectively and forcing them to cede ground. Navigating these brutal realities necessitates a level of unwavering resolve and a willingness to make exceptionally hard calls, often unpopular ones, for the sake of market dominance. Leaders must be prepared to shed sentimentality, to ruthlessly prioritize initiatives that deliver competitive advantage, and to divest from ventures that, while perhaps profitable, do not contribute directly to market conquest. This unwavering commitment to winning, even at the expense of difficult personnel decisions or short-term financial pain, is the hallmark of those who truly understand and embrace the zero-sum nature of market leadership. Ultimately, embracing the zero-sum game of market leadership is about acknowledging that in the quest for the number one position, the rules of engagement are fundamentally different. It's not about playing nicely or hoping for universal growth. It's about strategic aggression, calculated risk-taking, and an unyielding commitment to displacing competitors. This paradigm shift is not for the faint of heart, but it is the essential mindset for any leader determined to move beyond mere growth and achieve absolute, undeniable market conquest. The rewards of such a rigorous approach are not just increased revenue, but the unparalleled power and influence that come with true market dominance. Identifying your true market share and potential leading. Most ambitious leaders, especially those who have achieved initial traction and scaled beyond the startup phase, tend to harbor an inflated perception of their company's actual market standing. This isn't merely a benign oversight, it's a strategic delusion that can cripple your conquest efforts before they even truly begin. True market share isn't a feel-good number derived from optimistic projections or loosely defined segments. It's a brutal, quantifiable reality that demands an unflinching, data-driven assessment. Before you can even consider dominating a market, you must first precisely understand the territory you currently occupy, the ground you've genuinely secured, and the true extent of your influence within that specific battleground. Defining your true market share transcends a simple percentage of total sales within a broad industry. It necessitates a surgical dissection of your specific niche, identifying the granular segments where your product or service actively competes, and more critically, where it genuinely wins. Are you counting every potential customer in a vast, undifferentiated market? Or are you focusing on the identifiable cohort that realistically fits your ideal customer profile and whose needs you demonstrably fulfill better than any competitor? This distinction is paramount, moving beyond vanity metrics to reveal the defensible strongholds you currently hold and the actual volume of transactions you command within those critical segments. A common, almost endemic pitfall is the reliance on overly broad market definitions or outdated, aggregated industry reports that obscure the nuanced realities of your operational landscape. Many leaders fall prey to the allure of a massive total addressable market, TAM, failing to segment it into actionable, conquerable units. This leads to a distorted view, wherein a small percentage of a gigantic, irrelevant TAM can falsely appear significant, masking a dangerously weak position within your actual competitive arena. Such errors aren't just academic, they lead directly to misallocated resources, flawed strategic maneuvers, and a profound misunderstanding of both your current power and your immediate vulnerabilities. To counter this pervasive issue, a more rigorous approach demands the identification of your serviceable available market, SAM, and more importantly, your serviceable obtainable market, SOM. The SAM represents the segment of the TAM that your business can realistically reach with its current product or service offerings, while the SOM narrows this further to the portion of the SAM that you can realistically capture given your current resources and competitive landscape. This granular segmentation forces an honest reckoning, compelling you to pinpoint the exact battlefields where you are currently engaged, thereby providing a far more accurate and actionable baseline for strategic planning and aggressive growth initiatives. Acquiring this granular data isn't a passive exercise. It requires an active, often relentless pursuit of ground-level intelligence. This goes beyond purchasing generic market research reports. It involves deep-dive competitive analysis, direct customer and prospect interviews, granular sales data analysis, and even ethnographic studies of user behavior within your target segments. You must be willing to engage in the dirty work of data collection, piecing together a comprehensive mosaic from disparate sources to construct an unvarnished, high-resolution picture of your market standing, free from the biases of internal optimism or external generalizations. Once your true market share is brutally quantified, the next critical step involves accurately assessing your potential, not as a vague aspiration, but as a calculated, conquerable expansion. This potential isn't merely about growing your existing slice of the pie. It's about identifying adjacent markets, underserved segments, and areas where competitor weaknesses present exploitable vulnerabilities. It requires a predatory mindset, scanning the horizon for uncontested territory or for markets ripe for disruption, where your unique capabilities can be leveraged to swiftly establish dominance and expand your empire. Quantifying this potential demands sophisticated scenario planning and a ruthless assessment of risk versus reward. This isn't about incremental growth projections. It's about modeling aggressive market penetration strategies, evaluating the capital and operational investments required for rapid expansion, and projecting the return on those investments under various competitive responses. It means calculating the maximum viable market share you could realistically seize within a defined timeframe, assuming optimal execution and a willingness to make the hard, often painful, strategic decisions necessary for rapid conquest. A significant psychological barrier often emerges during this phase: the discomfort of confronting a market share that might be smaller or a potential that might be more constrained than initially imagined. Leaders must cultivate an almost detached objectivity, resisting the urge to sugarcoat data or inflate prospects. This exercise is not about ego validation, it's about strategic clarity. Only by embracing these brutal realities can you build a solid foundation for a strategy that is both ambitious and achievable, rather than one built on wishful thinking. The accurate identification of your true market share and potential directly dictates the precision of your resource allocation. Every dollar, every hour of talent, every marketing campaign becomes a strategic deployment, a bullet aimed at a specific target. Misunderstand your market and you misfire. Understand it with brutal clarity, and you can concentrate your forces on the most lucrative segments, starve your competitors of oxygen, and accelerate your path to market dominance, ensuring every investment is a calculated move towards conquest. Furthermore, recognizing that market share is a dynamic, fluid entity, not a static achievement, is crucial for sustained dominance. The battlefield constantly shifts, competitor strategies evolve, and customer needs mutate. Therefore, this exercise of identifying your true market share and potential cannot be a one-off event. It requires continuous monitoring, regular reevaluation, and a built-in mechanism for adapting your strategic map in real time. Stagnation in assessment is a precursor to strategic obsolescence, leaving you vulnerable to more agile aggressors. Beyond mere percentages, true market share analysis must also account for the uncontested market space you command. These are the areas where your unique value proposition, proprietary technology, or unparalleled customer experience creates a moat, allowing you to operate with minimal direct head-on competition. Identifying and expanding these uncontested zones is where market conquest truly accelerates, enabling rapid growth and solidifying your dominance without the exhaustive resource drain of perpetual direct combat. This strategic advantage must be meticulously cataloged and leveraged. Moreover, the calculation of your true market share is incomplete without a rigorous examination of your customer churn and retention rates. A high churn rate indicates a leaky bucket, where any gains in new customers are offset by losses from existing ones, rendering your market share inherently unstable and expensive to maintain. A truly defensible market share is built on strong retention, signifying not just acquisition, but effective command over your customer base, turning them into loyal foot soldiers rather than transient mercenaries. As you move into profiling your competitors, the data gathered in this initial market share assessment becomes an invaluable lens. Their strengths and weaknesses directly impact the true potential of your own expansion. A comp editor's vulnerability in a specific segment, for instance, might reveal a new, highly lucrative battleground that your initial market potential assessment overlooked. This iterative process of self-assessment and competitive analysis forms a symbiotic relationship, each informing and refining the other for a more comprehensive strategic outlook. Ultimately, this rigorous, often uncomfortable, exercise of identifying your true market share and potential is not merely an analytical task. It is the foundational act of strategic self-awareness. Without an accurate, unvarnished map of your current standing and the precise coordinates of your future battlegrounds, any grand strategy for market conquest is merely a perilous gamble. This is the first, most brutal, and absolutely essential step towards building an empire that can withstand the inevitable assaults and ultimately achieve unparalleled dominance. Profiling your competitors, strengths, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities. To truly conquer a market, you must first understand the enemy with an almost obsessive level of detail. This isn't a casual observation, but a deep dive into their very corporate DNA. Profiling your competitors isn't merely about knowing who they are, but dissecting their operational anatomy to reveal every sinew of strength, every faltering joint of weakness, and every exposed nerve of vulnerability. This systematic intelligence gathering transforms abstract rivalry into a concrete battle map, allowing you to anticipate moves, exploit missteps, and strategically position your forces for decisive engagements. Without this granular understanding, your scaling efforts become a series of hopeful guesses rather than calculated strikes, leaving you susceptible to unforeseen counterattacks and squandered opportunities. It is the foundation upon which all subsequent market conquest strategies are built, demanding a relentless commitment to unearthing the truths that lie beneath the surface. Every piece of information, no matter how small, contributes to the holistic picture of your adversary, arming you with the foresight needed to win. This isn't just business, it's high-stakes intelligence work where the stakes are market dominance itself. Your ability to scale to number one hinges on your capacity to know your opponents better than they know themselves. Surface-level competitor analysis, often limited to scanning their website or public press releases, is dangerously insufficient for the kind of market conquest we're discussing. Such superficial glances provide only a curated facade, a carefully constructed narrative designed to project strength and stability, not actual operational reality. True profiling requires a forensic examination, peeling back layers of marketing fluff and investor relations spin to expose the raw mechanics of their business. You must move beyond what they want you to see and delve into what they actually do, how they do it, and, critically, why. This means scrutinizing their product development cycles, their customer service interactions, their hiring patterns, and even their internal cultural dynamics. Anything less is akin to planning a military campaign based solely on the enemy's propaganda posters, a fool's errand that guarantees strategic blunders and missed opportunities for exploitation. Your intelligence must be deeper, sharper, and far more revealing than theirs. When we talk about strengths, we're not just listing their market share or revenue figures. Those are outcomes, not root causes. A competitor's true strength lies in the fundamental advantages that allow them to achieve those outcomes, the deep-seated capabilities that are difficult, if not impossible, for you to replicate quickly. This could be proprietary technology protected by ironclad patents, an unparalleled distribution network built over decades, a brand that commands irrational loyalty, or a unique talent pool that consistently out-innovates the market. P.S. They possess a superior cost structure due to vertical integration or an established regulatory moat that stifles new entrants. Identifying these core competencies requires looking beyond their marketing claims and observing where they consistently outperform, where their customers feel most satisfied, and where their employees exhibit unwavering commitment. These are the pillars supporting their current position, and understanding them is crucial for either outmaneuvering them or, if necessary, chipping away at their foundations. Uncovering these strengths demands a multifaceted approach, far beyond simply reading their annual reports. You must immerse yourself in the customer experience they provide, perhaps even becoming a customer yourself, to truly understand the why behind their success. Engage with their ecosystem. Talk to their suppliers, their partners, and even former employees who can offer invaluable, unfiltered insights into their operational excellence. Analyze their hiring trends and the caliber of talent they attract, which often reveals their strategic focus and future aspirations. Scrutinize their patent filings and R&D investments to pinpoint their technological edge, or their supply chain logistics to understand their cost advantages. This isn't about mere observation, it's about active investigation, piecing together a comprehensive mosaic from disparate data points. Every detail contributes to a richer, more actionable understanding of what makes them formidable and therefore how to approach them. Moving past their strengths, the next crucial step is to meticulously identify their weaknesses. These are not simply areas where they are average, but specific operational or strategic deficiencies that actively impede their growth, customer satisfaction, or market responsiveness. Think about gaps in their product roadmap that leave entire customer segments underserved, or a clunky user experience that frustrates their existing base. Perhaps their customer support is notoriously slow, or their pricing model is out of sync with market expectations, creating friction points for adoption. A weakness could also manifest as an outdated technology stack that hinders agility, or an over-reliance on a single revenue stream that makes them vulnerable to market shifts. Unlike strengths, which are often proudly displayed, weaknesses are usually hidden or downplayed, requiring a keen eye and a willingness to dig for the inconvenient truths. These are the cracks in their armor, and recognizing them is the first step towards exploiting them. To uncover these weaknesses, you must actively seek out the friction points in their operation, paying close attention to the whispers of dissatisfaction that inevitably circulate. Monitor customer reviews and social media comments for recurring complaints or unmet needs. These are gold mines of competitive intelligence. Analyze their employee turnover rates and Glassdoor reviews, which can reveal systemic issues in culture or management that translate into operational inefficiencies. Look for instances where they have failed to adapt to market trends, missed significant opportunities, or launched products that flopped. Examine their financial statements for red flags like declining margins, increasing debt, or stagnant R&D spending, which often signal underlying structural problems. These are not merely observations. They are investigative leads, each pointing to a potential vulnerability that you can systematically target and exploit in your relentless pursuit of market dominance. Every competitor has Achilles' heel. Your job is to find it. It's vital to distinguish between a weakness and a vulnerability, as the latter represents a far more critical strategic opening. A weakness is a deficiency. A vulnerability is an exposed critical pressure point that, if struck with precision, could cripple or even collapse a significant part of their operation. Think of it this way: a slow customer service response time is a weakness, but an entire business model that relies on antiquated, monolithic software with no viable upgrade path, leaving them unable to scale or innovate, is a vulnerability. These are not just areas where they fall short. They are existential threats waiting to be triggered, often stemming from an inherent flaw in their strategy, technology, or market positioning. Identifying these means looking for single points of failure, areas of over-reliance, or fundamental misalignments with the evolving market landscape. This distinction is paramount, as vulnerabilities are the targets for your most aggressive and impactful strategic maneuvers, designed for maximum disruption and long-term competitive advantage. Vulnerabilities often manifest in several key forms, each offering a distinct avenue for strategic attack. Consider a competitor overly reliant on a single key client or a narrow product line, making them susceptible to a concentrated market shift or a competitor's aggressive poaching. An unsustainable cost structure, perhaps due to bloated overhead or inefficient processes, can become a critical vulnerability when market prices are driven down. Weak or indecisive leadership, prone to internal political strife or fear of change, can paralyze a company's ability to respond to external threats or opportunities. Outdated core technology, while still functional, might pose an insurmountable barrier to future innovation or scalability, leaving them unable to compete in an evolving digital landscape. Even a highly specialized talent pool, if not continually nurtured and diversified, can become a vulnerability if a few key individuals depart. These are not mere inconveniences. They are the fault lines in their corporate geology, waiting for the right seismic shock to tear them apart. Mapping these vulnerabilities requires more than just listing them. It demands a strategic understanding of how they interrelate and how they can be exploited. You must connect the dots between their identified weaknesses and the potential market shifts or strategic attacks that could amplify their impact. For instance, a competitor's reliance on a single, aging product combined with a known aversion to risk-taking leadership creates a potent vulnerability you can exploit by aggressively innovating in that product category. Consider how their internal political friction might prevent them from quickly responding to a new market entrant, giving you a critical window to establish a foothold. This isn't about compiling a static list. It's about constructing a dynamic threat model for your competitor, anticipating how their inherent flaws might react under specific pressures. The goal is to build a predictive framework that allows you to not only identify where they are weak, but precisely how and when to strike for maximum effect. Beyond the tangible assets and operational processes, profiling your competitors extends into the psychological realm, delving into the minds of their leadership and the prevailing culture of their organization. Understanding whether their CEO is a bold risk-taker or a cautious incrementalist can inform your offensive strategies, predicting their likely reactions to aggressive moves. A company culture steeped in tradition might struggle to adapt to rapid market changes, creating an opening for more agile players. Conversely, an overly aggressive, move fast and break things mentality might lead to hasty decisions and exposed flanks that you can exploit. Consider their historical responses to competitive pressure, their patterns of innovation, and their public statements. These all offer clues into their strategic psyche. This human element is often overlooked but can be the most potent source of competitive advantage, allowing you to anticipate not just what they might do, but why, giving you an unparalleled edge in the market conquest game. Leveraging competitive intelligence effectively means employing ethical yet relentless methods for data collection. This is not about illegal espionage, but about intelligent, legal information gathering from a multitude of publicly available and semi public sources. Scrutinize their financial reports, investor calls, and SEC filings for insights into their strategic priorities, revenue streams, and cost structures. Analyze their job postings for clues about their future technological investments, expansion plans, or talent gaps. Follow industry news, trade publications, and analyst reports to understand their market perception and strategic positioning. Social media monitoring of their brand, their executives, and even their employees can yield invaluable real time insights into their operations and customer sentiment. Even engaging with their sales team as a potential customer can provide an unfiltered glimpse into their product capabilities, pricing, and sales process. Every piece of information, no matter how small, contributes to your growing dossier, sharpening your strategic focus. The culmination of this intensive profiling effort is the creation of a comprehensive competitor dossier, a living, breathing intelligence brief that serves as your strategic playbook. This isn't a static document. It's continuously updated, refined, and analyzed, reflecting the dynamic nature of the market. Organize your findings into clear sections detailing their strengths, core competencies, market advantages, weaknesses, operational inefficiencies, product gaps, and, most critically, their vulnerabilities, single points of failure, strategic misalignments. Include historical data on their past moves, their reactions to competitive pressure, and their leadership's strategic tendencies. This dossier becomes your internal intelligence agency's central repository, a critical asset for every strategic decision, from product development to marketing campaigns to M&A considerations. It transforms raw data into actionable intelligence, ensuring every move you make is informed by a deep understanding of your adversary. The ultimate objective of this rigorous profiling is not merely to observe or understand, but to anticipate. Your goal is to move beyond reacting to your competitors' moves and instead to predict their next strategic decisions, their product launches, and their market shifts before they even occur. By thoroughly understanding their strengths, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities, coupled with their leadership's psychological profile, you can begin to model their behavior under various market conditions. This foresight allows you to proactively position your company, to preempt their initiatives, or to strategically exploit their blind spots the moment they emerge. It's about playing chess several moves ahead, not just reacting to each piece moved. This level of anticipation is the hallmark of true market conquerors, enabling you to dictate the pace and direction of the competitive landscape rather than merely responding to it. Embrace the ruthless mindset required for this level of competitive profiling. This is not a gentleman's agreement, but a strategic campaign for market dominance. The intelligence you gather isn't for academic interest, it's for weaponization. Every identified weakness is a target, every vulnerability an opening to be exploited without hesitation. This means making hard decisions about where to invest your resources, where to launch your most aggressive campaigns, and where to apply relentless pressure. If a competitor is overly reliant on a particular channel, your strategy might involve disrupting that channel. If their technology is aging, you might aggressively out-innovate them. This isn't about fair play or mutual growth. It's about seizing the number one position, and that often means strategically dismantling the advantages of your rivals. The market is a zero-sum game when you're aiming for the top, and your competitors' weaknesses are your opportunities for conquest. In the brutal arena of market conquest, competitor profiling is not a one-time exercise, but an ongoing, vital discipline that underpins every strategic decision you make. The market is a constantly shifting battleground, and your adversaries are not static targets. They are evolving, adapting, and plotting their own moves. Therefore, your intelligence gathering must be continuous, your dossiers constantly updated, and your analysis perpetually refined. This relentless pursuit of understanding is the bedrock of strategic agility, allowing you to pivot quickly, counter emerging threats, and seize fleeting opportunities. It is the unwavering commitment to knowing your enemy inside and out that will ultimately empower you to navigate the complexities of aggressive growth, making the calculated, ruthless decisions necessary to displace rivals and secure your rightful place as the undisputed market leader. This is the intelligence war, and winning it is non negotiable for true dominance. Understanding customer psychology at scale. Moving beyond the foundational understanding of your initial customer base, true market conquest demands a far more sophisticated grasp of customer psychology at scale. This isn't merely about segmenting demographics or tracking basic user behavior, it's about dissecting the underlying cognitive biases, emotional triggers, and deeply ingrained habits that dictate mass market decisions. As your enterprise scales, the intimacy of early customer relationships inevitably diminishes, yet the imperative to understand the collective psyche of your expanding user base intensifies. Neglecting this shift means operating blind, making strategic decisions based on assumptions rather than the granular psychological truths that fuel sustained dominance. This advanced comprehension becomes the unseen weapon in your arsenal, enabling you to anticipate market shifts, neutralize competitive threats, and cement an unassailable position. At the heart of this scaled psychological insight lies the ability to identify the universal why behind purchasing, loyalty, and defection across vast customer cohorts. It transcends superficial feature preferences, delving into the core emotional drivers, the desire for status, the fear of missing out, the need for security, or the pursuit of effortless convenience. Understanding these primal motivators allows you to craft product narratives and service experiences that resonate on a subconscious level, forging connections far stronger than any fleeting discount. This deep dive reveals how customers rationalize their choices, often post hoc, based on emotional predispositions, providing a critical lever for influencing future behavior. Ignoring these deep-seated psychological currents leaves your market position vulnerable to any competitor who can tap into them more effectively. Effective market conquest necessitates segmenting your customer base not just by traditional metrics, but by their psychological profiles and behavioral predispositions. This involves identifying archetypes such as the early adopter driven by novelty, the pragmatist seeking proven reliability, the value seeker prioritizing cost efficiency, or the brand loyalist who resists change. Each profile responds differently to competitive maneuvers, pricing adjustments, and product innovations, requiring tailored engagement strategies. A sophisticated understanding of these psychological segments enables precise targeting of marketing efforts, product development, and customer retention initiatives, maximizing impact and minimizing wasted resources. This granular insight transforms a broad market into a series of conquerable psychological territories. Building formidable switching costs extends far beyond mere contractual obligations or financial penalties. It heavily involves the psychological friction of change. This encompasses the cognitive load associated with learning a new system, the emotional risk of migrating data, or the perceived social cost of abandoning a familiar community. Your objective is to embed your product or service so deeply into the operational routines and mental models of your customers that the thought of moving becomes genuinely daunting. By creating an ecosystem that fosters a sense of psychological comfort and familiarity, you erect invisible barriers that deter even highly compelling competitive offerings. These psychological anchors are often more potent than any monetary disincentive, securing long-term customer lock-in. To truly dominate, one must not only address existing pain points, but also tap into the unspoken aspirations that drive customer behavior at scale. This requires moving beyond surface-level complaints to uncover the latent frustrations that impede their progress and the deep-seated desires that fuel their ambitions. Aggregating these insights across a broad customer base reveals systemic opportunities for innovation and competitive differentiation. By strategically positioning your offering as the definitive solution to these pervasive challenges, or as the ultimate enabler of their aspirations, you create an indispensable value proposition. This proactive approach to psychological needs allows you to shape market demand rather than merely react to it, cementing your leadership. The power of habit and routine represents a critical, often underestimated psychological lever for market conquest. When your product or service becomes an integral, almost automatic part of a customer's daily workflow or personal life, It transcends mere utility to become a deeply ingrained behavior. This habitual engagement reduces decision-making fatigue and significantly increases customer stickiness, making it incredibly difficult for competitors to dislodge. Cultivating these routines requires a meticulous understanding of user journeys and touch points, designing experiences that are not only efficient, but also psychologically rewarding. Once your offering is woven into the fabric of daily life, it achieves a level of entrenchment that is exceptionally resistant to disruption, securing a captive audience. Leveraging predictive psychology involves utilizing advanced data analytics to anticipate how large customer segments will react to future market shifts, competitive actions, or your own strategic initiatives. This moves beyond historical trend analysis to model the probabilistic outcomes of various scenarios based on known psychological principles and observed behavioral patterns. By understanding the likely emotional and cognitive responses to pricing changes, new feature introductions, or even public relations events, you can proactively mitigate risks and seize emerging opportunities. This foresight enables you to launch preemptive strikes, prepare defensive fortifications, and calibrate your market messaging with surgical precision, always staying several steps ahead of the competition. The psychological phenomena of network effects and social proof are immensely powerful at scale, influencing customer acquisition and retention with compounding force. As more users adopt your product, the perceived value for new users increases, driven by the inherent human desire for belonging and validation. This herd mentality creates a virtuous cycle where success begets more success, making your offering the de facto standard. Actively cultivating and amplifying social proof through testimonials, case studies, and community building reinforces this psychological momentum, making it harder for competitors to gain traction. Harnessing these collective psychological forces transforms individual choices into a powerful, self-sustaining market movement. Overcoming customer resistance to change, even in the face of a demonstrably superior product, is a critical psychological battle in market conquest. Humans inherently prefer the known over the unknown, often clinging to incumbent solutions due to inertia, perceived switching costs, or simply the mental effort required to adapt. Your strategy must acknowledge and systematically dismantle these psychological barriers, not just highlight functional advantages. This involves offering clear migration paths, providing extensive support, and framing the transition as an inevitable, highly beneficial evolution, rather than a risky leap. By carefully managing the psychological journey of adoption, you can convert even the most entrenched customers, eroding the foundations of your competitors' long-standing relationships. Crafting messaging that resonates deeply with the collective customer psyche at scale requires a profound understanding of their core values, aspirations, and anxieties. This isn't about clever slogans, but about articulating a narrative that taps into their fundamental motivations and addresses their unspoken needs. Your communication must be authentic, consistent, and emotionally intelligent, speaking directly to the problems they face and the solutions they crave. When your message aligns perfectly with their internal landscape, it creates an immediate sense of recognition and trust, fostering a powerful psychological connection. This precision in messaging becomes a potent tool for shaping perception and influencing broad market sentiment, further solidifying your dominance. The psychological impact of brand identity extends far beyond visual aesthetics. It embodies the collective perception, emotional associations, and implicit promises that your company represents. A strong brand creates an emotional anchor, fostering loyalty that transcends rational feature comparisons or price points. It cultivates a sense of belonging, trust, and aspirational alignment among your customer base, making them feel like part of something larger. This deeply ingrained psychological bond acts as a powerful deterrent to competitive inroads, as customers are not just buying a product, but aligning with a narrative and a set of values. Cultivating this psychological resonance is an investment in an almost impenetrable market position. Translating these profound psychological insights into actionable competitive advantage is the ultimate objective of this strategic endeavor. It means moving beyond theoretical understanding to systematically integrate customer psychology into every facet of your business operations. Product development, marketing campaigns, sales strategies, and customer service protocols. By consistently anticipating and responding to the psychological nuances of your target market, you can preempt competitive moves, optimize your resource allocation, and consistently deliver experiences that reinforce loyalty and advocacy. This relentless focus on the customer's inner world provides an almost unfair advantage, enabling surgical strikes against rivals and the sustained fortification of your market stronghold. While the pursuit of market conquest is inherently aggressive, the application of customer psychology must always be framed as strategic leverage, not manipulative exploitation. The goal is to deeply understand human behavior to better serve and retain customers, creating a mutually beneficial relationship that ultimately reinforces your market leadership. Ethical considerations are not merely a moral obligation, but a pragmatic necessity. Trust, once broken, is nearly impossible to rebuild at scale, and a reputation for manipulation can quickly erode any competitive gains. Your mastery of psychological principles should be wielded to create compelling value and enduring relationships, ensuring your dominance is built on a foundation of genuine customer alignment. The dynamic nature of markets and human psychology demands continuous monitoring and adaptation of your understanding. Customer motivations evolve, new biases emerge, and external factors constantly reshape collective behavior. This necessitates an ongoing, rigorous process of data collection, psychological analysis, and strategic recalibration. Stagnation in understanding your customer's evolving psyche is a direct invitation for competitors to exploit newly formed vulnerabilities. Maintaining a vigilant watch on these psychological currents ensures your strategies remain sharp, relevant, and capable of responding to the ever-shifting landscape of the market, thereby securing your long-term reign. Ultimately, understanding customer psychology at scale is not a peripheral concern, but a core pillar of market conquest. It empowers you to move beyond reactive adjustments to proactive, predictive strategies that shape market demand and solidify your dominance. By dissecting the emotional triggers, cognitive biases, and deeply ingrained habits of your vast customer base, you gain an unparalleled strategic advantage. This deep psychological insight enables you to build impenetrable loyalty, craft irresistible offerings, and outmaneuver rivals with precision, transforming the battle for market share into a decisive victory where your enterprise stands alone at the apex. Mapping the competitive terrain, opportunities and threats. Understanding your true market share and profiling your rivals are crucial first steps, but they only provide pieces of the puzzle. To truly dominate, you must see the entire battlefield, not just individual skirmishes. This is where mapping the competitive terrain comes into play, a strategic imperative that goes beyond simple observation. It means taking a ruthless, objective look at the entire ecosystem surrounding your business, identifying every significant force at play. This comprehensive view reveals not only the immediate threats lurking in the shadows, but also the hidden opportunities waiting to be seized. It's about recognizing that the market is a dynamic, living entity, constantly shifting and presenting new challenges and pathways to conquest. Without this detailed map, you're navigating blind, making your ambition for market leadership a mere fantasy. This exercise transforms raw data into a strategic blueprint, guiding your every offensive and defensive maneuver. One of the most potent opportunities lies in discovering the market gaps your competitors are either ignoring or failing to serve adequately. These aren't always obvious, sparkling openings. Sometimes they are subtle, unmet needs, or underserved customer segments that require diligent investigation to uncover. Perhaps your rivals are too focused on the mainstream, overlooking a niche that, while small now, holds immense growth potential. Maybe their product or service has a glaring flaw that customers tolerate because no better alternative exists. A true conqueror doesn't just fight for existing territory. They actively seek out and claim new, unclaimed land. This could manifest as a specific feature, a unique pricing model, a superior delivery method, or even a completely new way of solving an old problem. Look for areas where competitors show complacency, a lack of innovation, or simply a fundamental misunderstanding of their customers' deepest desires. Beyond finding gaps, A deep dive into your competitors' inherent weaknesses and vulnerabilities presents a wealth of opportunities for your strategic assault. Remember those detailed profiles you developed? Now is the time to leverage that intelligence. Identify their operational inefficiencies, their notoriously poor customer service, or their reliance on outdated technology that slows them down. These aren't just minor annoyances for your rivals, they are chinks in their armor, points of leverage that you can exploit with ruthless precision. Consider their financial health, their employee morale, or even their public perception, any area where they are fragile. Every single weakness they possess, every point of vulnerability, represents a direct advantage for your market conquest. Your objective is to magnify these flaws, turning their problems into your pathways to dominance. The landscape is also constantly reshaped by emerging technologies and broader market trends, which can be either a colossal threat or an unparalleled opportunity. Think about the rise of artificial intelligence, blockchain, or advanced automation. These aren't just buzzwords, they are fundamental shifts that can redefine entire industries. Similarly, societal changes, new regulatory frameworks, or economic shifts can create entirely new markets or render old ones obsolete. A true market leader doesn't just react to these changes, they anticipate them, positioning their company ahead of the curve. By embracing and leveraging these forces early, you can create an insurmountable lead, turning potential threats into powerful competitive advantages. Don't wait for others to innovate. Be the one to define the next wave of progress and claim it as your own territory. On the flip side, ignoring the strengths and aggressive strategies of your direct competitors is a fatal mistake in this conquest. You must acknowledge what your main rivals are doing exceptionally well, where they are innovating, and how they are gaining traction. Are they launching groundbreaking products, capturing significant market share in a key segment, or outmaneuvering you in customer acquisition? These aren't just challenges, they are direct threats to your ambition for market leadership. Understanding their counter moves, their defensive strategies, and their offensive plays is paramount. Every strategic decision they make requires your careful analysis and a planned, decisive response. Complacency in the face of a strong rival, or worse, underestimating their capabilities, is the quickest path to irrelevance and ultimate defeat in the market. Never assume victory until it is truly yours. The competitive terrain isn't just about your existing rivals. It also includes the constant threat of new entrants and agile disruptors. These can be innovative startups operating with lean structures and fresh ideas, or even large, established companies from adjacent industries making a strategic pivot into your space. They often play by different rules, unburdened by legacy systems or traditional thinking, which makes them incredibly dangerous. Do not dismiss them as too small or too different. History is littered with giants who were disrupted by seemingly insignificant players. Monitor adjacent markets, emerging technologies, and even academic research for signs of these potential attackers. Their fresh perspective and willingness to challenge the status quo can expose significant blind spots in your own strategy, turning your secure position into a vulnerable target. Vigilance against these unexpected attackers is paramount for long-term market dominance. Beyond the direct and indirect competition, broader market shifts and external forces present significant threats that demand your attention. These macroeconomic factors, such as a sudden economic downturn, new regulatory policies, or geopolitical instability, can dramatically impact your entire market, regardless of your immediate rivals. Supply chain disruptions, changes in consumer behavior due to global events, or even shifts in environmental concerns can be catastrophic if not anticipated. These aren't just abstract risks, they are environmental hazards on your battlefield, capable of derailing even the most well-laid plans. Developing robust contingency plans for various scenarios is crucial to mitigate these larger, uncontrollable threats. The market is never a static environment. It is constantly evolving, presenting new challenges that require strategic pivots and resilience. Ignoring the wider world while focusing solely on rivals is a recipe for disaster. It's vital to recognize that opportunities and threats rarely exist in isolation. They are deeply interconnected, forming a complex web of forces. An opportunity for your company might simultaneously represent a direct threat to a key competitor, forcing them to react and potentially create new openings. Conversely, a new technology, if embraced early, can be a massive opportunity for you, but if ignored, it quickly becomes an existential threat. This dynamic perspective is absolutely crucial for developing a comprehensive and adaptable strategy. Your competitive map isn't just a list of items, it's a living diagram of forces at play, where every action and inaction creates ripple effects across the entire landscape. Strategic mastery often involves the ability to transform an apparent threat into a powerful opportunity through innovative thinking and decisive action. With a comprehensive map in hand, the next critical step is to prioritize and weigh the various opportunities and threats you've identified. Not all factors are created equal. Some demand immediate, aggressive action, while others can be monitored or addressed later. You must ruthlessly assess the potential impact and likelihood of each element, determining which will most significantly propel you toward dominance or derail your mission. A true conqueror doesn't waste resources chasing every shiny object or panicking at every shadow. Focus your finite war chest and manpower on the most critical elements that will yield the greatest strategic advantage. This requires brutal honesty, a clear understanding of your own capabilities, and a willingness to make tough calls. Develop a strategic matrix to visualize and rank these elements, ensuring your resources are deployed where they will have the most devastating impact on your rivals. This detailed competitive map is not merely an academic exercise. It is the direct blueprint for your next strategic maneuvers. Every single insight gleaned from this mapping exercise must directly inform your offensive and defensive strategies. How will you specifically exploit those identified market gaps and competitor weaknesses? What concrete actions will you take to leverage emerging technologies and trends? Conversely, what specific defenses will you erect to mitigate the most pressing threats from direct rivals, new entrants, and broader market shifts? This map dictates where you deploy your resources, where you launch your most aggressive attacks, and where you consolidate your gains. It transforms abstract analysis into the brutal, actionable reality of market conquest, ensuring every move you make is calculated and purposeful. Crucially, the competitive terrain is never static. It's a constantly shifting battlefield that demands continuous monitoring. Your map is never truly finished because competitors evolve, new technologies emerge at breakneck speed, and market conditions can change overnight. Establishing robust systems for ongoing intelligence gathering and regular map updates is not just recommended, it's absolutely vital for survival. A static map in a dynamic environment is a death sentence, leading to strategic blind spots and missed opportunities. Regularly review your intelligence, seek out new data points, and adjust your strategic outlook based on the latest developments. This isn't a one-time project. It's an ongoing, core function of leadership in your quest for market dominance. Your vigilance and intelligence gathering must be as relentless as your ambition, ensuring you always possess the most current understanding of the battlefield. Beyond the tangible threats and opportunities, a true market conqueror also understands the immense power of psychological warfare and perception. Your strategic moves don't just affect market share. They impact competitor morale, investor confidence, and overall market perception. Creating an aura of invincibility around your company can itself be a powerful opportunity, discouraging rivals from even attempting to challenge your lead. Conversely, exploiting a competitor's perceived weakness, even if it's only a perception, can accelerate their decline. This mapping includes understanding the hearts and minds of the market, how your actions are interpreted by customers, employees, and rivals alike. Strategic communication, bold product launches, and decisive market entries can shape the narrative in your favor, often preceding and enabling the physical conquest of market share. Remember, the battle is often won in the minds of your adversaries before it is won on the balance sheet. Product market fit is not enough. Evolving your offering, product market fit. It's the holy grail for startups, the moment validation hits and the engine finally catches. Many founders breathe a sigh of relief, perhaps even celebrating this critical milestone as if the war has been won. But for those truly intent on market conquest, for leaders who understand that business is a zero-sum game, product market fit is merely the opening salvo, a hard-won beachhead, not the final victory. It signifies that you've found a problem worth solving and a solution that resonates with an initial segment of the market. However, mistaking this initial resonance for long-term dominance is a fatal error, a complacency that has crippled countless promising ventures right at the precipice of true scale. The brutal truth is that product market fit, in isolation, guarantees nothing beyond survival in the immediate term. It certainly doesn't secure market leadership. The moment you achieve product market fit, a subtle yet profound shift occurs in the competitive landscape. Your success, no matter how nascent, becomes a beacon, attracting not only more customers, but also the hungry gaze of rivals, both established giants and emerging disruptors. They will meticulously dissect your offering, analyze your distribution channels, and attempt to replicate, or worse, innovate beyond your initial advantage. Resting on the laurels of product market fit is akin to holding a strong hand in poker, but refusing to bet, allowing others to catch up or fold you out of the game entirely. The market is not a static pond where your perfect fit remains unchallenged. It is a turbulent ocean teeming with predators, constantly seeking to exploit any perceived weakness or stagnation. Markets themselves are living, breathing entities, characterized by an inherent and unrelenting dynamism. Customer preferences are fickle, technology evolves at an exponential pace, and macroeconomic forces can reshape entire industries overnight. What resonated deeply with your target audience yesterday may feel dated or inadequate tomorrow. Consider the rapid obsolescence of once dominant technologies or business models that failed to adapt to shifting consumer behaviors. This constant state of flux means that your fit is not a fixed state, but a fleeting alignment, a temporary equilibrium that demands continuous reevaluation and aggressive recalibration. To maintain, let alone expand, your market share, your offering must evolve in lockstep with, or ideally, ahead of these seismic shifts. Even your most loyal customers, the early adopters who championed your initial product, will eventually develop new pain points, encounter different challenges, or simply raise their expectations. Their needs are not static. They grow and mature alongside their own businesses or personal demands. A solution that perfectly addressed their initial problem will inevitably become insufficient as their requirements become more sophisticated or diversified. Failing to anticipate and proactively address these evolving needs is a surefire way to alienate your core user base and open the door for a competitor to swoop in with a more comprehensive or advanced offering. The unwavering commitment to understanding and adapting to these deeper, often unarticulated customer trajectories is paramount for sustained market dominance. This isn't merely about pushing out minor bug fixes or cosmetic UI updates. True market conquest demands a strategic evolution of your core offering. Many companies fall into the trap of incrementalism, believing that small, iterative improvements are enough to sustain their position. While continuous improvement is vital, it's a defensive play, a way to tread water in a rapidly moving current. Strategic evolution, in contrast, involves bold, calculated moves that fundamentally enhance your value proposition, expand your addressable market, or create entirely new categories. It's about anticipating the next battleground and arming yourself with superior weaponry before the conflict even fully materializes. This requires a willingness to challenge your own assumptions, dismantle sacred cows, and invest heavily in innovations that might seem counterintuitive in the short term. Conquest-driven evolution means viewing your product roadmap not just as a list of features, but as a series of strategic maneuvers designed to outflank, outmaneuver, and ultimately overpower your rivals. It's about identifying where your competitors are vulnerable, where the market is underserved, or where a disruptive technology can create an insurmountable advantage. This mindset demands a ruthless focus on impact, prioritizing developments that will significantly shift the competitive balance rather than just satisfy a vocal minority of users. Every new iteration, every expanded capability must serve the overarching objective of securing and solidifying your number one position. This isn't about being customer-centric in the traditional sense. It's about being market-dominant-centric. leveraging customer insights to fuel strategic aggression. True market leaders don't just react to market shifts, they orchestrate them. This requires a profound ability to anticipate future needs, to see around corners, and to identify emerging trends before they become mainstream. It often means disrupting your own successful offering before someone else does. This willingness to cannibalize your current revenue streams for the sake of future dominance is a hallmark of truly aggressive growth. It's a high stakes gamble, certainly, but the alternative is a slow, agonizing decline as competitors inevitably catch up and surpass you. Proactive disruption is not a luxury. It is a critical survival mechanism in the brutal arena of market conquest, demanding foresight and an iron will to execute. To achieve this level of foresight, your organization must become an intelligence-gathering machine, consuming and analyzing vast quantities of data with a predatory intent. This extends far beyond traditional customer feedback loops or basic analytics. It involves deep competitive intelligence, understanding not just what your rivals are doing, but why they are doing it and what their next moves might be. It means dissecting market reports, tracking technological advancements, and even observing adjacent industries for signals of impending shifts. Every data point, every market trend, every competitor's patent filing must be viewed as a piece of the puzzle that informs your next strategic product evolution. This ruthless pursuit of actionable intelligence is the bedrock upon which truly dominant offerings are built. Evolving your offering can take various forms, each designed to expand your competitive moat and solidify your market position. You might deepen your core product by adding advanced features that create a significant barrier to entry for challengers, making your solution indispensable. Alternatively, you could build out an entire ecosystem around your core offering, integrating with partners or developing complementary products that lock customers into your platform. A more aggressive strategy involves expanding into adjacent markets, leveraging your existing strengths and customer base to capture new segments. The choice depends on your specific market dynamics and competitive landscape, but the underlying objective remains constant: to create an unassailable position that makes it incredibly difficult for rivals to compete effectively. Consider the power of an ecosystem, where your core product becomes the central hub for a constellation of integrated services and applications. This strategy not only increases customer stickiness by making switching costs prohibitively high, but also creates multiple revenue streams and defensible market territory. By fostering a network effect where the value of your offering increases with each additional user or integra tie-in, you build a self-reinforcing loop that actively repels competitive incursions. Such an ecosystem transforms your product from a standalone solution into a vital operational backbone for your customers, making any attempt by a competitor to dislodge you a monumental and often futile undertaking. This is not just about features. It's about building an entire fortress around your market share. The cost of failing to evolve your offering is not merely a loss of market share. It is an existential threat. In the brutal world of market conquest, stagnation is synonymous with surrender. Companies that cling to their initial product-market fit, believing it will forever protect them, are inevitably outpaced, outmaneuvered, and ultimately rendered irrelevant. Their once loyal customers will migrate to more innovative solutions, their talent will seek more dynamic environments, and their investors will lose faith. This isn't a gentle decline, it's a rapid descent into obsolescence, a brutal reminder that the market shows no mercy to those who fail to adapt. The complacency born from initial success is the most dangerous adversary you will ever face. Therefore, embrace the relentless imperative of continuous, aggressive evolution. Your product roadmap must be a living, breathing strategic weapon, constantly refined and deployed with precision. Challenge every assumption, scrutinize every market signal, and never allow the comfort of current success to breed complacency. This means fostering an organizational culture that thrives on change, that views innovation not as a department, but as a core function ingrained in every team. The battle for market dominance is never truly won. It is only held by those who possess the foresight, the courage, and the unwavering will to constantly redefine and advance their offering. Your product market fit was merely the right to compete, Now you must evolve to conquer. Scalable operations, systems for unrelenting growth. Beyond the initial euphoria of product market fit, a far more challenging, yet critically defining battle awaits: the brutal, unglamorous war for operational scalability. Many ambitious leaders mistakenly believe that once their offering resonates with a segment, the path to dominance is simply more sales or aggressive marketing. This myopic view is a fatal flaw, as true market conquest hinges not merely on what you sell, but on the impregnable systems you build to deliver it, relentlessly and at an ever increasing scale. Without a robust operational backbone, every growth spurt becomes a self inflicted wound, every victory a precursor to internal chaos and eventual collapse. This phase demands an uncompromising shift from ad hoc problem solving to strategic system engineering, transforming your enterprise into a lean, efficient war machine capable of sustained, overwhelming market pressure. The cost of neglecting scalable operations is rarely immediately apparent, often manifesting as insidious decay rather than a sudden catastrophe. Initially, it might present as minor inefficiencies: a missed deadline here, a customer complaint there, an employee working late to fix a preventable error. As volume increases, these isolated incidents coalesce into a systemic breakdown, eroding profit margins, annihilating team morale, and, most critically, alienating the very customers you fought so hard to acquire. Your competitors, observing your internal disarray, will exploit these vulnerabilities, turning your operational weaknesses into their strategic advantages. This isn't just about losing money, it's about squandering market share and relinquishing the hard-won ground you once occupied. True scalability is not merely about doing more, it's about achieving exponential output with a linear, or ideally, sublinear increase in input. This distinction is paramount. It means designing processes that can absorb massive spikes in demand without proportional increases in headcount, infrastructure, or expenditure. It involves constructing systems that are inherently resilient, self-correcting, and adaptable, allowing your organization to pivot with agility while maintaining operational integrity. This fundamental reevaluation of every workflow, every resource allocation, and every decision point is the bedrock upon which unrelenting growth is built, ensuring that your enterprise expands without fracturing under its own weight. The first, often most daunting, step in this operational overhaul is a meticulous mapping and optimization of every existing process. This isn't a task to be delegated lightly. It requires a deep dive into the minutiae of your business, dissecting workflows from end to end to uncover hidden inefficiencies, redundant steps, and critical bottlenecks. Every touchpoint, every decision, every handoff must be scrutinized with the cold, calculating eye of an operational surgeon. This forensic analysis serves as your intelligence gathering, providing the raw data to identify points of friction and reveal where resources are being squandered. It's about seeing your organization not as a collection of departments, but as an interconnected network of processes, each ripe for strategic refinement. Standardization emerges as a potent weapon in the quest for operational excellence, transforming individual heroics into systemic, repeatable triumphs. By documenting best practices, establishing clear standard operating procedures, SOPs, and eliminating unnecessary variability, you ensure consistency in quality, output, and customer experience. This isn't about stifling innovation. It's about building a predictable foundation upon which innovation can flourish without compromising core delivery. A standardized approach minimizes errors, accelerates training, and provides a clear framework for performance measurement, allowing you to scale your operations without diluting the quality or reliability that defines your brand. It turns your organization into a precision instrument, each component working in perfect synchronicity. Automation, when deployed strategically, acts as an unparalleled force multiplier, liberating human capital from repetitive, low-value tasks. Identify processes that are high volume, rule-based, and prone to human error, then aggressively seek out technological solutions to automate them. This isn't merely a cost-cutting measure. It's a strategic maneuver to reallocate your most valuable asset, your people, to higher-order problem-solving, strategic initiatives, and direct customer engagement. Automation enhances speed, accuracy, and throughput, allowing your operations to run tirelessly and flawlessly, scaling beyond what human teams alone could ever achieve. It's about building an intelligent infrastructure that works around the clock, amplifying your competitive advantage. In the crucible of unrelenting growth, data driven operations are not a luxury, but an existential necessity. You cannot effectively manage what you cannot precisely measure. Implement robust key performance indicators, KPIs, across every operational facet, establishing real time dashboards and analytical frameworks that provide an unvarnished view of your organizational health. This granular insight allows for immediate identification of operational weaknesses, performance deviations, and emerging opportunities for improvement. Armed with this objective data, leaders can make informed, tactical adjustments, course correcting with speed and precision, rather than relying on gut feelings or anecdotal evidence. Data becomes your operational compass, guiding your conquest through turbulent market waters. The very structure of your organization must evolve to support aggressive scaling, moving beyond the rigid hierarchies that often stifle agility. Consider models that empower cross functional teams, decentralize decision making where appropriate, and foster a culture of ownership and accountability at every level. This requires a delicate balance, maintaining strategic alignment and centralized vision while enabling distributed execution. Your organizational design should mirror your operational strategy, creating a fluid, responsive structure capable of rapidly deploying resources and adapting to market shifts. It's about building a command structure that is both disciplined and dynamic, ready to execute complex maneuvers with coordinated precision. Cultivating a talent pool that thrives within a highly optimized, process-driven environment is paramount for sustained operational excellence. This means not only hiring individuals with the right skills, but also those who possess a deep appreciation for structure, efficiency, and continuous improvement. Invest heavily in ongoing training and development, ensuring that every team member understands their critical role within the broader operational ecosystem. Empower them with the tools and knowledge to identify and suggest process enhancements, fostering a culture where everyone is an active participant in the quest for operational superiority. Your people are not merely cogs in the machine, they are the intelligent agents who continually refine and propel it forward. For businesses dealing with physical products or even complex service delivery, the supply chain and logistics become a critical operational battlefront. Optimizing inventory management, streamlining warehousing processes, and establishing robust distribution networks are non-negotiable. Every delay, every stockout, every logistical misstep translates directly into lost revenue and diminished customer trust. This demands meticulous planning, strong vendor relationships, and often the strategic implementation of advanced analytics to predict demand and optimize flow. Your supply chain isn't just about moving goods. It's about ensuring an uninterrupted flow of value to your customers, a lifeline that must never be severed. Even your customer support function must be engineered for scale, transforming from a reactive cost center into a proactive, value-generating operational pillar. Implement tiered support models, leverage self-service portals, and strategically deploy automation to handle routine inquiries, freeing your human agents to address complex issues and build deeper customer relationships. Your ability to efficiently and effectively serve a rapidly expanding customer base directly impacts retention, brand loyalty, and your overall market reputation. Scaling customer support without sacrificing quality is a testament to your operational prowess, demonstrating that your growth does not come at the expense of those who fuel it. Aggressive growth places immense pressure on financial operations, making meticulous cash flow management an absolute imperative. Robust financial systems, precise forecasting models, and rigorous expense controls are not merely good practice, they are essential for survival. Rapid expansion often consumes cash at an alarming rate, and even profitable companies can falter without the liquidity to sustain their growth initiatives. Your financial operations must provide clear visibility into your capital position, allowing you to make swift, informed decisions to navigate potential crises and strategically allocate resources for maximum impact. This is about ensuring your war chest remains full, ready to fund the next phase of your conquest. The journey toward market dominance through operational excellence is not a destination, but a continuous, unrelenting process of refinement. Establish robust feedback loops, conduct regular operational audits, and cultivate a culture of relentless improvement. Embrace methodologies like Kaizen or Six Sigma, adapting their principles to your unique operational landscape. Every process, no matter how optimized, holds the potential for further enhancement. This commitment to perpetual optimization ensures that your operational machine remains at peak performance. Consta, mentally adapting to new challenges and seizing new opportunities, thereby solidifying your position as the undisputed market leader. Only through this unwavering dedication to improvement can true, sustained conquest be achieved. The role of technology in market dominance. Many leaders mistakenly view technology as merely an operational expense or a simple efficiency booster, a fundamental miscalculation in the relentless pursuit of market dominance. For the ambitious conqueror, technology transcends being just a tool. It stands as the most potent weapon in their arsenal, a strategic lever capable of propelling them to the number one position or leaving them exposed to more technologically astute adversaries. This demands a profound mindset shift, compelling recognition that every byte of data, every automated process, and every meticulously crafted line of code represents a critical opportunity to outmaneuver, outpace, and ultimately outlast the competition. It isn't about chasing fleeting technological fads or implementing superficial growth hacks. It's about deeply embedding technological superiority into the very DNA of your market strategy, meticulously transforming innovation into an aggressive, offensive strike. This commitment ensures your enterprise isn't just participating in the market, but actively dictating its future. In this brutal market warfare, information translates directly into power, and robust data infrastructure serves as your indispensable intelligence network. Modern technological capabilities empower the collection, meticulous processing, and sophisticated analysis of vast, disparate datasets, providing an unparalleled, granular view of the competitive battlefield. This strategic imperative extends far beyond a superficial understanding of your customer base. It encompasses the rigorous dissection of competitor strategies, the predictive modeling of impending market shifts, and the proactive identification of vulnerabilities long before they become widely exploited. Leveraging advanced analytics and business intelligence platforms transforms raw, uncontextualized numbers into incisive, actionable insights, enabling precise, surgical strikes in product innovation, targeted marketing campaigns, and dynamic pricing strategies. Without this profound, data-driven comprehension, you are effectively fighting blind, relying on dangerous intuition in an arena where only calculated precision guarantees victory. Attempting to scale operations without a robust foundation of automation is akin to engaging in modern warfare armed with outdated muskets. It is inherently slow, monumentally inefficient, and ultimately a self-defeating endeavor. Technology-driven automation functions as a powerful force multiplier, enabling your existing human and capital resources to achieve exponentially greater output and impact. From the meticulous streamlining of complex supply chains and the precise optimization of intricate logistics to the intelligent automation of customer support interactions and critical sales processes, every automated workflow systematically reduces the incidence of human error, drastically cuts operational overheads, and liberates your most invaluable talent to concentrate on high-level strategic initiatives rather than repetitive, low-value tasks. This strategic pivot isn't merely about cost savings. It is fundamentally about constructing an operational machine capable of scaling at blistering speeds, leaving slower, less automated rivals struggling desperately to maintain even a semblance of pace. The inherent ability to execute with superior speed and unwavering reliability confers an almost insurmountable competitive advantage in the race for market dominance. True market dominance, the kind that endures and commands respect, frequently hinges on the successful creation of an unassailable competitive moat, and proprietary technology stands as one of the most formidable means to construct such a barrier. Developing unique, cutting-edge algorithms, securing patented processes, or engineering exclusive software platforms erects formidable barriers to entry that competitors find extraordinarily difficult, if not utterly impossible, to breach. This strategic investment transcends merely offering a marginally better product. It is fundamentally about owning the underlying, innovative core that renders your offering unequivocally superior, demonstrably more efficient, or fundamentally distinct from anything else available. By committing substantial resources to rigorous research and development, specifically aimed at creating and meticulously protecting this invaluable intellectual property, you transform your enterprise from a mere market participant into a genuine innovator, effectively dictating the terms of engagement and compelling competitors to perpetually play a costly, exhausting game of catch up. Technology's strategic imperative extends far beyond internal efficiencies. It is absolutely critical for the aggressive capture and unyielding retention of your most valuable asset, the foundational customer base. A demonstrably superior customer experience, meticulously powered by sophisticated customer relationship management (CRM) systems, advanced AI-driven personalization engines, and seamlessly integrated multi-channel support platforms, forges an unbreakable bond with your clientele. When your technological infrastructure renders every interaction effortless, intuitively responsive, and deeply personalized, customers develop fierce loyalty, making it exceedingly arduous for competitors to even contemplate poaching them. This is not merely about achieving superficial customer satisfaction. It is about constructing a robust digital fortress around your vital customer relationships, thereby creating such prohibitively high switching costs and cultivating such profound engagement that rivals are left to merely observe as you systematically consolidate and expand your market share. In the relentless and often brutal race for outright market dominance, the unparalleled efficiency and inherent resilience of your supply chain infrastructure can decisively determine the ultimate outcome between resounding victory and utter defeat. Leveraging advanced logistics technology encompassing everything from real-time tracking capabilities and sophisticated predictive inventory management to AI-optimized route planning algorithms and highly automated warehousing systems empowers your organization to deliver products and services with unmatched speed, superior reliability, and at a demonstrably lower cost than any competitor. This profound technological superiority embedded within your operational backbone directly translates into a decisive competitive advantage, enabling you to respond to dynamic market demands with unparalleled agility and to meticulously squeeze profit margins in ways your less technologically sophisticated rivals simply cannot fathom or replicate. It critically ensures that your meticulously built Conquest machine never falters or stalls due to avoidable logistical breakdowns, maintaining uninterrupted momentum towards your strategic objectives. Occasionally, achieving market dominance isn't merely accomplished by incrementally outperforming competitors within existing paradigms. It necessitates a fundamental, aggressive redefinition of the entire competitive landscape. Technology, in its most potent application, serves as the primary engine for such disruptive innovation, empowering you to introduce entirely novel products, groundbreaking services, or revolutionary business models that render incumbent solutions utterly obsolete. This audacious strategy demands an unrelenting focus on identifying and harnessing emerging technologies, a courageous willingness to strategically cannibalize your own successful offerings before others do, and the unwavering conviction to invest heavily in ventures that might initially appear outlandish or excessively risky to conventional business minds. Leaders who boldly embrace this aggressive, technology-fueled disruption possess the power to unilaterally redefine their entire industry, leaving competitors in a state of disarray, desperately scrambling to adapt to a new, unfamiliar landscape they played no part in creating. As you meticulously construct and expand your technological empire, the unyielding security of your invaluable digital assets becomes not just important, but absolutely paramount. A single, catastrophic cybersecurity breach possesses the inherent power to cripple critical operations, irrevocably erode hard-won customer trust, and inadvertently hand a significant, perhaps fatal, advantage directly to your rivals. Implementing robust cybersecurity measures, which must include advanced threat detection systems, proactive vulnerability management protocols, and an unyielding organizational commitment to stringent data privacy, are far more than mere compliance checkboxes. They represent the foundational bedrock upon which sustained market dominance is built and maintained. Diligently protecting your proprietary intellectual property, safeguarding sensitive customer data, and ensuring the absolute integrity of your operational infrastructure guarantees that your formidable conquest machine remains uncompromised, thereby allowing your leadership to exclusively focus on aggressive offensive strategies rather than being perpetually diverted by defensive maneuvers against breaches. The absolute cutting edge of modern technological warfare resides unequivocally in the sophisticated realms of artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning, ML. These advanced capabilities transcend basic data analysis, offering an unparalleled predictive power that can anticipate intricate market shifts, evolving customer needs, and even competitor strategic maneuvers with startling, almost prescient accuracy. AI-driven systems possess the capacity to dynamically optimize pricing strategies in real time, hyper-personalize every single customer interaction at an unprecedented scale, and even autonomously automate highly complex decision-making processes, thereby granting an almost unfair, decisive advantage in the competitive arena. For the relentlessly ambitious leader, the strategic embrace and aggressive implementation of AI ML is no longer an optional consideration. It stands as an absolute necessity for achieving hyper-efficiency, cultivating unparalleled customer engagement, and developing a foresight that consistently allows you to remain several critical steps ahead of any competitor. The inevitable alternative to aggressive, forward-looking technological investment is not merely the comfortable maintenance of a stagnant status quo. It is, in fact, an assured and often swift decline. In the relentlessly dynamic and fiercely competitive modern market, the act of standing still is functionally equivalent to moving rapidly backward. Enterprises that stubbornly resist the integration of advanced technology, that cling tenaciously to outdated legacy systems, or that fundamentally misinterpret technology as solely a cost center rather than an indispensable strategic investment, will, with absolute certainty, be systematically outmaneuvered and ultimately left behind. Competitors, armed with superior data insights, hyper-efficient automated processes, and truly innovative offerings, will progressively erode their market share, aggressively poach their most valuable customers, and ultimately render their entire business model irrelevant. This trajectory is not a gradual, gentle slide into obscurity. It represents a brutal, rapid obsolescence in the face of technologically superior adversaries who are actively engaged in conquest. Ultimately, the profound role of technology in achieving and sustaining market dominance hinges entirely upon astute and visionary leadership. This imperative demands significantly more than merely hiring a competent chief technology officer. It fundamentally requires that the chief executive officer and the entire executive leadership team possess a deep, nuanced understanding of technology's overarching strategic implications for the entire enterprise. Leaders must actively cultivate and champion a pervasive, tech-first mindset throughout the organization, aggressively advocating for continuous digital transformation, meticulously allocating substantial resources to cutting-edge innovation, and deliberately fostering a pervasive culture where technological adoption is universally recognized and embraced as an existential competitive imperative. Without this unwavering, top-down commitment and strategic alignment, even the most promising and potentially transformative technological initiatives will inevitably falter, leaving your organization dangerously vulnerable and exposed in the unforgiving market landscape. The true, transformative power of technology is never fully realized through isolated departmental solutions. Instead, it is unleashed with overwhelming force when meticulously integrated across the entire enterprise, thereby creating a unified, highly intelligent, and relentlessly aggressive attack surface. From customer relationship management systems seamlessly communicating with enterprise resource planning platforms, to marketing automation engines intelligently feeding insights directly into product development cycles, every single system must communicate, share data, and collaborate effortlessly, forming a perfectly cohesive operational and strategic whole. This holistic, enterprise-wide integration systematically eliminates counterproductive silos, establishes a single, unimpeachable source of truth for critical information, and facilitates agile, data-driven decision-making at every single organizational level. A truly dominant organization masterfully leverages technology to orchestrate a symphony of unparalleled efficiency and profound insight, where every functional component contributes synergistically and powerfully to the overarching, uncompromising goal of absolute market conquest. Brand as a weapon, creating an unshakable market presence. Too often, founders relegate brand to the realm of aesthetics, a logo, a color palette, perhaps a catchy slogan. This superficial understanding is a critical strategic blunder, particularly when your ambition is market conquest. In the brutal arena of scaling, your brand is not merely an identity, it is a formidable weapon, a strategic asset capable of carving out an unshakable market presence and repelling competitive incursions. It is the intangible force that dictates perception, commands loyalty, and ultimately determines your capacity for dominance. Recognizing this fundamental shift in perspective is the initial maneuver in transforming your brand from a mere corporate identifier into an offensive and defensive instrument. A truly potent brand operates on the psychological battlefield, influencing customer behavior at a level far deeper than rational evaluation. It's the subtle, almost subconscious recognition that makes your offering the default choice, the trusted solution, even when competitors present superficially similar value propositions. This psychological edge, once established, is incredibly difficult for rivals to counter, as it bypasses logical arguments and taps directly into ingrained preferences and emotional connections. Your brand, therefore, becomes a form of psychological warfare, subtly but powerfully shaping the market's perception of value, reliability, and leadership, making your presence feel inevitable. Crafting your brand's offensive stance demands clarity and often a willingness to polarize. This isn't about being universally liked, it's about being revered by your target demographic and, frankly, feared or marginalized by your competitors. What distinct value, what uncompromising principle does your brand champion that makes it unequivocally superior in the eyes of your ideal customer? This sharp articulation of purpose and unique selling proposition must permeate every facet of your organization, from product development to customer engagement, ensuring a cohesive and aggressive market posture that leaves no room for ambiguity about your intent to lead. Beyond a simple tagline, your brand narrative functions as a manifesto, a compelling story that articulates not just what you do, but why you exist to dominate. This narrative must be more than just memorable. It needs to be inspiring to your customers, unifying for your internal teams, and intimidating to your rivals. It's the origin story of your market conquest, the declaration of your unwavering commitment to solving a critical problem with unparalleled excellence. An unshakable narrative becomes the bedrock of enduring customer loyalty, providing a powerful emotional anchor that insulates your enterprise from the fleeting appeals of competitive offerings. Brand dominance extends far beyond words, manifesting in every single touchpoint your audience experiences. From the intuitive design of your user interface to the seamless efficiency of your logistical operations, every interaction must consistently reinforce your brand's promise of superiority and reliability. This holistic approach ensures that the visual identity, the tone of voice, and the quality of service all coalesce into a singular, high-impact experience that is unmistakably yours. It's about creating a consistent, premium impression that validates your market position and makes competitive alternatives feel inherently inferior. A truly powerful brand constructs an almost impenetrable moat around your enterprise, significantly raising the barriers for competitors to encroach upon your territory. This moat isn't merely financial, it's built on emotional resonance and psychological switching costs. While rivals can attempt to replicate product features or pricing models, they cannot easily clone the deep-seated trust, the established reputation, or the community of advocates that a strong brand cultivates. This strategic fortification ensures that your market share is not just held, but aggressively defended, making any direct assault on your position an exceedingly costly and often futile endeavor for challengers. The inherent strength of a dominant brand grants you a formidable advantage in pricing power, a critical lever for sustained profitability and reinvestment. When your brand commands respect and trust, customers are not merely willing, but often eager to pay a premium for the perceived quality, reliability, and the implicit promise of superior outcomes that your brand embodies. This ability to decouple pricing from mere cost plus calculations allows for healthier margins, which can then be strategically reinvested into innovation, market expansion, or further brand reinforcement, creating a virtuous cycle of growth and market consolidation. Your brand's influence extends far beyond customer acquisition, serving as a powerful magnet for the industry's top talent. In the war for human capital, a dominant brand with a clear vision and a reputation for excellence becomes an irresistible force, drawing the brightest and most ambitious individuals to your ranks. These elite professionals are not just seeking a job, they are seeking a mission, a platform where their contributions can have a profound impact within a winning organization. Investing in your brand, therefore, becomes a strategic investment in securing the intellectual firepower necessary for continuous innovation and aggressive market expansion. Even in the tumultuous waters of market volatility or unforeseen crises, a robust brand acts as an indispensable buffer, endowing your enterprise with a crucial layer of resilience. It buys you invaluable goodwill, grants you the benefit of the doubt from your customer base, and provides a reservoir of trust from keyholders when navigating challenging periods. This inherent resilience, forged through years of consistent delivery and clear communication, allows your company to weather storms that would decimate lesser brands, providing the stability needed to recalibrate, recover, and continue your trajectory toward market leadership. Building an unshakable brand is not a finite project to be completed and then forgotten. It is a perpetual commitment, a continuous reinforcement loop that demands relentless attention and strategic discipline. Every marketing campaign, every product iteration, every customer service interaction, and every public statement must be meticulously aligned to consistently reinforce your brand's core tenets and its unwavering commitment to market leadership. This iterative process of assertion and validation ensures that your brand remains sharp, relevant, and undeniably dominant in the ever-evolving competitive landscape, making it an enduring weapon in your arsenal. Recruiting for dominance, finding the right talent. Building a dominant enterprise isn't merely about assembling a team, it's about recruiting an army, a force engineered for conquest. This isn't your typical HR handbook, nor is it about finding good culture fits in the conventional sense. We're talking about identifying individuals who possess an innate hunger, a relentless drive, and an unwavering commitment to win, regardless of the obstacles. These are the people who don't just perform their tasks, they actively seek to dismantle challenges and outmaneuver competitors. Your mission demands more than competence. It demands a warrior spirit, and your recruiting strategy must reflect that brutal reality from the very first interaction. You're not hiring for comfort, you're hiring for battle, and every member must be ready to fight for market share. The first step in this strategic recruitment is to clearly define the profile of a conqueror within your specific market context. Forget the generic job descriptions that list skills and experience alone. You need to articulate the mindset, the resilience, and the strategic intuition required. What kind of person thrives under immense pressure, embraces calculated risks, and views setbacks as temporary tactical retreats rather than outright failures? These are the intangibles that separate a true asset from someone just looking for a paycheck. You need individuals who are not just problem solvers, but problem crushers. Those who instinctively look for opportunities to gain ground where others see only resistance. This deep understanding of your ideal combatant will guide every subsequent step. Your interview process must become a crucible, designed to test these essential traits, not just to validate a resume. Traditional interviews often fall short, focusing too heavily on past achievements without probing the underlying drive or adaptability. Instead, craft scenarios that simulate the intense, high-stakes environment of aggressive growth. Ask candidates to walk you through their biggest professional failures and, more importantly, how they leverage those experiences to come back stronger, to win the next engagement. Look for the glint in their eye when discussing competition, the subtle cues that reveal a genuine desire to dominate rather than merely participate. This isn't about trick questions, it's about authentic revelation. Beyond technical prowess, you are searching for individuals who possess an almost pathological aversion to losing. This isn't about ego, but about a deep seated commitment to the mission. Probe their understanding of your market, not just from an academic perspective, but from a strategic, competitive angle. Do they see the weaknesses of your rivals? Can they articulate how they would exploit those vulnerabilities? You need people who are not just reactive, but proactive, always scanning the horizon for the next opportunity or threat. This strategic foresight, coupled with a relentless will, is far more valuable than any certification or degree alone. Identifying culture carriers is paramount in this mission. These are the individuals who will not only embody your aggressive, results-driven culture, but actively propagate it throughout the organization. They are the standard bearers, the ones who inspire others through their sheer determination and unwavering focus on the objective. During the hiring process, look for candidates who naturally gravitate towards leadership, who take ownership, and who demonstrate a clear understanding that success is a team sport, albeit a fiercely competitive one. Their presence should elevate the collective ambition and reinforce the understanding that second place is simply not an option in this game of market conquest. The cost of a hiring mistake in a high-stakes, aggressive growth environment is exponentially higher than in a more stable setting. A single misaligned individual can poison morale, slow down critical law initiatives, and create weak points that competitors can exploit. Therefore, your vetting process must be ruthless and thorough, leaving no stone unturned. Conduct extensive reference checks, not just with supervisors, but with peers and subordinates, seeking candid insights into their resilience, their ability to handle conflict, and their true competitive spirit. Every hire must be viewed as an investment in your war chest, and you cannot afford to waste resources on those who won't contribute to victory. Hiring for dominance also means anticipating future battles, not just filling current vacancies. As your company scales and asserts its market position, the challenges will evolve, demanding new skill sets and leadership capabilities. Look for candidates who demonstrate a remarkable capacity for learning, adaptability, and strategic evolution. Can they grow into roles that don't even exist yet? Do they possess the intellectual curiosity and the mental agility to pivot quickly when market conditions shift or new threats emerge? This forward-thinking approach ensures your team remains agile and potent, capable of adapting its tactics to secure long-term supremacy. Leveraging your existing network strategically is a powerful weapon in this talent hunt. Your most trusted allies and successful employees often know other high-caliber individuals who share a similar drive and understanding of the game. Encourage internal referrals, creating incentives for your team to bring in other conquerors who align with your mission. These referrals often come with an inherent level of pre-vetting, as your own people understand the demanding nature of your culture and the relentless pursuit of market leadership. This organic expansion of your talent pool can be far more effective than relying solely on external recruiters or job boards. There are non-negotiables when recruiting for dominance. Integrity, while often overlooked in the pursuit of raw talent, is fundamental. A lack of it can cripple even the most gifted individual, undermining trust and destabilizing the team. A strong work ethic is another absolute requirement. There are no shortcuts to market leadership, and every team member must be prepared to put in the necessary effort. Finally, an unwavering commitment to the company's vision and mission is essential. These are the bedrock principles upon which your conquering army is built, and any compromise on these fronts will inevitably lead to strategic vulnerabilities. Attracting top-tier talent in a competitive landscape requires more than just offering a good salary. You must sell the vision, the sheer ambition, and the opportunity to be part of something truly transformative. Paint a vivid picture of the conquest, the market you aim to dominate, and the legacy they will help create. Showcase the challenging, high-impact work that awaits them, appealing to their desire for significance and their competitive nature. The best conquerors are not just looking for a job, they are looking for a cause, a battlefield where their skills and drive can truly make a difference. Make it clear that your company offers precisely that. Once these high caliber individuals are on board, the onboarding process must immediately immerse them in the conqueror mindset. This isn't about lengthy HR orientations filled with mundane paperwork. It's about quickly integrating them into the strategic objectives and the aggressive pace of your operations. Assign them to impactful projects from day one. Pair them with seasoned veterans who embody the company's drive and clearly articulate the immediate challenges and opportunities for them to contribute. Show them, don't just tell them, what it means to operate at the forefront of market conquest, fostering a sense of urgency and purpose from their very first week. Recognizing and rewarding the right kind of drive is crucial for sustaining a dominant force. Financial incentives are important, but equally vital is the acknowledgement of strategic thinking, relentless execution, and a demonstrable impact on market share. Create a culture where aggressive initiative and successful outcomes are celebrated, reinforcing the behaviors that contribute directly to your conquest. Publicly commend those who take calculated risks, learn from failures, and consistently push the boundaries of what's possible. This continuous feedback loop ensures that your team understands precisely what is expected and valued in the pursuit of market leadership. Continuous talent evaluation is not a yearly review. It's an ongoing assessment, a constant monitoring of your Army's effectiveness. Are your new recruits performing at the level required? Are existing team members still aligned with the mission and demonstrating the necessary drive? The market moves fast, and your team must move faster. Implement regular, honest check-ins that focus on performance, strategic contribution, and cultural alignment. This proactive approach allows you to identify and address any emerging weaknesses before they become critical liabilities, ensuring your fighting force remains sharp and ready for any challenge. Finally, the ruthless pruning of talent, while difficult, is an unavoidable reality in the pursuit of market dominance. Not everyone will maintain the necessary pace, adapt to evolving strategies, or possess the relentless drive required for sustained conquest. Holding on to individuals who are no longer contributing at the required level or who are actively hindering progress is a luxury you simply cannot afford. Making these hard decisions swiftly and decisively protects the integrity of your team and reinforces the high-performance culture. Remember, every soldier must be fit for battle, and those who aren't must be honorably discharged for the good of the mission. Ultimately, your ability to conquer and maintain market leadership hinges on the caliber of the talent you recruit. This isn't about incremental improvements. It's about building a formidable force, a team of individuals who are not just skilled but are inherently driven to win. By adopting a strategic, uncompromising approach to talent acquisition, you lay the foundational stone for your market conquest. Every hire is a strategic move, every team member a potential warrior. Choose wisely, train rigorously, and lead relentlessly, for your talent is the ultimate weapon in this brutal game of market domination, forging a high-performance culture under pressure. The relentless pursuit of market dominance demands more than just a sound strategy or an innovative product. It requires a culture forged in the crucible of pressure, a high-performance engine meticulously calibrated for conquest. This isn't about fostering a nice environment where everyone feels comfortable. It's about cultivating an ecosystem where excellence is the minimum standard and a collective, almost primal hunger for victory permeates every interaction. Such a culture becomes the invisible hand guiding every decision, every sprint, and every pivot, ensuring that the organization moves as a unified, lethal force. Without this foundational strength, even the most brilliant strategies will falter under the sustained assault of aggressive growth and fierce competition. It's the bedrock upon which empires are built and sustained, especially when the stakes are existential. A truly high-performance culture, in the context of scaling for market leadership, transcends mere efficiency or productivity metrics. It embodies an unyielding commitment to outmaneuver, out-innovate, and ultimately overpower rivals. This means instilling a mindset where every team member understands their critical role in the larger war, embracing the urgency and the inherent difficulties of the mission. It's a culture where complacency is swiftly identified and eradicated, and where the pursuit of marginal gains becomes an ingrained habit, not an occasional initiate. We are not simply building a business, we are assembling a formidable army, and its internal operating system, its culture, must be robust enough to withstand and inflict immense competitive strain. This collective drive is what transforms potential into undeniable market power. Building this kind of culture under the immense duress of aggressive scaling introduces unique, often brutal, challenges that differentiate it from the more leisurely pace of nascent startups. The pressure cooker environment exposes every crack in leadership, every misalignment in values, and every individual weakness with unforgiving clarity. It's during these periods of intense strain that a team's true character is revealed, and the resilience of its collective spirit is tested to its absolute limits. Leaders must actively embrace this pressure, understanding that it serves as a powerful, albeit harsh, filter, separating those truly committed to conquest from those merely along for the ride. The very forces that might break weaker organizations are precisely what forge an unbreakable resolve in a truly dominant one. The genesis of such a culture invariably starts at the very top, with the leader's unwavering commitment and consistent modeling of the desired behaviors. Your actions, far more than any mission statement or corporate values poster, will define the operational reality for your team. Hypocrisy is a luxury no scaling enterprise can afford. You must embody the relentless drive, the uncompromising standards, and the strategic foresight you expect from your people, serving as the ultimate standard bearer for the entire organization. This means demonstrating an unshakable resolve in the face of adversity, making tough decisions with conviction, and holding yourself to the highest possible bar of accountability. Authenticity in leadership is not merely a virtue, it is a strategic imperative that fuels the collective will to win. Establishing the non-negotiables forms the steel frame of this high-performance culture, creating boundaries within which excellence can flourish without ambiguity. This includes absolute clarity on strategic objectives, ensuring every team member understands precisely what victory looks like and their specific contribution to achieving it. Unwavering accountability becomes paramount, where commitments are met without exception and excuses are recognized as corrosive agents that undermine collective trust and performance. There can be no room for mediocrity, for passengers, or for those content with merely good enough. The standard must be unequivocally set at exceptional, and deviations must be addressed with swift, decisive action. These foundational principles are not suggestions, they are mandates for survival and dominance. Cultivating a profound sense of psychological resilience and an indomitable competitive spirit among your ranks is not merely beneficial, but essential for prolonged market warfare. This involves actively fostering an environment where setbacks are viewed as learning opportunities, not crushing defeats, and where the collective resolve hardens with each challenge overcome. It's about building a team that thrives on overcoming obstacles, that possesses an inherent grit to push through discomfort, and that sees rivals not as peers, but as targets to be surpassed. This warrior mentality, owned through shared struggles and celebrated victories, becomes a powerful force multiplier, ensuring that your team remains aggressive and focused even when the odds seem stacked against them. This inner fortitude is what sustains the arduous journey to the top. To instill a pervasive sense of collective ownership and urgency, every team member must intimately understand their critical role in the overarching mission, recognizing that their individual contributions directly impact the organization's trajectory. This involves pushing decision-making authority down to the lowest possible level, where competency resides, empowering individuals to act decisively and take calculated risks without excessive bureaucratic friction. The clock is always ticking in the race for market share, and a culture of immediate action, rather than prolonged deliberation, becomes a distinct competitive advantage. When everyone feels the weight of the mission and the direct consequences of inaction, a powerful, self-organizing dynamism takes hold, driving relentless progress across all fronts. This shared responsibility fuels a rapid and agile response to market shifts. Brutal honesty and direct, constructive feedback are indispensable tools in a high-performance culture, serving as the sharp edges that cut through complacency and accelerate growth. Sugarcoating performance issues or sidestepping difficult conversations erodes trust and allows underperformance to fester, ultimately compromising the entire team's ability to achieve its objectives. Feedback must be delivered with precision, focused on observable behaviors and their impact, always with the intent to elevate performance and reinforce the collective standard of excellence. This directness, while sometimes uncomfortable, fosters an environment of continuous improvement and mutual respect, where everyone is committed to helping each other reach their full potential. It's about sharpening each other, not cushioning blows. Market conquest demands extraordinary effort and an unwavering willingness to make significant sacrifices, far beyond what might be considered conventional commitment in less ambitious ventures. This culture expects individuals to consistently go above and beyond, to embrace long hours when necessary, and to prioritize the collective mission over personal convenience, understanding that these are temporary yet crucial investments in future dominance. It's not about exploitation, but about a shared understanding that securing the number one position requires an unparalleled level of dedication and resolve from every single player. Those who thrive in this environment understand that the rewards of market leadership, both personal and organizational, far outweigh the temporary discomforts of the ascent. This shared sacrifice binds the team together in pursuit of a singular, monumental objective. Paradoxically, while demanding and intense, a high-performance culture forged under pressure often cultivates an incredibly strong bond among those who thrive within it. The shared experience of overcoming immense challenges, of pushing boundaries together, and of celebrating hard-won victories creates a profound sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. This isn't a superficial team-building exercise. It's the deep connection forged between warriors who have faced the battlefield side by side and emerged stronger. This intrinsic loyalty and trust become an invaluable asset, allowing for even greater collaboration, transparent communication, and a collective resilience that can withstand even the most formidable external pressures. The crucible of pressure, therefore, not only refines individual performance, but also solidifies the collective spirit. This demanding cultural framework naturally acts as a potent self-filtering mechanism, ensuring that only those truly aligned with the mission and capable of meeting its rigorous demands remain within the ranks. Individuals who are not prepared for the intensity, who resist accountability, or who cannot consistently perform at the required level will over time either adapt or self-select out. This organic sifting process is not punitive, but rather a necessary function of maintaining peak operational effectiveness when operating under extreme competitive conditions. It ensures that the team remains lean, agile, and composed solely of individuals who are not just competent, but genuinely committed to the relentless pursuit of market leadership. The culture itself becomes a gatekeeper for excellence. Ultimately, forging a high-performance culture under pressure is not a one-time initiative, but a continuous, dynamic process of reinforcement, adaptation, and unwavering commitment. It demands constant vigilance from leadership, a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths, and an ongoing refinement of expectations as the market landscape evolves. This culture is your ultimate differentiator, the strategic weapon that amplifies every other advantage, enabling your organization to not merely compete, but to conquer and sustain its dominance. It is the invisible force that transforms a collection of individuals into an unstoppable, market-conquering machine, ensuring that your ascent to the number one spot is not just achieved, but solidified against all challengers. This is the enduring legacy of true market conquest. Making the hard calls on personnel, performance, and fit. Navigating the treacherous waters of aggressive growth inevitably leads to confronting difficult truths about your team, demanding an unflinching gaze at individual contributions and cultural alignment. This isn't merely about managing people, it's about strategically deploying human capital in a high-stakes campaign for market dominance. Every role within your organization must be occupied by an individual who not only performs at an elite level, but also seamlessly integrates into the aggressive, results-driven culture you are forging. When you are engaged in a battle for supremacy, the luxury of carrying passengers or tolerating misaligned values becomes an existential threat to your entire mission. The hard calls on personnel are not optional. They are a fundamental requirement for securing the number one position. The emotional weight attached to these decisions often blinds leaders to the strategic imperative. Many founders develop deep personal connections with early team members, mistaking loyalty to an individual for loyalty to the mission itself. However, in the brutal reality of market conquest, sentimentality is a vulnerability you simply cannot afford to indulge. Holding on to individuals who are not propelling the company forward, or worse, actively hindering its progress, is a direct betrayal of your strategic objectives and an injustice to the high performers who are relentlessly pushing for victory. Your primary allegiance must be to the organization's conquering trajectory, not to individual comfort zones. Performance, in the context of market conquest, transcends mere job description fulfillment. It demands a relentless pursuit of excellence and a quantifiable impact on your strategic objectives. Are your team members consistently exceeding expectations, innovating solutions, and driving initiatives that directly contribute to market share gains and competitive advantage? True performance means not just hitting targets, but shattering them, constantly seeking new frontiers and operational efficiencies that give you an edge over rivals. Anything less than this aggressive, proactive contribution becomes a drag on momentum, a silent tax on your resources, and a critical weakness in your offensive strategy. Identifying underperformance requires a rigorous, objective evaluation that extends beyond surface-level metrics. It's crucial to look for patterns of missed deadlines, quality deficiencies, or a consistent failure to adapt to the rapid pace and shifting priorities inherent in aggressive growth. Equally telling are the less tangible indicators: a lack of initiative, resistance to necessary change, or an inability to proactively solve problems without constant oversight. These subtle signs of stagnation can be far more insidious than outright failure, slowly eroding the collective drive and creating bottlenecks that prevent the organization from executing its strategic maneuvers with the necessary speed and precision. Beyond raw output, cultural fit emerges as an equally critical, if not more vital, determinant of success within a conquest-oriented organization. This isn't about shared hobbies or social camaraderie. It's about a profound alignment with the core values of ruthless ambition, unwavering accountability, and a collective understanding of business as a zero-sum game. Does the individual embody the conqueror's mindset, the intrinsic drive to win, to dominate, and to relentlessly pursue an advantageous position? A team member who fundamentally rejects this aggressive ethos, even if technically proficient, will invariably undermine the very foundation of your high-performance culture. Recognizing a cultural misfit often involves detecting subtle but destructive behaviors that chip away at the collective will. This might manifest as passive resistance to aggressive strategies, a pervasive negativity that dampens team morale, or a lack of urgency that betrays the company's breakneck pace. Misfits may not openly defy directives, but their actions or inactions can subtly sabotage collaboration, foster cynicism, and dilute the unwavering focus required for market dominance. These individuals, regardless of their individual skill sets, become an active impediment to creating a cohesive unit forged for battle, eroding the psychological edge your team needs to conquer. The interplay between performance and fit can present some of the most complex personnel dilemmas. You might encounter a technically brilliant individual who is a corrosive force within the team, their exceptional output offset by their toxic impact on morale and collaboration. Conversely, a highly affable team member, perfectly aligned with your culture, might consistently fall short of the demanding performance metrics required to push the company forward. Both scenarios are untenable for an organization striving for market leadership. A cultural toxin will eventually poison the well of high performers, while a well-meaning underperformer will simply drain resources without contributing to the essential forward momentum. Implementing a clear, structured process for evaluating both performance and fit is non-negotiable for making these hard calls with integrity and strategic foresight. This involves setting unambiguous expectations, providing consistent, candid feedback, and establishing a defined period for improvement where necessary. Document every interaction, every metric, and every observation, related to an individual's contribution and alignment. This isn't about creating a paper trail for its own sake, but rather ensuring that when a decisive action is required, it is based on objective data and a comprehensive understanding, rather than subjective feeling or impulsive reaction. When the difficult decision is made, delivering the news requires a balance of empathy and unwavering resolve. While acknowledging the human impact, your communication must remain clear, direct, and firmly rooted in the strategic needs of the business. Avoid ambiguity or false hope. Be respectful, but unequivocally state the decision and the reasons behind it, focusing on the company's direction and the critical requirements for its future success. This is not the time for prolonged negotiation or emotional appeals. It is a moment to reaffirm the organization's mission and the non-negotiable standards required to achieve market conquest. The immediate aftermath of a personnel change demands careful handling to maintain team morale and reinforce the company's strategic direction. Be prepared to address questions and potential anxieties, offering a measured level of transparency regarding the decision-making process. Reiterate the values of the organization and the high standards expected of everyone, framing the change not as a punishment, but as a necessary step to strengthen the collective unit and accelerate progress toward dominance. Often, the remaining team members, who have likely witnessed the struggles, will appreciate the decisive leadership and renewed focus on collective success. These seemingly brutal decisions, when executed strategically, ultimately fortify the organization for its conquest. Each hard call sends an unmistakable message about the unwavering commitment to excellence, cultural integrity, and the relentless pursuit of market leadership. It clears out the deadwood, eliminating liabilities that drain energy and resources, and creates space for individuals who are truly aligned with the aggressive, competitive spirit required to dominate. This ruthless pruning is an investment in the long-term health and formidable strength of your company, ensuring that every resource, especially human capital, is optimized for victory. Embracing the responsibility for making these hard calls is a defining characteristic of a true market conqueror. It is a lonely burden, often fraught with personal discomfort, but it is an absolutely essential aspect of building an organization capable of achieving unparalleled success. These aren't just managerial tasks. They are strategic maneuvers, akin to redeploying troops on a battlefield, ensuring that every position is held by the most capable and committed warrior. Your willingness to make these exacting decisions, prioritizing the mission above all else, is the ultimate testament to your resolve to lead your business to the number one position. Leading through uncertainty and aggressive growth. Aggressive growth is not a gradual ascent. It is a violent surge, a deliberate disruption that catapults your enterprise into uncharted and often hostile territory. This phase, while exhilarating in its potential, is inherently defined by a pervasive uncertainty, a constant state of flux where yesterday's certainties evaporate under the intense heat of rapid expansion. Leading through this maelstrom demands a distinct caliber of leadership, one that not only tolerates ambiguity, but thrives on the strategic opportunities it presents, viewing chaos not as a deterrent, but as a canvas for unprecedented market conquest. Your ability to navigate this volatile landscape, making decisive moves when visibility is low, will ultimately determine whether your company merely grows or truly dominates. The psychological burden on the leader during such periods of aggressive scaling cannot be overstated. It is a relentless crucible that tests every fiber of your resolve. You will face an incessant barrage of critical decisions, often with incomplete information and under immense time pressure, knowing that each choice carries the weight of your entire organization's future. The isolation at the apex of this responsibility is profound, as few others can truly grasp the sheer magnitude of the challenges or the constant internal battle to project unwavering confidence while grappling with profound doubts. This is where true leadership is forged, not in calm waters, but in the eye of the hurricane, where conviction becomes your most potent weapon. Maintaining an unshakable clarity of vision becomes paramount when the operational landscape is a blur of shifting priorities and emergent crises. While tactical execution will demand constant adaptation, your strategic North Star, the ultimate objective of market dominance must remain immutable, a fixed point of reference that guides every significant decision. Leaders who falter here, allowing daily fires to obscure their ultimate conquest objectives, inevitably lose their way, dissipating precious resources and momentum. Your team needs to see that you know precisely where you are going, even if the path to get there is still being carved out amidst the fog of war. Decision-making under aggressive growth conditions necessitates a radical shift from deliberation to decisive action, often prioritizing speed and strategic impact over exhaustive analysis. Waiting for perfect information is a luxury you simply cannot afford. The market moves too fast, and competitors are always poised to exploit any hesitation. This demands a finely tuned intuition, a deep understanding of market dynamics, and a willingness to make calculated bets, accepting, that not every decision will be flawless. The true measure of leadership here is not the absence of mistakes, but the velocity and efficacy with which you correct course and press forward. Resource allocation, particularly the ruthless management of cash flow, transforms into a high-stakes game of strategic chess during periods of aggressive growth. Every dollar deployed must serve a direct purpose in advancing your market conquest, with zero tolerance for inefficiencies or non-essential expenditures. This often means making difficult choices, cutting initiatives that, while promising, do not directly contribute to the immediate objective of scaling and securing market share. Preserving liquidity and extending your runway becomes a strategic imperative, a buffer against unforeseen market shifts or competitive maneuvers, ensuring you have the firepower to outlast and outmaneuver. Strategic adaptability is not merely a desirable trait, it is a non-negotiable survival mechanism when pursuing aggressive growth. The market is a dynamic battlefield, and rigid, long-term plans often become obsolete before they are fully implemented, rendering them more of a liability than an asset. Leaders must cultivate an organizational culture that embraces continuous learning and rapid iteration, empowering teams to pivot quickly in response to new data or competitive threats. This agile mindset allows your enterprise to absorb shocks, exploit fleeting opportunities, and maintain offensive pressure, constantly adjusting its trajectory towards market dominance. Effective communication becomes the lifeline that prevents your organization from fragmenting under the immense pressure of aggressive scaling. In times of uncertainty, your team will look to you for reassurance, direction, and a reaffirmation of purpose, even when you yourself are navigating treacherous waters. Transparently sharing the challenges, celebrating small victories, and consistently reiterating the overarching vision helps to maintain morale, galvanize effort, and ensure everyone remains aligned with the conquest objective. Your words, delivered with conviction and clarity, are a powerful tool for maintaining cohesion and driving collective action. Setting clear, aggressive targets that cut through the inherent noise of rapid expansion is crucial for maintaining focus and driving performance. These targets should not be aspirational dreams, but rather concrete, measurable objectives that directly contribute to your market dominance strategy, pushing the boundaries of what your team believes is possible. They serve as rallying points, providing a tangible metric against which progress can be measured, ensuring that every effort is channeled towards a singular, impactful outcome. Without these audacious yet achievable goals, aggressive growth can quickly devolve into aimless activity, diluting your impact. The leader's role as the ultimate shock absorber is critical during aggressive growth, shielding the front lines from the most disruptive external pressures and internal anxieties. You must process the raw, often unsettling, market intelligence and competitive threats, then translate it into actionable insights and a steady hand for your team. This requires a strong emotional fortitude, preventing panic from spreading through the ranks and allowing your core operational units to remain focused on their mission. By absorbing the turbulence, you enable your organization to maintain its velocity and precision even when the environment is volatile. Building a truly resilient organization, one capable of not just growing fast, but also enduring the inevitable shocks, is a hallmark of leadership in this phase. Resilience isn't about avoiding challenges. It's about developing the internal mechanisms to absorb, adapt, and emerge stronger from adversity. This involves fostering a culture of continuous improvement, cross-functional collaboration, and robust operational processes that can bend without breaking under stress. An organization that learns from its setbacks and uses them as fuel for future conquest is far more formidable than one merely optimized for speed. Aggressive growth invariably triggers aggressive reactions from competitors, transforming your market into an even more intense battleground. Expect established players to deploy their resources to counter your ascent, often with tactics designed to slow your momentum or sow doubt among your customers. A leader must anticipate these counterattacks, understanding that market conquest is a zero-sum game where your gain is often their loss. This requires a proactive strategic posture, not just defending your turf, but continuing to press the offensive, exploiting their weaknesses while they are preoccupied with your advances. Ultimately, leading through uncertainty and aggressive growth demands a willingness to make the unpopular but necessary choices that serve the greater strategic objective of market dominance. This might involve restructuring teams, divesting non-core assets, or aggressively pursuing market share at the expense of short-term profitability. These decisions are rarely easy and often elicit internal resistance, but a true leader understands that sentiment cannot supersede strategy when the stakes are this high. Your unwavering commitment to the conquest, even in the face of internal dissent, defines your leadership. Paradoxically, maintaining your own mental and physical fortitude is a non-negotiable element of sustaining ruthless leadership during aggressive growth. The constant pressure, the weight of responsibility, and the relentless pace can erode even the strongest resolve if not actively managed. Cultivating personal resilience through disciplined routines, strategic decompression, and a trusted inner circle is not a luxury. It is an operational imperative. A leader who burns out cannot lead the charge, making self-preservation a critical component of long-term market conquest. In the crucible of uncertainty and aggressive growth, the true conquerors emerge not by avoiding the storm, but by mastering it, leveraging its inherent chaos to their advantage. This period defines your legacy, separating those who merely expand from those who truly dominate their market landscape. Embrace the volatility, make the hard calls, and lead with an unyielding vision for supremacy, because it is in these brutal realities that empires are forged and market leadership is unequivocally claimed. Fueling the war machine, strategic funding, and investment. The journey from a promising startup to a market-dominating behemoth demands more than just a compelling product or a passionate team. It necessitates a meticulously stocked arsenal, with strategic funding serving as the primary ammunition. Many founders, having successfully navigated the initial rounds of seed and Series A, mistakenly view subsequent capital raises as mere validation or a comfortable buffer. However, for those committed to market conquest, investment rounds are not simply about sustaining operations. They are about fueling an aggressive campaign designed to obliterate competition and seize an unassailable position. This paradigm shift, from seeking capital for survival to securing it for strategic warfare, is fundamental to understanding the brutal realities of scaling. Without a robust financial engine, even the most brilliant strategies remain theoretical, lacking the kinetic energy required to truly dominate a sector. Viewing your balance sheet as a strategic asset, constantly optimized for offensive maneuvers, becomes paramount. This is not about incremental growth. It is about accelerating toward an overwhelming competitive advantage, and that requires substantial, intelligently deployed capital. The capital requirements for a scale-up company, particularly one aiming for market supremacy, differ profoundly from those of an early-stage venture. At the startup phase, funding often validates a concept, proves product-market fit, and establishes initial traction. For a scale-up, however, the stakes are exponentially higher, and the capital sought is less about proving viability and more about executing an aggressive expansionist agenda. You are no longer merely building. You are fortifying, expanding, and preparing for decisive engagements against entrenched rivals. This transition demands a more sophisticated understanding of financial instruments and a far more calculated approach to investor selection. Your objective shifts from merely securing capital to strategically leveraging it as a force multiplier, enabling you to outmaneuver and outspend competitors who are often complacent or less agile. The game evolves from a sprint to a marathon, albeit one where you must constantly sprint faster than everyone else. Understanding the true cost of market conquest is crucial, as it often far exceeds initial projections and conventional growth models. Achieving market dominance isn't cheap. It requires substantial investment across multiple fronts, often simultaneously, to create an insurmountable lead. This capital fuels aggressive research and development, allowing for rapid product innovation that leaves competitors scrambling to catch up. It underwrites massive marketing campaigns designed to saturate the market and capture mindshare, ensuring your brand becomes synonymous with the category. Crucially, it provides the war chest necessary for strategic acquisitions, allowing you to absorb competitors, gain critical technologies, or expand into new territories overnight. Furthermore, building a world-class team and robust operational infrastructure capable of supporting hypergrowth demands significant ongoing investment in talent, systems, and facilities. Every one of these elements is a critical component of your war machine, each demanding significant, sustained financial input to operate at peak efficiency and achieve its destructive potential against rivals. A common pitfall for scaling companies is the opportunistic acceptance of capital, where any money on the table is seen as good money. This approach, while seemingly pragmatic in the short term, can severely compromise your long-term conquest ambitions. True market leaders understand that funding is not merely a commodity, it is a strategic partnership, and the wrong partners can derail even the most meticulously planned campaigns. Strategic funding involves a rigorous selection process, prioritizing investors whose vision, timeline, and risk appetite align perfectly with your aggressive growth objectives. These investors are not just providing capital, they are bringing market intelligence, network access, and a shared commitment to ruthlessly outmaneuvering the competition. Rejecting capital that comes with misaligned expectations or restrictive terms, even if financially tempting, is a testament to your unwavering focus on ultimate market dominance. This disciplined approach ensures your war chest is not only full, but also wielded by a united front. As you move beyond Series A and B, the funding landscape shifts dramatically, offering a broader array of sophisticated financial instruments tailored for aggressive scaling. Growth equity, for instance, often becomes a pivotal source, providing substantial capital injections without the same level of early-stage risk appetite as venture capital, focusing instead on proven business models ready for acceleration. Venture debt can serve as a potent tool, offering non-dilutive capital to extend your runway or fund specific initiatives, though it comes with its own set of covenants and repayment obligations that demand meticulous management. Strategic corporate partnerships, while not always direct cash injections, can unlock access to distribution channels, technology, or customer bases that are invaluable for market expansion. Even carefully considered, targeted acquisitions can sometimes be financed through a combination of debt and equity, allowing you to grow through consolidation. Understanding these diverse options and knowing when and how to deploy each is akin to mastering different weapons in your arsenal, each suited for a particular tactical objective in your conquest. The pursuit of market conquest necessitates an investor base that not only comprehends, but actively champions your aggressive, often disruptive strategies. Not all investors are built for the intensity of a market conquest. Many prefer a more predictable, incremental growth trajectory. Your due diligence on potential investors must be as thorough as their scrutiny of your business, ensuring their strategic outlook aligns with your own uncompromising vision for dominance. Seek partners who understand that short-term profitability might occasionally be sacrificed for long-term market share, and who are prepared for the intense competitive battles this approach inevitably engenders. These are the investors who will stand firm during periods of aggressive spend and competitive retaliation, providing unwavering support rather than demanding premature profitability. A truly aligned investor is not just a financier. They are a co-conspirator in your campaign for market supremacy, providing strategic counsel and psychological resilience when the battle intensifies. In the high stakes game of market conquest, the traditional obsession with valuation must often be reevaluated against the paramount objective of securing sufficient capital and maintaining strategic control. While a high valuation can be a source of pride, a slightly lower valuation that secures the necessary war chest and brings in the right strategic partners is often the superior outcome. The incremental percentage of ownership you might dilute pales in comparison to the market share you stand to lose if undercapitalized or if constrained by insufficient resources. Furthermore, maintaining strategic control, even with some dilution, is critical. You cannot afford to have your aggressive maneuvers vetoed or watered down by a board that lacks the same appetite for risk and dominance. This requires a pragmatic and often ruthless assessment of what truly matters, equipping your war machine adequately to win, rather than optimizing for a vanity metric that could ultimately cost you the war. It's a calculated sacrifice, prioritizing victory over personal equity percentages. Securing strategic funding for market conquest means entering the crew sibyl of investor due diligence, a process that demands transparency, meticulous preparation, and a compelling narrative of future dominance. Every aspect of your business, from your financial models and operational efficiencies to your competitive landscape and talent acquisition strategies, will be dissected with surgical precision. Investors are not just looking for a good business. They are seeking a highly defensible, scalable enterprise with a clear path to overwhelming its rivals. Your ability to articulate your conquest strategy, backed by robust data and a clear understanding of market dynamics, is paramount. This is your opportunity to demonstrate that every dollar invested will be deployed with maximum strategic impact, directly contributing to capturing and holding market share. Presenting a cohesive, aggressive, and data-driven vision for market leadership transforms due diligence from an interrogation into a powerful validation of your strategic intent. Once secured, capital must be deployed not merely for operational sustenance, but as a direct weapon for market disruption and competitor incapacitation. This means identifying critical points of vulnerability in your competitors' strategies and unleashing your financial resources to exploit them ruthlessly. Can you outspend them on customer acquisition to starve their growth? Can you invest in R&D to leapfrog their product capabilities, rendering their offerings obsolete? Can you leverage your funding to acquire key talent or intellectual property that they desperately need? The goal is to create such an overwhelming competitive advantage through strategic capital deployment that rivals are left with no viable path to challenge your supremacy. This is not about gentle competition. It is about applying immense financial pressure to fundamentally alter the competitive landscape in your favor, forcing competitors into a defensive crouch or, ideally, into retreat. The choice between debt and equity financing for aggressive growth presents a strategic dilemma, each carrying distinct implications for your conquest trajectory and control. Equity offers capital with less immediate pressure on cash flow, but dilutes ownership and future upside, potentially introducing new voices to the boardroom who may not share your ruthless ambition. Debt, conversely, provides non-dilutive capital, allowing you to retain full ownership and control, but it imposes fixed repayment schedules and covenants that demand stringent financial discipline and consistent revenue generation. For a company in conquest mode, debt can be a powerful accelerator, enabling rapid expansion without relinquishing equity, provided your cash flow projections are robust and your risk management is impeccable. However, miscalculating your ability to service debt during an aggressive, often cash-intensive growth phase can quickly lead to catastrophic financial distress, turning a strategic advantage into a fatal vulnerability. The decision demands a cold, hard assessment of your risk tolerance and the predictability of your revenue streams. Paradoxically, even with substantial funding secured, maintaining ruthless financial discipline remains absolutely critical, perhaps even more so, during a period of aggressive scaling. A large capital injection can breed complacency or encourage reckless spending, eroding your war chest faster than anticipated. True market conquerors understand that every dollar, regardless of its source, is a precious resource to be deployed with maximum strategic intent and efficiency. This means establishing rigorous budgeting processes, implementing stringent cost controls, and continuously scrutinizing every expenditure to ensure it directly contributes to your conquest objectives. Wasteful spending is not merely inefficient, it is a tactical blunder that weakens your position and gives your rivals an opening. Your ability to stretch your capital further and achieve more with less, even when flush with cash, is a hallmark of a truly disciplined war machine, ready for any prolonged engagement. Strategic funding is not a one-time event or a singular battle. It is a continuous campaign, a long game requiring constant foresight, adaptation, and reinforcement. As your market conquest progresses, your capital needs will evolve, demanding new rounds of financing or different types of investors to support subsequent phases of expansion. Maintaining strong relationships with current investors and continuously cultivating new connections within the investment community is therefore paramount. You must always be thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead, anticipating future capital requirements, and positioning your company to attract the necessary resources. The most successful conquerors never let their war chest run dry. They ensure a steady pipeline of strategic funding, always ready to seize new opportunities or counter unexpected competitive threats. This proactive, perpetual approach to funding ensures your war machine remains perpetually fueled and ready for the next phase of dominance. Cash flow as ammunition. Ruthless financial management. In the relentless theater of market conquest, capital is not merely a resource, it is the very ammunition fueling your war machine, and cash flow represents its uninterrupted supply. While the previous section delved into securing the initial funding that enables your campaign, this phase shifts focus to the brutal, day-to-day stewardship of that capital. Understanding the distinction between theoretical profit and tangible cash flow is paramount for any leader aiming for market dominance. A robust P&L can mask a dangerously anemic cash position, leaving your enterprise vulnerable, even as it appears to thrive on paper. True market conquerors recognize that liquidity, not just profitability, is the ultimate measure of operational strength and strategic flexibility. Without a constant, meticulously managed flow of cash, even the most brilliant strategies will falter, starved of the resources needed to execute their decisive blows. Ruthless financial management, therefore, transcends mere cost-cutting. It is a strategic discipline that optimizes every dollar for maximum impact on your path to market leadership. This isn't about penny pinching to save a few basis points on the margin, but about ensuring that every unit of currency is deployed with precision, driving growth, innovation, or competitive advantage. It demands a hawk-like vigilance over expenditures and an aggressive stance on revenue collection, treating every transaction as a critical component of your overall financial arsenal. The goal is to maximize the velocity of cash through your operations, minimizing its idle time and ensuring its constant recirculation into value-generating activities. This level of scrutiny transforms finance from a back-office function into a forward operating command center, orchestrating the deployment of your most vital resource. The fundamental mindset shift required is to view cash not as an outcome, but as a strategic asset to be actively managed and deployed. Many leaders mistakenly equate a healthy profit and loss statement with financial security, only to discover their operational capabilities are severely constrained by a lack of available cash. Profit is an accounting measure of past performance, whereas cash flow is the lifeblood of current and future operations, dictating your ability to invest, innovate, and outmaneuver competitors. A business can be immensely profitable on paper, yet face insolvency if its cash is tied up in receivables, inventory, or unproductive assets. Market conquerors understand this critical distinction, prioritizing the generation and retention of liquid capital above all else, ensuring their war chest remains full and ready for immediate deployment. Aggressive management of accounts receivable is non-negotiable. Slow-paying customers are effectively draining your ammunition supply. Every dollar outstanding represents capital that could be fueling your expansion, investing in new capabilities, or building strategic reserves. This isn't about being adversarial, but about establishing clear terms, robust invoicing processes, and a proactive follow-up system that leaves no room for ambiguity or delay. Implement strict payment terms and enforce them consistently, leveraging technology to automate reminders and escalate overdue accounts. Consider offering incentives for early payment or, conversely, applying penalties for late remittances, making it financially advantageous for your clients to comply. Your balance sheet is not a bank for your customers. It is the engine of your own market conquest, and its liquidity must be fiercely protected. Conversely, strategic management of accounts payable can be a powerful lever in optimizing your cash cycle, provided it's executed with surgical precision. This involves negotiating favorable payment terms with your suppliers, extending the period before your cash leaves the business without jeopardizing crucial relationships or supply chains. Understand the financial health and flexibility of your key vendors, identifying where there's room for negotiation without causing undue stress. Leverage your purchasing power where possible, but always ensure that any extended terms are mutually beneficial or, at the very least, professionally managed to avoid alienating essential partners. The objective is to retain your cash for as long as possible, maximizing its utility within your own operations before it's deployed to external stakeholders, thereby enhancing your internal liquidity and strategic maneuverability. Inventory, for many businesses, represents a significant cash sink, tying up valuable capital in unsold goods that incur holding costs and risk obsolescence. Ruthless financial management demands a lean approach to inventory, optimizing stock levels to meet demand without creating excessive reserves that drain your cash resources. Implement advanced inventory management systems that provide real-time data on sales velocity, lead times, and reorder points, enabling just-in-time procurement where feasible. Analyze your product portfolio to identify slow-moving or obsolete items and make the difficult decision to liquidate them quickly, even at a discount, to free up trapped capital. While strategic stockpiling might be necessary for certain critical components or for exploiting market opportunities, every unit of inventory must justify its existence in terms of its direct contribution to immediate sales or strategic advantage. Every operational expenditure must undergo intense scrutiny, justifying its existence within the context of market conquest. There are no sacred cows in this battle. Every recurring cost, from software subscriptions to office supplies, must be evaluated for its direct contribution to your strategic objectives. Challenge long-held assumptions about necessary expenses and demand quantifiable returns or clear strategic alignment for every dollar spent. Implement rigorous budgeting processes with frequent, granular reviews, empowering departmental heads to manage their allocated ammunition with discipline. Seek out efficiencies and cost reductions not as an end in themselves, but as a means to free up capital for more impactful investments, ensuring that your OPEX is a lean, mean machine supporting your aggressive growth trajectory. Capital expenditure, CapEx decisions, by their very nature, involve significant outlays of cash and must be approached with the utmost strategic foresight and ruthlessness. These investments, whether in new machinery, technology infrastructure, or facility upgrades, must directly enhance your competitive advantage, scale your operational capacity, or open new avenues for market penetration. Avoid vanity projects or investments driven by sentiment. Every CapEx dollar must yield a clear measurable return that accelerates your journey to market dominance. Conduct thorough ROI analyses, consider alternative financing options, and prioritize projects that offer the greatest leverage in the competitive landscape. Your capital is too precious to be tied up in assets that do not directly contribute to your ability to outproduce, out-innovate, or outmaneuver your rivals. Proactive cash flow forecasting and rigorous scenario planning are indispensable tools for anticipating future battles and ensuring your ammunition supply remains robust. Develop sophisticated financial models that project your cash inflows and outflows with high accuracy, extending several quarters into the future. Don't just plan for the best-case scenario. Stress test your forecasts against various adverse conditions, such as unexpected market downturns, supply chain disruptions, or aggressive competitor moves. Understand the impact of these scenarios on your liquidity and develop contingency plans to mitigate potential shortfalls. This foresight allows you to make timely adjustments, secure additional funding if necessary, or strategically defer non-critical expenditures, ensuring your enterprise is never caught off guard and always has the financial resilience to weather any storm. Building substantial cash reserves is not a luxury. It is a strategic imperative, a war chest that provides both defensive resilience and offensive capability. These reserves act as a buffer against unforeseen market volatility, allowing you to absorb shocks without derailing your strategic objectives. More importantly, a healthy cash reserve positions you to act opportunistically when competitors falter, or when unique market opportunities arise that require immediate capital deployment. This could mean acquiring a struggling rival, investing heavily in a nascent technology, or launching an aggressive marketing blitz that your less liquid competitors cannot match. Treat these reserves as strategic capital, distinct from operational funds, safeguarding them for critical moments when decisive financial power can tip the scales of market conquest in your favor. The psychological demands of ruthless financial management are significant, requiring unwavering discipline and the courage to make hard decisions that may be unpopular in the short term. It means resisting the temptation to overspend during periods of growth, maintaining a lean operational structure even when cash appears abundant, and consistently challenging every expenditure. Leaders must instill a culture of financial accountability across the entire organization, ensuring that every team member understands their role in protecting and optimizing the company's cash flow. This disciplined approach fosters a resilient enterprise, one that prioritizes long-term strategic advantage over short-term gratification, and is prepared to make the necessary sacrifices to achieve ultimate market dominance. Ultimately, cash flow is your most potent ammunition in the brutal war for market conquest. Every dollar that enters your organization is a bullet, and every dollar that leaves must be fired with precision and purpose. Waste none of it, allow none of it to languish idly, and ensure its continuous, optimized flow through your operations. By adopting a truly ruthless approach to financial management, you transform your balance sheet into a dynamic strategic asset, capable of sustaining relentless campaigns, exploiting fleeting opportunities, and ultimately securing your undisputed position at the pinnacle of your market. This isn't just about survival, it's about building an unassailable financial fortress from which to launch your decisive assaults. Optimizing resource allocation for maximum impact. Having secured your cash flow, transforming it into the lifeblood of your operation, the next critical challenge is deploying that ammunition with surgical precision. It's not enough to simply have funds. True market leaders understand that every dollar, every hour of your team's time, and every ounce of your collective energy represents a strategic asset. Mismanaging these resources is akin to a general wasting precious artillery shells on empty fields while the enemy fortifies its positions. This stage demands a shift from merely managing finances to strategically investing them for maximum impact, ensuring every resource contributes directly to your market dominance. You must view your entire operational budget and personnel roster as a war chest and an army, ready to be deployed with calculated intent. This isn't about cutting corners. It's about making every single resource pull its weight and then some in the relentless pursuit of the number one spot. You are not just building a business, you are fueling a war machine, and its efficiency determines your victory. Think of your market as a battlefield, riddled with opportunities and threats. Resource allocation is the art of identifying the most crucial strategic points, the hills worth taking, the supply lines worth cutting, the innovations that will render your rivals obsolete. This isn't a passive exercise in budgeting. It's an aggressive strategy to concentrate power where it matters most. You must ruthlessly assess where your efforts will yield the highest return in terms of market share, competitive advantage, and future growth potential. Every decision about where to invest your time, money, and talent must be filtered through the lens of conquest. Are you deploying your best units to the front lines, or are they stuck guarding a flank that presents no real threat? The answer to that question often defines the trajectory of your entire enterprise. Many businesses make the fatal error of spreading their resources too thin, attempting to optimize every single aspect of their operation. This peanut butter spread approach ensures mediocrity across the board, and leaves no single area with the overwhelming force needed to break through. Instead, you must identify the critical few areas that, if adequately resourced, will deliver a disproportionate amount of your desired impact. This means embracing the 80-20 rule with a vengeance. Pinpoint the 20% of initiatives or departments that will generate 80% of your strategic results. Once identified, pour the lion's share of your capital and talent into these high-leverage areas. This focused aggression is what allows you to overwhelm competitors in specific segments, building an unassailable stronghold from which to expand. Your people are not just employees. They are your most potent and versatile resource, your tactical units on the ground. Misallocating talent is a strategic blunder that costs more than money. It wastes potential and stifles innovation. Are your top performers bogged down in administrative tasks, or are they leading your most critical growth initiatives? Are your most creative minds truly empowered to innovate, or are they caught in bureaucratic quicksand? Effective resource allocation demands that you place your A players in your A roles, giving them the authority and support to execute. Just as a general wouldn't send their elite special forces on a routine patrol, you shouldn't waste your best talent on anything less than your highest impact objectives. This means constant evaluation, strategic redeployment, and sometimes making tough decisions about personnel who aren't contributing to the core mission of Conquest. Every resource deployed to one area represents an opportunity cost, a resource not available for another. This fundamental truth must guide every allocation decision. When you commit funds to a new marketing campaign, you are implicitly deciding not to invest that money in product development or sales expansion. When your best engineer spends a month on a side project, that's a month they aren't dedicating to your core product's evolution. Leaders must cultivate an acute awareness of these trade-offs, constantly challenging every expenditure and every time commitment. Is this the absolute best, most impactful use of this resource right now to achieve market dominance? If the answer isn't a resounding yes, then the resource should be reallocated. This relentless questioning ensures that your focus remains razor sharp and your war chest is never squandered on anything less than maximum strategic value. The battlefield of business is littered with the carcasses of projects that once seemed promising, but ultimately became resource sinks. These are the initiatives that drain capital, time, and human effort without delivering meaningful strategic returns. Identifying and ruthlessly cutting this dead weight is a non-negotiable aspect of optimizing resource allocation. This means regularly reviewing every project, every department, and every recurring expense with an unforgiving eye. If a project isn't progressing, isn't showing promise, or no longer aligns with your core Conquest strategy, you must terminate it. It takes courage to admit a mistake and pull the plug, especially when significant resources have already been invested. But clinging to failing ventures only diverts crucial assets from winning ones. Be brutal, be swift, and free up those resources to fight another day. True market conquest isn't about incremental gains. It's about building unassailable advantages that leave competitors gasping for air. Resource allocation must prioritize investments that create these insurmountable leads. This could mean dedicating a massive budget to developing proprietary technology that establishes a technological moat around your business. It might involve aggressively outspending rivals on a sales force that captures market share at an unprecedented rate. Or perhaps it's about investing heavily in brand building that creates an emotional connection so strong, customers become fiercely loyal. These are not merely expenses. They are strategic fortifications, ensuring that once you seize a position, you can hold it against all challengers. Every dollar invested here is a brick in the wall of your market dominance. While instinct and experience play a role, effective resource deployment in a scale-up environment demands a data-driven approach. Gut feelings are for startups. Conquest requires cold, hard numbers. You must establish clear metrics and key performance indicators, KPIs, to track the return on investment, ROI, for every significant resource allocation. This means knowing precisely how much revenue, market share, or strategic advantage each dollar spent on marketing, product development, or talent acquisition is generating. If an investment isn't yielding the expected strategic return, the data should compel you to pivot or cut it without hesitation. This analytical rigor removes emotion from the equation, ensuring that your resources are always directed by evidence, not by hope. Your data becomes your intelligence, guiding your strategic strikes. The market is a constantly shifting battleground, and your resource allocation strategy cannot afford to be static. Rigidity is a death sentence in the face of dynamic competition. You must cultivate an organizational agility that allows for rapid reallocation of resources in response to new threats, emerging opportunities, or shifts in the competitive landscape. This means budgets aren't set in stone for an entire year. They are living documents, subject to review and adjustment on a quarterly or even monthly basis. Teams must be cross-functional and adaptable, ready to shift focus as strategic priorities evolve. The ability to quickly pull resources from underperforming areas and redeploy them to new high-impact initiatives is a hallmark of truly dominant companies. Be prepared to pivot, to adjust, and to strike where the opportunity suddenly appears. Optimizing resource allocation often demands making incredibly difficult choices, decisions that can have a significant psychological toll. You will inevitably have to say no to good ideas, cut promising projects that don't align with your core conquest strategy, and sometimes even let go of talented people who no longer fit your ruthlessly efficient machine. These aren't easy calls, and they can generate internal friction and resistance. However, a leader committed to market dominance understands that sentimentality has no place on the battlefield. The mission comes first, always. You must steel yourself for these tough decisions. Communicate them clearly and decisively, and never waver in your commitment to the strategic allocation necessary for victory. Your resolve in these moments defines your leadership. True resource optimization is not solely the burden of the CEO. It must become an ingrained cultural mindset throughout the entire organization. Every team leader, every manager, and ideally, every employee needs to think like a steward of the company's precious resources. Encourage a culture where everyone questions if their time, their team's efforts, and the company's money are being used for maximum strategic impact. Implement transparent reporting mechanisms that show the ROI of various initiatives, fostering a shared understanding of where resources are best deployed. This collective vigilance transforms your organization into a leaner, more effective fighting force, ensuring that no resource is wasted and every effort contributes to the overarching goal of market conquest. It's about empowering everyone to be a strategic allocator. Ultimately, mastering resource allocation isn't just about winning today's skirmishes. It's about strategically positioning your company for sustained dominance and preparing for future offensives. Every decision to invest in product development, sales infrastructure, or talent acquisition should be viewed as building a stronger, more resilient war machine capable of long-term market control. This long-term vision requires balancing immediate tactical needs with strategic investments that secure your future. You're not just patching holes, you're building an impenetrable fortress and equipping an army for the battles yet to come. This foresight ensures that your company doesn't just grow, but truly conquers and holds its ground for years to come. The disciplined mastery of resource allocation is a defining trait of market leaders, separating the contenders from the true champions. It's the critical link between having the cash to compete and actually winning the war for market share. When you meticulously direct every dollar, every hour, and every person towards maximum strategic impact, you transform your business from a mere participant into an unstoppable force. This relentless focus, this unwavering commitment to efficient and effective deployment will be your most powerful weapon. It will not only fuel your ascent to the number one spot, but also serve as your shield and sword when you inevitably face the brutal realities of navigating financial crises, a challenge we will explore next. Navigating financial crises with precision. Even the most strategically funded and meticulously managed war machine will inevitably face moments of severe financial duress, periods that feel less like a minor skirmish and more like a full-blown existential threat. These aren't just downturns or challenges, they are full-blown financial crises, demanding a level of precision, ruthlessness, and unyielding resolve that separates the truly dominant players from those content with mere survival. Navigating these tempestuous waters requires a mindset shift, transforming panic into a cold, calculated strategy, where every decision is a critical maneuver in a high-stakes battle for market supremacy. This is where the theoretical lessons of financial management collide with the brutal realities of the market, forcing leaders to make the hardest calls under immense pressure, with the very future of their conquest hanging in the balance. Understanding the crucible is not about avoiding the fire, but about mastering how to emerge from it stronger, leaner, and more formidable. The leader who falters here will not conquer, they will merely fade. The first line of defense against any financial crisis is not reaction, but proactive detection. Your financial dashboards must be more than historical ledgers. They need to be predictive instruments, screaming warnings long before the storm hits the shore. Implement robust early warning systems that track key liquidity ratios, burn rate trajectories, and accounts receivable aging with an almost obsessive vigilance, extending beyond standard monthly reports. Leverage real-time data analytics to identify subtle shifts in customer payment patterns, unexpected increases in operational overhead, or early indicators of market contraction that could signal impending cash flow challenges. This constant, granular monitoring allows for preemptive strikes against potential issues, transforming a looming catastrophe into a manageable tactical retreat, preserving precious resources for the inevitable counteroffensive when conditions improve. Complacency in financial oversight is a luxury no aspiring market conqueror can afford, for the enemy rarely announces its arrival with fanfare. When a financial crisis descends, the leader's internal state becomes the most critical determinant of the company's fate. Panic is a luxury you cannot indulge. Paralysis is a death sentence. Cultivate an almost detached, analytical calm, understanding that while the stakes are astronomically high, emotional responses will only cloud judgment and propagate fear throughout the ranks. Your team, your investors, and your market partners will look to you for unwavering resolve and clarity, even if you are internally wrestling with the enormity of the situation. Project absolute confidence in your ability to navigate the storm, not through unfounded optimism, but through a visible, methodical approach to problem solving. This psychological fortitude is not a soft skill. It is a hard, essential weapon in your arsenal, enabling you to make the brutal, precise decisions required to steer the ship through the roughest seas without losing your bearings or the trust of your crew. The immediate, paramount objective in any financial crisis is the preservation of cash, the very lifeblood of your operation. This is not a suggestion. It is an absolute directive, demanding swift and often painful action. Institute an immediate company-wide freeze on all non-essential expenditures, meticulously scrutinizing every outgoing dollar, from office supplies to marketing campaigns that lack immediate, measurable ROI. Delay non-critical projects, even those with long-term strategic value, if they represent significant near-term cash drains. Renegotiate payment terms with vendors, seeking extended periods or even temporary deferrals, explaining the situation with transparency but firm resolve. Every dollar you prevent from leaving the company is a dollar that buys you more time, more options, and ultimately, a greater chance of weathering the storm and emerging victorious. This aggressive stance on cash conservation is not about being cheap, it is about strategic survival. Simultaneously with cash preservation, an equally aggressive push must be made on revenue acceleration. This isn't the time for incremental gains. It's a desperate scramble to pull forward every possible dollar. Mobilize your sales force to re-engage dormant clients, upsell existing accounts, and aggressively pursue any high-margin, short-cycle opportunities that can provide immediate cash injection, even if they deviate slightly from your long-term strategic roadmap. Consider offering strategic discounts for upfront payments or creating time-sensitive bundled offers that incentivize immediate purchase. Evaluate your pricing models for untapped potential, ensuring you are not leaving money on the table in your core offerings. Every single revenue stream must be scrutinized, optimized, and pushed to its absolute maximum capacity transforming your sales operation into a rapid response cash generation unit rather than a steady state growth engine. This dual focus on cutting costs and boosting revenue simultaneously creates the necessary financial runway. Perhaps the most brutal, yet often unavoidable, aspect of navigating a severe financial crisis involves difficult personnel decisions. The romantic notion of family must yield to the harsh reality of strategic viability when the very existence of the enterprise is at stake. Swiftly and cleanly right size your organization, protecting your absolute core talent and critical functions above all else, even if it means letting go of valuable individuals in non essential roles. Procrastination on these decisions only prolongs the agony and often necessitates deeper cuts later, eroding morale further and jeopardizing the entire company. Understand that these are not personal failures, but strategic imperatives to ensure the survival of the larger mission. While compassion is necessary in execution, the underlying decision must be driven by cold, hard data and an unwavering commitment to the company's long-term health and its ability to continue its market conquest. This is where the brutal realities truly hit home. Internal communication during a financial crisis is a delicate but critical act of leadership. While you must project confidence and control, a complete lack of transparency will breed speculation, fear, and ultimately distrust among your team. Communicate honestly about the challenges the company faces, outlining the difficult decisions being made, and, crucially, articulating a clear, actionable plan for navigating the crisis. Frame the situation not as an impending defeat, but as a severe test that the team, under your decisive leadership, will overcome. Rally your employees around a shared mission of survival and resurgence, emphasizing their role in the collective effort. This open, yet controlled communication strategy helps maintain morale, focuses collective energy on solutions, and prevents the internal fragmentation that can cripple an organization already under external pressure. Your team needs to understand the why behind the what to remain engaged and productive. Beyond your internal team, managing external stakeholder communication, investors, lenders, key partners, and even large customers, is paramount to maintaining confidence and securing vital support. Proactively reach out to these groups, providing a clear, concise, and realistic assessment of the situation, coupled with a detailed action plan for recovery. Avoid surprises. Control the narrative by being the first to inform them, rather than letting rumors or late reports dictate their perception. Be prepared to present concrete evidence of your cost-cutting measures, revenue acceleration efforts, and a clear path to financial stability. Demonstrating strong leadership, transparency, and a credible strategy will significantly increase their willingness to offer flexibility, extend terms, or even provide additional support. Their continued trust is not a given. It is earned through decisive action and impeccable communication during times of duress, reinforcing your image as a leader who can navigate any storm. Engaging in strategic renegotiation with all major financial and operational partners is a non-negotiable step in crisis navigation. This extends beyond merely delaying payments. It involves a comprehensive review of every contract and agreement for opportunities to reduce costs or improve terms. Approach suppliers with a clear proposal for temporary price reductions, extended payment cycles, or even a shift to consignment models where feasible, emphasizing the long-term partnership value once the crisis subsides. Explore rent deferrals or reductions with landlords, presenting a compelling case for mutual benefit. Even with customers, if appropriate, consider temporary changes to service level agreements or pricing structures that can ease immediate cash burdens while preserving the relationship. Every successful renegotiation provides immediate relief, directly impacting your cash flow and buying critical time, turning potential liabilities into temporary strategic advantages. This requires both a firm hand and a clear vision for post-crisis collaboration. A financial crisis, while devastating, often serves as an invaluable, albeit brutal, learning experience. Leverage the immediate lessons to construct more robust scenario planning frameworks and build true, dedicated contingency funds that are separate from operational cash. Develop what-if models that simulate various market downturns, supply chain disruptions, or unexpected capital expenditure spikes, outlining precise, predetermined responses for each scenario. Establish a clear policy for a rainy day fund, perhaps 3 to 6 months of operating expenses, explicitly earmarked for emergencies and not to be touched for growth initiatives. This proactive planning, forged in the crucible of real world adversity, transforms your financial management from reactive firefighting to strategic resilience, ensuring that future shocks are met with a prepared, methodical response rather than desperate improvisation. The goal is not just to survive this crisis, but to inoculate your organization against the next. Paradoxically, a severe financial crisis can be a powerful catalyst for strategic advantage, forcing an organization to shed unnecessary layers and sharpen its core focus. Use the crisis as an opportunity to ruthlessly prune non-performing assets, eliminate redundant processes, and reevaluate every product line or service offering for its true contribution to profitability and strategic market position. This forced introspection often reveals inefficiencies and distractions that were tolerated during periods of easy growth. By stripping away the non-essentials, you can emerge leaner, more agile, and with a crystal clear understanding of your competitive differentiators. This isn't merely about cutting costs, it's about strategically realigning your entire operation to maximize impact with fewer resources, transforming a defensive posture into an offensive launchpad for renewed market conquest once stability returns. The crisis thus becomes a forge, hardening your enterprise for future battles. Once the immediate storm of a financial crisis begins to subside, the work shifts from emergency response to deliberate strategic rebuilding. This phase requires a careful reestablishment of trust, both internally and externally, and a thoughtful reinvestment in the areas critical for future growth. Gradually and strategically re-engage with postponed projects, carefully rehire essential talent, and cautiously reallocate resources based on the refined strategic vision that emerged from the crisis. The scars of the crisis will remain, serving as potent reminders of the market's unforgiving nature, but they should also be celebrated as testaments to your organization's resilience and capacity for brutal self-correction. This rebuilding phase is not a return to the old ways, but the construction of a stronger, more battle-hardened foundation, ensuring that the lessons learned are integrated into the very DNA of your conquering enterprise. Ultimately, navigating financial crises with precision is not just about survival. It is about demonstrating an unyielding will to dominate, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds. It is the ultimate test of leadership, demanding not only financial acumen, but also psychological resilience, strategic foresight, and the courage to make the hardest decisions for the greater good of the mission. The companies that conquer their markets are not those that avoid crises, but those that face them head-on, emerge stronger, and leverage the crucible of adversity to forge an even more formidable war machine. This is the brutal reality of scaling to number one. The path is fraught with peril, but the leader who masters the art of crisis navigation will ultimately claim their rightful place at the summit, having proven their worth in the most challenging of battles. Aggressive customer acquisition strategies. The journey from a promising scale-up to market dominance demands far more than incremental growth. It requires a complete reevaluation of how you acquire customers. Forget the polite notions of organic expansion or waiting for inbound leads to trickle in. True market conquest necessitates an aggressive, almost predatory approach to customer acquisition. This isn't merely about increasing your marketing budget, it's about fundamentally reshaping your strategy to actively seize market share from entrenched players. You must cultivate a mindset that views every potential customer not as a prospect to be nurtured, but as a strategic asset to be claimed, often directly from the clutches of your rivals. This level of ambition demands a willingness to disrupt, to challenge the status quo, and to operate with an unyielding focus on securing the top position, whatever the cost within legal and ethical bounds. It's about understanding that in the brutal arena of business, often the most aggressive player dictates the pace and ultimately reaps the largest rewards. This chapter will arm you with the strategies to turn that aggressive mindset into actionable, market-conquering tactics. Aggressive customer acquisition transcends the conventional wisdom of marketing funnels and customer lifecycle management. It's about orchestrating a series of precision strikes designed to overwhelm and outperform. While your competitors are busy optimizing their SEO or running predictable social media campaigns, your focus must shift to methods that actively dislodge customers from their current allegiances. This involves identifying the weak points in your rivals' offerings, exploiting their service gaps, or simply presenting a value proposition so overwhelmingly superior that it compels immediate defection. We're talking about proactive engagement, not passive attraction, where every outreach, every campaign, and every interaction is engineered to convert with a speed and efficiency that leaves competitors reeling. It's a strategic offensive, where market share is not earned through patience, but seized through calculated, high impact maneuvers that leave no doubt about your intent to dominate. This means moving beyond the comfort zone of traditional channels and embracing a more direct, often confrontational approach to win over the crucial segments of your target market. The most direct path to aggressive acquisition often involves a frontal assault on your competitor's existing customer base. This isn't about merely attracting new entrants to the market. It's about strategically poaching the very customers who are currently fueling your rivals' operations. To execute this, you must first meticulously map out their customer segments, understand their pain points, and critically, identify where your offering provides a demonstrably superior solution or a more compelling value proposition. This might involve crafting highly specific, targeted campaigns that directly address the shortcomings of a competitor's product or service, or offering irresistible incentives for customers to switch. It requires a deep dive into competitor weaknesses, leveraging public sentiment, reviews, or even direct feedback to create compelling narratives that highlight the clear advantages of choosing your enterprise. Consider it a targeted extraction operation, where you are actively creating the conditions for defection rather than simply waiting for organic churn to present opportunities. This level of direct competition demands courage, precision, and an unwavering belief in your ability to deliver a better outcome for the customer. In this high stakes game of market conquest, data emerges as your most potent weapon, enabling precision strikes rather than scattergun approaches. Moving beyond rudimentary analytics, aggressive acquisition demands a sophisticated command of predictive modeling, behavioral economics, and granular customer segmentation. You need to leverage every piece of information, from market trends and demographic shifts to individual user behavior and competitor pricing structures, to identify the most lucrative customer cohorts and pinpoint their exact needs and desires. This deep data dive allows you to craft hyper-personalized campaigns, ensuring that your messaging resonates with surgical accuracy, maximizing conversion rates, and minimizing wasted marketing spend. Think of it as intelligence gathering before a major offensive. Understanding the terrain, identifying enemy strongholds, and knowing precisely where and when to deploy your resources for maximum impact. Such data-driven ruthlessness transforms acquisition from an art into a science, giving you an undeniable edge in the battle for market share. True market conquerors understand that sticking to conventional channels is a recipe for mediocrity. Aggressive acquisition demands exploration of the unconventional and the overlooked. While your competitors are fighting for visibility on crowded platforms, your strategy should involve identifying and exploiting nascent, underserved, or even controversial channels that offer disproportionate reach and impact. This could mean leveraging niche communities, engaging in strategic offline activations, or experimenting with emerging digital platforms before they become mainstream. It requires a willingness to take calculated risks, to invest in untested avenues, and to rapidly pivot if initial experiments don't yield the desired results. The goal is to establish a dominant presence where your rivals are either absent or ineffective, creating new pathways to customers that are difficult for them to replicate quickly. By venturing beyond the well-trodden paths, you can often secure a first-mover advantage, capturing significant market segments before the competition even realizes what's happening. This agility and foresight are crucial for maintaining a relentless acquisition momentum. The concept of blitzscaling in customer acquisition isn't just about speed. It's about deploying overwhelming force to rapidly seize and consolidate market share. This strategy involves a massive, coordinated investment across multiple acquisition channels, designed to create a tsunami of awareness and demand that simply overwhelms competitors' ability to respond effectively. It's a calculated gamble, requiring significant capital and a high tolerance for risk. But when executed correctly, it can establish an unassailable market position in an incredibly short time frame. The aim is to achieve critical mass so quickly that your brand becomes synonymous with the product category, making it exponentially harder for rivals to compete on equal footing. This isn't merely fast growth, it's a strategic maneuver to deny competitors oxygen, forcing them into a defensive posture while you expand your territory. Such a rapid, aggressive expansion requires flawless operational execution and a clear vision of the market you intend to dominate, leaving no room for hesitation or half measures. Pricing isn't just a revenue lever. In aggressive customer acquisition, it becomes a potent weapon to dislodge competitors and attract their clientele. Employing a strategic pricing model means going beyond simple cost-plus calculations. It involves understanding the psychological thresholds of your target market and the economic vulnerabilities of your rivals. You might implement aggressive introductory offers, long-term commitment discounts, or even a freemium model designed to lure customers away with an irresistible value proposition. The objective is to make the cost of switching to your solution negligible or even financially advantageous for the customer, effectively creating an economic incentive for defection. This approach might necessitate short-term sacrifices in profit margins, but the long-term gain in market share and customer lifetime value can be exponential. It's a strategic move to undercut, outmaneuver, and ultimately dominate through sheer financial appeal, forcing competitors to either follow suit or cede ground. While aggressive marketing is crucial, your product itself can be the most powerful engine for customer acquisition, especially when it's undeniably superior or uniquely positioned. A truly innovative or disruptive product, one that solves a critical pain point more effectively than any existing alternative, can generate its own gravitational pull. This organic demand, fueled by word of mouth and genuine user advocacy, significantly reduces the cost and effort of traditional marketing efforts. Your product should not just meet expectations, it must consistently exceed them, creating a wow factor that compels users to share their positive experiences. When your offering is perceived as indispensable, customers become your most effective sales force, spreading the message with an authenticity that no paid campaign can replicate. Investing heavily in product excellence, therefore, isn't just about retention. It's a foundational aggressive acquisition strategy that leverages inherent value to conquer market segments. Strategic partnerships offer an accelerated pathway to aggressive customer acquisition, allowing you to tap into established user bases and expand your reach exponentially. These aren't casual alliances. They are carefully orchestrated collaborations with non-competing entities that share your target audience but offer complementary services. Imagine integrating your solution into a widely used platform, gaining immediate access to millions of potential customers who are already engaged in a related activity. Such partnerships can dramatically reduce your customer acquisition cost while simultaneously providing instant credibility and validation from a trusted source. The key is to identify partners whose strategic objectives align with your own Conquest ambitions, creating a symbiotic relationship where both parties benefit from shared market penetration. By leveraging the existing trust and infrastructure of others, you can bypass years of organic growth and rapidly scale your customer footprint, turning a shared network into a powerful acquisition channel. Aggressive acquisition is only half the battle. The other, equally critical half involves an uncompromising focus on retention to solidify your gains and prevent costly churn. Rapidly acquiring customers without an equally robust strategy to keep them is like pouring water into a leaky bucket, ultimately undermining your conquest efforts. Your post-acquisition experience must be meticulously designed to not only meet but consistently exceed the high expectations set during the sales process. This means investing heavily in world-class customer service, proactive support, and continuous product improvement that demonstrates an ongoing commitment to their success. Turning newly acquired customers into loyal advocates creates a powerful feedback loop where positive experiences fuel referrals and reduce future acquisition costs, transforming your existing base into a self sustaining growth engine. Without this relentless dedication to retention, even the most aggressive acquisition strategies will prove unsustainable in the long run, leaving you vulnerable to counterattacks from competitors. To execute aggressive customer acquisition strategies, you need to build a dedicated acquisitions strike force, a specialized team operating with surgical precision and a singular focus on market capture. This isn't your average marketing department. It's a highly agile, cross-functional unit composed of data scientists, growth hackers, sales strategists, and creative minds. Their mission is clear: identify, target, and convert high-value customers with unparalleled speed and efficiency, often operating with a degree of autonomy. This team thrives on rapid experimentation, A/B testing, and constant optimization, unafraid to pivot quickly from underperforming tactics. Empower them with the resources, the authority, and the mandate to take calculated risks, knowing that their success directly translates into tangible market share gains. Such a focused, high-performance unit becomes the spearhead of your conquest, capable of adapting to market shifts and exploiting new opportunities faster than any traditional organizational structure. The psychological dimension of aggressive acquisition often goes underestimated, yet it is crucial for maintaining the upper hand in a competitive market. This involves not only understanding your target customers' motivations, but also anticipating and influencing your competitors' reactions to your aggressive maneuvers. Your campaigns should be designed not just to attract customers, but also to send a clear message to rivals. You are here to dominate, and you are relentless. This psychological warfare can involve strategic leaks, bold public pronouncements, or even seemingly irrational pricing decisions that sow doubt and force competitors into reactive rather than proactive stances. By controlling the narrative and demonstrating an unshakable resolve, you can create an aura of inevitability around your market leadership. It's about more than just numbers. It's about breaking the morale of the competition and asserting your psychological dominance over the market landscape. While the pursuit of market dominance demands an aggressive stance, true leaders understand the critical importance of operating within ethical boundaries and managing calculated risks. Aggression should never be confused with recklessness or unethical practices. Indeed, sustainable conquest relies on maintaining brand integrity and legal compliance. Pushing the envelope is encouraged, but crossing lines that damage your reputation or invite legal challenges can derail even the most successful acquisition campaigns. Every aggressive tactic must be vetted not only for its potential for market capture, but also for its long-term implications on your brand's standing and public trust. This means having a clear understanding of regulatory frameworks, consumer protection laws, and industry best practices. It's about being ruthless in strategy, not in ethics, ensuring that your path to number one is built on a foundation of integrity, even as you ruthlessly outmaneuver the competition. Ultimately, aggressive customer acquisition is not a one-time campaign, but a continuous, dynamic process demanding constant vigilance and adaptation. The market is a living, breathing entity, constantly shifting with new technologies, evolving customer preferences, and competitor counter strategies. To maintain your dominant position, your acquisition strategies must be equally fluid, capable of rapid iteration and reinvention. This requires establishing robust feedback loops, continuously monitoring market signals, and empowering your acquisition strike force to respond with agility to emerging threats and opportunities. The moment you become complacent, even after achieving the number one spot, is the moment you invite challengers to erode your hard-won territory. True market conquest is an ongoing commitment to perpetual motion, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of what's possible in customer acquisition to secure and expand your reign. Displacing competitors, offensive and defensive tactics. To truly conquer a market, merely growing your own footprint is not enough. You must actively displace your rivals, systematically eroding their market share and seizing their territory. This isn't about polite competition or coexistence. It's about strategic warfare, demanding a clear understanding of both offensive maneuvers to gain ground and defensive fortifications to protect it. Every move you make, every product you launch, every customer you acquire must be viewed through the lens of how it impacts your competitors and strengthens your own position for ultimate market dominance. This dual approach, relentlessly executed, transforms your business from a participant into a predator, ensuring that your ascent to the number one spot is built on the foundations of your rival's retreat. Understanding this brutal reality is the first step toward crafting a winning strategy that leaves no room for doubt about your intent. The bedrock of any successful campaign, whether offensive or defensive, lies in superior competitive intelligence. You cannot fight effectively if you are blind to your enemy's strengths, weaknesses, and strategic intentions. This demands a relentless, almost obsessive commitment to gathering, analyzing, and interpreting data about every significant player in your ecosystem. Understand their customer acquisition costs, their churn rates, their supply chain vulnerabilities, their key talent, and their financial health. Deep dives into their product roadmaps, pricing strategies, and marketing messaging will reveal exploitable gaps and potential points of attack. Such intelligence isn't just about knowing what they do, but predicting what they will do, allowing you to anticipate their moves and counter them before they even materialize. This comprehensive insight becomes your strategic compass, guiding every decision with precision and purpose. On the offensive front, one of the most potent tactics involves a direct assault on a competitor's core value proposition, not merely by offering a similar product, but by delivering a demonstrably superior alternative that renders theirs obsolete or inferior. This means relentlessly innovating, pushing the boundaries of what's possible, and solving customer pain points in ways your rivals simply cannot match. Whether it's through groundbreaking technology, unparalleled user experience, or a radically more efficient business model, your goal is to create such a compelling differentiation that customers actively choose to switch, even if it means overcoming inertia. You're not just selling a product, you're selling a future that your competitors are incapable of delivering, effectively making their offerings irrelevant in the eyes of the market. This aggressive product-led displacement is often the most sustainable path to long-term market leadership. Another formidable offensive weapon is the strategic deployment of aggressive pricing and marketing campaigns designed to directly undermine a competitor's financial stability and customer base. This isn't about a race to the bottom, but a calculated move to capture market share, often by leveraging a superior cost structure or a willingness to sacrifice short-term profits for long-term dominance. Launch targeted marketing blitzes that highlight your competitive advantages while subtly, or not so subtly, exposing your rivals' shortcomings, creating a narrative that positions them as outdated or less capable. This can include targeted advertising, compelling promotional offers, and even direct outreach to their existing customer base, offering them a clear upgrade path. The objective is to create an irresistible pull towards your offering, making it economically and experientially irrational for customers to remain with the competition. This approach demands a robust cash position and an unyielding will to endure the initial financial impact. Offensive tactics also extend to disrupting a competitor's operational lifelines, such as controlling key distribution channels or securing exclusive supplier agreements that starve them of essential resources. Imagine locking up critical raw materials, securing preferential terms with the most effective logistics providers, or striking exclusive deals with dominant retail or online platforms. These moves make it exponentially harder and more expensive for your rivals to bring their products to market, forcing them to seek less efficient, more costly alternatives. By strategically choking off their access to vital components of their business model, you significantly increase their operational friction and reduce their competitive agility. This strategy requires deep industry knowledge and the leverage to negotiate terms that effectively create insurmountable barriers to entry or continued operation for your adversaries. Furthermore, A highly aggressive offensive strategy might involve the targeted poaching of key talent from competitor organizations, not only to bolster your own ranks, but also to strategically weaken theirs and gain invaluable insider knowledge. Luring away their top engineers, sales leaders, or product strategists can cripple their innovation pipeline and disrupt their operational rhythm. Beyond talent acquisition, a robust offensive stance includes aggressive protection and leveraging of your own intellectual property, while simultaneously challenging theirs where vulnerabilities exist. Strategic patent filings, copyright enforcement, and even the acquisition of smaller firms purely for their IP portfolios can create legal moats that prevent competitors from replicating your successes or even operating in certain domains. This combination of human capital acquisition and intellectual property warfare can inflict severe, long-term damage on rival organizations, accelerating their decline. While offensive maneuvers are crucial for gaining ground, true market conquest demands an equally robust defensive strategy to protect your hard-won territory from inevitable counterattacks and opportunistic rivals. Winning market share is only half the battle. Retaining it against relentless competition requires constant vigilance and proactive fortification. You must anticipate where competitors might strike next and build impenetrable defenses around your most valuable assets and customer segments. This defensive posture is not passive. It's an active, strategic commitment to making your business an unassailable fortress, capable of weathering any storm and repelling any assault. Neglecting defense after a successful offensive is a critical error, often leading to a swift reversal of gains and a lost war. It ensures that the gains you make are sustainable and that your dominance is not fleeting. One of the most effective defensive tactics involves fortifying customer loyalty to such an extent that switching to a competitor becomes an unthinkable proposition for your existing base. This goes far beyond mere satisfaction. It means cultivating an exceptional customer experience that creates emotional bonds, delivers consistent delight, and proactively addresses needs before they even arise. Implement robust loyalty programs, build exclusive communities, and continuously invest in customer success initiatives that make your users feel valued and indispensable. The goal is to create sticky ecosystems where the cost, both economic and psychological, of defecting to a rival is prohibitively high. By turning your customers into fervent advocates and integrating your solution deeply into their daily operations, you build a powerful, organic defense mechanism that actively resists competitive encroachment. This deep-seated loyalty becomes an almost unbreakable moat around your market share. Building economic moats is another cornerstone of a resilient defensive strategy, creating structural advantages that are incredibly difficult for competitors to replicate or overcome. This includes cultivating powerful network effects, where the value of your product or service increases exponentially with each new user, making it inherently more attractive than a nascent competitor. Achieving economies of scale allows you to offer products at prices rivals cannot match while maintaining healthy margins, or to invest more heavily in R&D and marketing. Proprietary technology, unique data sets, or exclusive access to resources also serve as formidable barriers to entry, protecting your innovations and market position. These strategic advantages are not accidental. They are painstakingly built and continuously reinforced, ensuring that your business operates from a position of inherent structural superiority that deters all but the most audacious challengers. Continuous innovation and strategic market expansion serve as proactive defensive measures, ensuring that you always stay several steps ahead of your competitors. Resting on your laurels after achieving market leadership is a recipe for obsolescence. Instead, you must maintain an aggressive pace of product development, constantly improving your offerings and exploring new solutions to evolving customer needs. Furthermore, proactively expanding into adjacent markets or developing new product lines before competitors can react effectively creates a moving target, making it harder for rivals to pinpoint and attack your core business. By consistently being the first to market with compelling new features or solutions, you preempt competitive threats, dictate the pace of innovation, and solidify your reputation as the industry leader. This relentless forward momentum is your best defense against stagnation and competitive erosion. Finally, a sophisticated defensive strategy often incorporates a strong legal and regulatory shield to protect your interests and even turn bureaucratic hurdles into competitive advantages. This involves leveraging a formidable legal team to aggressively protect your intellectual property, enforce contracts, and challenge any perceived anti-competitive practices by rivals. Engaging proactively with regulatory bodies and lobbying efforts can shape industry standards and policies in your favor, creating compliance burdens that smaller, less resourced competitors struggle to meet. These legal and regulatory maneuvers, when executed with precision, can create an intricate web of protections that makes it exceedingly difficult for new entrants to gain traction or for existing competitors to operate without significant overhead. Such a defense transforms the legal landscape into another battleground where your superior resources and strategic foresight can be decisive. Ultimately, the pursuit of market dominance is not a series of isolated battles, but a perpetual state of strategic warfare, demanding a leadership mindset that embraces constant vigilance and adaptability. There is no finish line where you can simply relax. The market is a dynamic, ever-shifting landscape where new threats emerge and old ones evolve. Cultivating a culture within your organization that is inherently competitive, data-driven, and relentlessly focused on both offensive expansion and defensive fortification is paramount. This requires leaders who can make tough calls, adapt quickly to changing circumstances, and inspire their teams to push beyond conventional limits. The psychological toll of this constant struggle is real, but the rewards of sustained market leadership are worth every ounce of effort and every strategic decision made under pressure. It's a testament to your unyielding will to win. Integrating these offensive and defensive strategies is not merely about having a list of tactics, but about orchestrating them into a coherent, fluid campaign that adapts to real-time market intelligence. Your offensive pushes must be supported by robust defensive lines, and your defensive fortifications should free up resources for future aggressive maneuvers. This dynamic interplay requires a central command structure capable of rapid decision-making, resource allocation, and strategic pivots based on continuous assessment of the competitive landscape. There is no one-size-fits-all playbook. Rather, it's about understanding the principles of warfare and applying them with creativity and ruthlessness to your specific market conditions. The ultimate objective is to create an ecosystem where your dominance feels inevitable, making it increasingly difficult for any competitor to truly challenge your reign. This synergy transforms your business into an unstoppable force. Building a sales force that conquers. Building a sales force that merely sells is a recipe for incremental growth, a slow march to mediocrity in a market demanding outright dominance. To achieve true market conquest, your sales organization must transform from a group of order takers into an elite, disciplined unit of market warriors, relentless in their pursuit of new territory. This isn't about pleasantries or polite negotiations. It's about strategic infiltration, aggressive displacement, and securing an unshakable foothold in every segment you target. Your sales team is the sharp end of the spear, the direct interface with the battlefield, and their effectiveness directly dictates the speed and brutality of your market expansion. Without a force explicitly designed to conquer, your aspirations for the number one spot remain just that, aspirations, easily crushed by more aggressive competitors. This chapter will dissect the brutal realities of forging such a force, one capable of not just meeting quotas, but systematically dismantling the competition. We will explore how to instill a mindset of relentless pursuit, where every interaction is viewed as an opportunity to gain ground, and every lost deal is a strategic failure demanding immediate analysis and correction. This is about building an army, not just a department, one that thrives on pressure and is singularly focused on victory. The foundation of any conquering sales force lies in the individual mindset of its members. You are not looking for salespeople, but for hunters, for gladiators who relish the competitive arena. They must possess an innate hunger, a drive that goes beyond a paycheck, fueled by the thrill of victory and the desire to outmaneuver rivals. This isn't a role for the faint of heart or those who prefer a comfortable status quo. It demands resilience in the face of rejection, a thick skin against adversity, and an unyielding belief in your product's superiority. Seek out individuals with a proven track record of exceeding expectations, not just meeting them, and those who demonstrate an almost pathological need to win. Their internal compass must point unequivocally towards dominance, understanding that every win for your company is a strategic setback for a competitor. This aggressive disposition is not a flaw. It is the essential characteristic that separates a mere salesperson from a market conqueror. Cultivating this warrior spirit means constantly reinforcing the competitive landscape, reminding them of the stakes, and celebrating victories that directly contribute to market share gains. Recruitment, therefore, becomes a highly strategic process, less about filling seats and more about identifying and enlisting these elite combatants. Your hiring filters must be incredibly stringent, designed to weed out anyone lacking the necessary grit, ambition, or strategic acumen. Look beyond the polished resumes and smooth talk. Probe deeply into their competitive experiences, their biggest losses, and how they rebounded. Ask about their most challenging negotiations and how they strategically outmaneuvered a tough client or competitor. Assess their problem-solving skills under pressure and their ability to think several moves ahead, anticipating objections and counter-arguments. This isn't just about finding someone who can close a deal. It's about finding someone who can open a new front in the market war. Consider behavioral interviews that simulate high-pressure sales scenarios, observing their immediate reactions, their tenacity, and their ability to articulate a winning strategy on the fly. Remember, a single weak link can compromise the entire chain, so be ruthless in your selection process, prioritizing raw, competitive talent over mere experience. Once recruited, your sales force isn't just trained, it's forged, molded into a precision instrument of market conquest. Standard product knowledge and CRM tutorials are merely the baseline. True training involves intensive tactical drills, competitive intelligence deep dives, and psychological warfare simulations. Equip them not just with features and benefits, but with an arsenal of competitive differentiators and strategic rebuttals designed to dismantle competitor offerings. Teach them to identify competitor weaknesses and exploit them ruthlessly, turning every customer objection into an opportunity to highlight your superior value proposition. Role-play scenarios that push them to their limits, forcing them to think on their feet, negotiate aggressively, and close under immense pressure. This training must foster an understanding that they are not just selling, they are executing a strategic maneuver to gain territory. Provide them with detailed dossiers on key competitors, including their pricing, strategies, and known vulnerabilities, transforming each salesperson into a highly informed operative. The goal is to create a force so well prepared and tactically superior that they approach every sales interaction with an unshakable confidence in their ability to win. Compensation must be structured not just to motivate, but to incentivize outright conquest, aligning individual ambition with the company's strategic objective of market dominance. Forget flat salaries or low commission structures. Your top performers should earn a disproportionately large share of the spoils, directly tied to their ability to secure new market share and displace competitors. Implement aggressive commission rates, substantial bonuses for exceeding targets, and special incentives for winning deals against entrenched rivals. Consider tiered structures that reward not just volume, but also strategic wins, such as securing a marquee client or breaking into a previously impenetrable market segment. Make it abundantly clear that underperformance carries significant consequences, creating a high-stakes environment where only the most effective thrive. This isn't about creating a comfortable living. It's about providing a pathway to significant wealth for those who are willing to fight for it, transforming your sales force into highly motivated mercenaries for market share. When the rewards for winning are truly exceptional, you attract and retain the kind of talent that views every sales call as a battle to be won and every quarter as a campaign for dominance. Your sales leaders are not just managers, they are field commanders, responsible for the morale, strategy, and execution of their sales battalions. They must possess not only exceptional sales acumen, but also strong leadership qualities, capable of inspiring, motivating, and, when necessary, making tough personnel decisions. These commanders must be deeply embedded in the daily operations, providing real time coaching, strategic guidance, and unwavering support to their teams. They are the ones who translate the overarching market conquest strategy into actionable daily tactics for their reps, ensuring every effort contributes to the larger objective. Their role involves identifying individual strengths and weaknesses, deploying resources strategically, and ensuring that no territory is left uncontested. A true sales commander leads from the front, setting an example of relentless pursuit and unyielding determination, fostering a culture where accountability and results are paramount. They must be adept at analyzing performance data, quickly identifying underperforming areas or individuals, and implementing corrective actions with surgical precision. This leadership is about more than just hitting numbers. It's about cultivating a winning mentality and ensuring every member of the team understands their critical role in the broader war for market share. Performance management within a conquering sales force is not a quarterly review. It is a continuous, ruthless assessment of combat effectiveness, designed to ensure that only the most impactful individuals remain on the front lines. Underperform. RS are not coached indefinitely. They are swiftly identified and either re-equipped or removed, maintaining the integrity and intensity of the force. Establish clear, aggressive key performance indicators, KPIs, that directly tie to market conquest objectives, such as new logo acquisition, competitor displacement, and market share growth. Regularly review these metrics, providing immediate feedback and strategic adjustments to those who are struggling. This process must be transparent and objective, leaving no room for ambiguity about expectations or consequences. The goal is to cultivate a culture of extreme accountability, where every sales professional understands that their continued presence on the team is contingent upon their consistent contribution to market dominance. This disciplined approach ensures that your sales force remains lean, hungry, and composed solely of individuals who are actively contributing to the conquest, preventing complacency from taking root and eroding your competitive edge. Equipping your sales force with the right tools and intelligence is akin to arming your soldiers with superior weaponry and real-time battlefield data. A robust CRM system is not just for tracking. It's a command center for managing customer relationships and identifying strategic opportunities, providing a panoramic view of the battlefield. Integrate advanced sales enablement platforms that deliver personalized content, competitive battle cards, and objection handlers directly to their fingertips, ensuring they are always armed with the most relevant information. Leverage AI-driven analytics to identify high-potential leads, predict customer behavior, and uncover hidden market segments, giving your team an unfair advantage in targeting. Crucially, establish a robust competitive intelligence pipeline, feeding your sales reps with real-time updates on competitor moves, product launches, and strategic shifts. This constant flow of actionable intelligence allows your team to adapt their tactics on the fly, anticipate rival strategies, and exploit emerging vulnerabilities. Your sales force should never enter a negotiation unarmed or uninformed. They must possess every piece of data and every strategic advantage available to secure victory. The culture of a conquering sales force is a unique blend of intense individual ambition and collective, unwavering commitment to the mission. It's a brotherhood or sisterhood forged in the fires of competition, where individual wins are celebrated, but collective market dominance is the ultimate prize. Foster an environment of healthy internal competition where reps push each other to excel, but always with the understanding that they are united against external rivals. Encourage open communication, where best practices are shared and strategic insights from the field are quickly disseminated throughout the team. This culture must celebrate tenacity, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of objectives, reinforcing that hard work and strategic thinking directly lead to market gains. Create rituals and recognition programs that honor not just revenue generated, but strategic wins, such as displacing a major competitor or securing a pivotal account. This shared ethos transforms individual efforts into a synchronized assault, where every salesperson feels a profound sense of purpose and belonging within a force designed to dominate. Market penetration for a conquering sales force goes far beyond simply selling to existing demand. It's about actively creating demand, expanding the perceived boundaries of the market, and leaving no stone unturned. This involves a proactive, almost aggressive approach to identifying and engaging every potential customer, not just the low-hanging fruit. Your sales team must be trained to look for untapped niches, identify emerging needs, and strategically position your solution as the indispensable choice, even where competitors currently hold sway. This often means challenging existing assumptions within prospect organizations, educating them on problems they didn't realize they had, and then presenting your solution as the only viable answer. They must be adept at building robust pipelines, not just filling them, consistently uncovering new opportunities through relentless outbound efforts and strategic networking. True penetration means not just acquiring customers, but systematically converting an entire market segment, leaving competitors with diminishing options. It requires a mindset that views every no as a temporary obstacle, an opportunity to refine their approach and return with a more compelling, undeniable proposition. Scalability of this conquering sales force demands a systematic approach to replicating success, ensuring that new recruits can quickly be brought up to the same elite standard. This involves developing comprehensive, battle-tested playbooks that codify your most effective sales strategies, objection handling techniques, and competitive positioning. These playbooks are not rigid scripts, but living documents, constantly updated with new insights from the field and refined with proven tactics. Implement a rigorous onboarding program that immerses new hires in your aggressive sales culture, providing intensive training and mentorship from top performers. Create a clear career path that incentivizes continuous growth and rewards those who consistently contribute to market conquest, ensuring your best talent remains engaged and motivated. As you expand into new territories or launch new products, your scalable sales force should be able to quickly adapt and apply their conquering methodologies to new battlegrounds. This replication ensures that your growth is not just incremental, but exponential, allowing you to rapidly expand your footprint and consolidate market leadership across diverse segments. The psychological edge cultivated by a conquering sales force extends beyond individual deals. It permeates the entire market, creating an aura of unstoppable momentum around your brand. When your sales team consistently outperforms, displaces competitors, and secures high-profile accounts, it sends a powerful message to prospects and rivals alike. This perception of invincibility can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, making it easier to win new business as customers increasingly view your company as the inevitable market leader. Your sales force becomes a living testament to your company's dominance, their confidence and aggression reflecting the strength of your brand. They are not just selling a product, they are selling a vision of market leadership, positioning your company as the safe, winning bet. This psychological advantage can erode competitor morale, making their sales teams doubt their own offerings and their ability to compete effectively. Cultivating this image requires consistent, visible wins and a sales force that projects an unwavering belief in their mission, turning every successful deal into a public declaration of your market supremacy. The symbiotic relationship between your marketing and sales teams is crucial, functioning as the air support and ground assault in your market conquest strategy. Marketing provides the strategic air cover, softening the target, generating awareness, and positioning your brand as the dominant player before sales even engages. They are responsible for crafting the compelling narratives, producing the high-impact content, and executing the targeted campaigns that create a fertile ground for your sales force. Sales, in turn, executes the precise ground assault, converting the leads generated by marketing into tangible market share. This requires seamless communication and tight alignment, ensuring that marketing's messaging directly supports sales objectives and that sales provides critical feedback from the field to refine future campaigns. There should be no silos, only a unified front working towards the singular goal of market dominance, each team leveraging the strengths of the other. When marketing and sales operate as a cohesive, well oiled machine, their combined force becomes exponentially more powerful, making your market conquest efforts virtually unstoppable. Finally, maintaining a conquering sales force demands continuous adaptation and ruthless self assessment because the battlefield is constantly shifting. The market never stays static. Competitors evolve, customer needs change, and new technologies emerge, requiring your sales strategy to remain agile and responsive. Regularly analyze your wins and losses, dissecting what worked, what didn't, and why, and then integrate these learnings into your playbooks and training. Encourage experimentation and innovation within your sales processes, allowing your team to discover new tactics that yield superior results. Stay relentlessly informed about competitor strategies and market trends, constantly refining your approach to maintain your competitive edge. This commitment to continuous improvement ensures that your sales force never becomes complacent or outdated, always remaining at the forefront of market conquest. Only through this unwavering dedication to adaptation can you ensure your sales army remains the most formidable force in the market, consistently outmaneuvering rivals and securing your position as the undisputed number one. The art of market penetration and expansion. True market penetration transcends mere growth. It signifies a deliberate, aggressive act of strategic conquest. This isn't about gently introducing your offering to new demographics or waiting for organic adoption. It demands a calculated assault, a systematic dismantling of competitive strongholds, and the decisive establishment of your dominion. We've laid the groundwork through relentless customer acquisition and the disciplined construction of a formidable sales apparatus. But now, the true test of your strategic acumen begins. Penetration, in the context of market conquest, means planting your flag with such force and conviction that retreat becomes an unthinkable proposition for your rivals. It requires a mindset shift from simply entering a market to irrevocably owning a segment of it, making your presence an undeniable, permanent fixture. This phase represents the strategic deployment of every asset and insight gathered, transforming potential into an unassailable reality. Your objective is not just to exist within new territories, but to exert an overwhelming gravitational pull that redefines the competitive landscape entirely. The art of market penetration, therefore, is the art of strategic siege and ultimate annexation. Before any advance can be launched, a ruthless market mapping exercise is paramount, moving beyond superficial demographic analysis to identify genuine vulnerabilities within the competitive landscape. Not all markets, or even segments within them, offer equal opportunities for decisive conquest. True strategic insight lies in discerning where the existing order is weakest, where customer dissatisfaction festers, or where technological shifts have created an exploitable void. This demands a granular, data-driven approach to competitor analysis, pinpointing their resource constraints, their strategic blind spots, and the precise points of friction in their customer journey. Prioritizing these targets based on their potential for immediate, overwhelming dominance and their alignment with your long-term strategic objectives is not merely smart business. It is the fundamental precursor to any successful campaign of expansion. Every resource committed must be aimed at maximum impact, not diffused across an unwinnable front. The initial entry into a new market demands a meticulously crafted wedge strategy designed to breach the existing defenses with surgical precision rather than a broad, costly frontal assault. This wedge might manifest as a hyper-focused product iteration tailored to an underserved niche, a disruptive pricing model that fundamentally redefines value, or an innovative service delivery mechanism that bypasses entrenched channels. The objective is to identify the narrowest possible point of entry where your unique strengths can create an immediate, undeniable advantage, thereby cracking open the market with minimal initial resistance. By concentrating resources on this precise point, you conserve critical capital and human effort, ensuring that the initial breach is not only successful but also sustainable, providing a beachhead from which to launch subsequent, broader campaigns of expansion. Aggressive pricing, when wielded with strategic intent, transforms from a mere transaction mechanism into a potent weapon of market conquest, capable of reshaping customer expectations and destabilizing competitor strongholds. This isn't about a race to the bottom, but a calculated application of penetration pricing designed to seize significant market share by offering an irresistible value proposition that competitors simply cannot or will not match. Such a strategy often entails sacrificing short term profit margins in favor of long term dominance, leveraging superior financial strength or operational efficiency to outlast and outmaneuver rivals who are not prepared for such a brutal contest. The goal is to establish your offering as the default choice, creating a switching cost that grows with every new customer acquired, thereby making any future competitive challenge exponentially more difficult to mount. This deliberate financial offensive is an investment in future market control. Product and service differentiation, when executed as a spearhead for market entry, must extend far beyond incremental improvements. It requires the delivery of an offering that is not merely better, but demonstrably, irrefutably superior in a key dimension that resonates deeply with target customers. This means identifying an acute pain point that existing solutions fail to address effectively, or pioneering a novel capability that fundamentally shifts industry paradigms. Your product must offer a compelling, undeniable reason for customers to abandon their current loyalties, providing a tangible benefit so profound that the decision to switch becomes a logical imperative rather than a mere consideration. This strategic focus on unparalleled value creation serves as your primary attack vector, eroding competitor relevance and establishing your brand as the definitive standard in the newly penetrated territory. It's about making your offering indispensable, not just desirable. The conquering sales force, meticulously built and honed in prior stages, now becomes the vanguard of your expansion efforts, directly translating strategic intent into tangible market gains. Their role transcends conventional selling. They are the intelligence gatherers, the relationship architects, and the frontline ambassadors of your market takeover. Equipping them with tailored training that addresses the unique competitive dynamics of new territories, providing them with granular competitive intelligence, and empowering them with messaging frameworks designed for penetration is critical. Their objective is not just to close deals, but to establish an unshakable beachhead, to convert initial interest into entrenched loyalty, and to map out further expansion opportunities with every interaction. This is where the strategic vision meets the ground-level execution, transforming abstract plans into concrete market share. Effective channel strategy is not merely about reaching customers. It is about optimizing distribution to achieve market dominance, potentially blocking competitor access to critical pathways. This involves a calculated assessment of all available routes to market, from direct sales and e-commerce to strategic partnerships, aggressive reseller recruitment, and even exclusive distribution agreements that cement your presence. The objective is to establish pervasive availability, ensuring your product is effortlessly accessible wherever and whenever your target customer seeks a solution, while simultaneously making it more challenging for rivals to compete on equal footing. By controlling key distribution nodes and influencing the customer journey from initial discovery to final delivery, you exert a powerful gravitational pull in new territories, transforming mere presence into an unassailable market grip. This is about building an ecosystem, not just a pipeline. Once a target market is identified and a wedge strategy devised, the execution must adhere to a blitzkrieg approach, characterized by speed, overwhelming force, and relentless momentum. This isn't a cautious probe. It's a decisive, full-spectrum offensive designed to rapidly establish an undeniable presence and capture significant market share before competitors can effectively react. The objective is to strike hard and fast, deploying resources with such intensity that rivals are caught off guard, their defenses breached, and their customer base disrupted before they can mount a coordinated counterattack. A prolonged, attritional battle drains resources and invites competitive reinforcement, whereas a swift, overwhelming assault establishes an immediate dominant position, making any subsequent attempts at displacement exponentially more challenging. Hesitation is not an option. Speed is your weapon. Penetration is merely the first phase. The true art lies in consolidating the beachhead, transforming initial gains into an unassailable stronghold. This demands immediate and sustained effort to fortify your position, moving beyond transactional wins to cultivate deep customer loyalty and integrate new market segments seamlessly into your operational framework. It involves building robust support systems, refining product offerings based on early market feedback, and, where strategically viable, pursuing tactical acquisitions that eliminate nascent threats or expand your capabilities. The objective is to erect formidable barriers to entry and counterattack, making it prohibitively expensive and strategically illogical for competitors to challenge your newly established dominance. This consolidation phase is where temporary advantage hardens into permanent market leadership, securing your ground for the long haul. With the initial beachhead consolidated, the strategic imperative shifts to expansion beyond that initial penetration, leveraging success in one segment to launch broader campaigns into adjacent territories. This is not a random foray, but a meticulously planned sequence of conquests where validated product market fit and established customer trust in one area serve as powerful springboards for the next. It involves intelligently extending product lines, identifying cross-selling and upselling opportunities within your newly acquired customer base, and systematically mapping out the next logical domains for your influence. The strategic logic dictates a sequential, disciplined approach to market conquest, where each successful annexation provides the resources, intelligence, and psychological advantage necessary to claim the next piece of the market, steadily expanding your empire. Market penetration is not solely an economic endeavor. It is a profound act of psychological warfare designed to demoralize competitors and alter the perception of inevitability within the industry. Your aggressive entry and rapid consolidation send an undeniable message. You are here to dominate, and resistance is futile. This psychological impact can be amplified through strategic public announcements, highly visible marketing campaigns, and even the deliberate poaching of key talent from rivals, all crafted to signal your unwavering intent and superior capabilities. The objective is to create a pervasive sense that your ascendancy is not just possible, but inevitable, eroding the confidence of competitors and potentially leading to a cascade of strategic errors on their part. This is about winning the battle for market share and the war for the industry's collective psyche. The pursuit of market conquest is an unending campaign, demanding perpetual aggression and relentless vigilance to defend and extend gains. Dominance is not a static achievement, but a dynamic state, constantly threatened by emerging competitors, evolving technologies, and shifting customer expectations. Therefore, leaders must cultivate an unwavering commitment to continuous innovation, constantly monitoring market shifts, dissecting competitor maneuvers, and proactively identifying the next frontier for expansion. Resting on laurels is a luxury no true market leader can afford. The moment complacency sets in, the seeds of decline are sown. Your strategic posture must remain one of perpetual offense, always seeking the next territory to claim, the next advantage to exploit, ensuring that your market position remains unassailable and your growth trajectory unbroken. Creating moats, sustainable competitive advantages. Achieving initial market traction, even product market fit, is merely the opening skirmish in the war for dominance. Without creating formidable moats, that hard-won territory will be lost as quickly as it was gained. A moat in business terms is not a quaint historical defense, but a ruthlessly engineered, sustainable competitive advantage that protects your market share and profitability from the relentless assaults of rivals. It's the strategic imperative that transforms fleeting success into an unassailable stronghold, ensuring your reign at the top is not just aspirational, but enduring. True market leaders understand that growth without defensive fortifications is a hollow victory, a temporary occupation awaiting inevitable siege. Building these barriers is not an option. It is the non-negotiable cost of sustained conquest, demanding a mindset shift from mere expansion to strategic entrenchment. Many ambitious founders mistakenly believe that innovation alone guarantees longevity, pouring resources into the next feature or product iteration without considering the deeper structural defenses required. Yet, any innovative edge, no matter how brilliant, is inherently transient. Competitors will inevitably reverse engineer, imitate, or simply outspend you to replicate your temporary advantage. Without a robust moat, your market position remains perpetually vulnerable, a glass castle easily shattered by the next determined challenger. The brutal reality is that short-term gains, while exhilarating, are fleeting if not immediately leveraged to construct lasting barriers against competitive encroachment. This constant vulnerability drains resources, saps morale, and ultimately prevents the kind of decisive market capture that defines true leadership. One of the most potent moats is the network effect, a phenomenon where the value of your product or service increases exponentially with each new user or participant. Think of social media platforms or marketplaces. Every additional user makes the platform more valuable for every other user, creating a self-reinforcing loop that becomes incredibly difficult for new entrants to penetrate. Once a critical mass is achieved, the sheer weight of your user base acts as an insurmountable gravitational pull, making it almost impossible for rivals to attract users away. This isn't just about popularity. It's about the fundamental utility and interconnectedness that grows stronger with every adoption, turning your customer base into your most formidable defense. Leveraging network effects demands a strategic focus beyond simple user acquisition. It requires cultivating an ecosystem where interaction and interdependence are not just encouraged, but essential. You must actively design your product to maximize these network externalities, creating features that incentivize collaboration, content generation, and community building among your users. This involves a calculated approach to onboarding, engagement, and retention, ensuring that the value derived from the network consistently outweighs any potential benefits offered by a nascent competitor. Your goal is to make your platform the indispensable hub for its specific function, rendering any alternative an isolated, less valuable proposition. Another powerful defense mechanism lies in high switching costs, which essentially make it painful, costly, or inconvenient for customers to migrate from your solution to a competitor's. This isn't just about contractual lock-ins. It encompasses the time, effort, learning, and data migration required for a user to move their operations elsewhere. Imagine the complexity of migrating an entire enterprise's financial data, custom workflows, and employee training from one CRM system to another. The sheer friction involved often outweighs any perceived benefit of switching. These costs act as powerful deterrents, effectively trapping competitors in their oath end game by making customer defection a prohibitively expensive endeavor. To create this kind of inevitability, you must proactively engineer your products and services with inherent switching costs from the ground up, making them deeply embedded in your customers' operations. This could involve deep data integration, custom API connections, specialized training unique to your platform, or proprietary file formats that make data extraction arduous. The strategic objective is to become an indispensable component of your customer's infrastructure, not just a vendor, but an operational linchpin. By weaving your solution into the very fabric of their daily workflow, you build a fortress around your customer base that few rivals possess the resources or patience to breach. Economies of scale provide a brutal, often unmatchable cost advantage, allowing larger players to produce goods or deliver services at a significantly lower per-unit cost than smaller competitors. This isn't just about buying in bulk. It encompasses optimized supply chains, specialized machinery, efficient distribution networks, and a highly streamlined operational infrastructure that only high volume can justify. With lower costs, you gain immense strategic flexibility. You can price aggressively to squeeze out rivals, invest more heavily in R&D, or enjoy superior profit margins that fuel further expansion. This cost disparity becomes an insurmountable barrier for smaller, less efficient players, effectively shutting them out of the market. The relentless pursuit of scale is therefore a strategic imperative for any company aiming for market conquest, demanding aggressive expansion and continuous operational optimization. This means investing heavily in automation, negotiating superior terms with suppliers due to massive volume, and optimizing every facet of your production and distribution process to shave off incremental costs. Your objective is to create an economic engine so efficient that any competitor attempting to match your prices or margins will inevitably bleed cash and fail. This isn't merely about growth. It's about establishing an economic chokehold on the market, making your cost structure a weapon against all challengers. A powerful brand transcends mere recognition. It acts as a deep psychological moat, fostering immense customer loyalty, perceived value, and an emotional connection that rational arguments alone struggle to overcome. When customers trust and resonate with your brand, they are often willing to pay a premium, overlook minor imperfections, and actively resist overtures from competitors, even if those rivals offer seemingly comparable products. This isn't just marketing fluff. It's the culmination of consistent quality, reliable service, and a compelling narrative that imbues your offering with an intangible yet incredibly potent competitive edge. A strong brand becomes a shortcut to trust, a shield against commoditization, and a powerful magnet for repeat business. Building an indomitable brand identity requires deliberate, long-term effort and an unwavering commitment to your core values and customer experience. This means consistently delivering on your promises, investing in exceptional customer service, and crafting a narrative that resonates deeply with your target audience. Your brand must stand for something meaningful, creating an emotional resonance that transcends mere product features and price points. By forging this deep connection, you cultivate a legion of loyal advocates who not only choose your product, but actively defend it, transforming your brand into a formidable, almost spiritual barrier against competitive encroachment. Proprietary technology and intellectual property create a virtually unbreachable innovation wall, granting exclusive capabilities that competitors cannot legally or easily replicate. This moat encompasses patents on unique processes, trade secrets that power your core operations, and specialized software or algorithms developed in-house that give you a distinct performance advantage. Unlike features that can be copied, true proprietary technology represents a fundamental, protected lead that can take rivals years, if ever, to independently develop or legally license. It allows you to offer functionalities or efficiencies that simply cannot be matched by the competition, solidifying your market leadership through sheer technological superiority. Maintaining this technological edge demands continuous, often aggressive investment in research and development, coupled with a robust strategy for intellectual property protection. You must foster a culture of innovation, constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible and transforming groundbreaking ideas into defensible assets. This also means being ruthless in protecting your patents, trademarks, and trade secrets, pursuing legal action against any infringement with unwavering resolve. Your R&D department is not just a cost center. It is the forge where future moats are hammered out, securing your long-term dominance through a relentless commitment to technological advancement. The most unassailable market positions are rarely built on a single moat. Instead, they are fortified by a multi-layered defense, combining several types of competitive advantages into an almost impenetrable fortress. Imagine a company with strong network effects, high switching costs for its users, significant economies of scale, a globally recognized brand, and a portfolio of proprietary technology. Each moat reinforces the others, creating a synergistic barrier that makes market entry or displacement for rivals astronomically difficult. This strategic stacking of defenses doesn't just make you hard to beat, it makes you virtually invincible, ensuring your market conquest is not just achieved, but sustained for the long haul. Ultimately, the creation and deepening of these moats is not a one-time project, but a continuous, aggressive, and often ruthless strategic imperative for sustained market conquest. It requires a leader who views every business decision through the lens of long-term defensibility, constantly asking how each action strengthens the company's competitive insulation. This isn't about playing nice, it's about making calculated moves to erect and fortify barriers that will crush competitive aspirations. In the brutal arena of market warfare, your moats are your ultimate weapons, ensuring that once you've seized the number one position, you hold it with an iron grip, making retreat or surrender an unthinkable proposition for any challenger. Customer loyalty as a defense mechanism. In the relentless pursuit of market dominance, where every competitor is a threat and every customer a contested resource, Relying solely on superior product features or aggressive pricing is a naive and ultimately self-defeating strategy. True market conquest demands the construction of formidable, enduring moats, defenses that repel attacks and solidify your position. Among these, customer loyalty stands not as a soft, feel-good metric, but as an impenetrable shield, a strategic bulwark against the brutal realities of competitive warfare. It transforms your customer base from a mere transactional ledger into an active, resilient defense mechanism, making your territory incredibly difficult for rivals to breach. This isn't about pleasantries. It's about strategic survival and ultimate victory in a zero-sum game. Consider your most loyal customers as the bedrock of your operational fortress, the unyielding walls that absorb the initial shockwaves of any competitive assault. When a rival launches a new feature, slashes prices, or floods the market with aggressive advertising, it's these deeply entrenched customers who remain steadfast. They don't merely choose your offering out of habit, they choose it out of conviction, a conviction forged through consistent value delivery, unwavering trust, and an undeniable understanding of their needs. This deep connection makes them remarkably resistant to external pressures, allowing you to weather market storms that would cripple less fortified enterprises. This isn't to say that competitors won't try to lure them away. Indeed, they will deploy every tactic imaginable, often starting with the simplest leverage point: price. Yet, for a truly loyal customer, the perceived value extends far beyond the monetary tag. They understand the nuances of your service, the reliability of your support, the quality embedded in every interaction, and the seamless integration into their operations or daily lives. The psychological and practical switching costs, the effort to learn a new system, the risk of an unknown provider, the disruption to established routines become exponentially higher, rendering a competitor's lower price a hollow, often unconvincing proposition. Their loyalty effectively neutralizes a primary weapon in the challenger's arsenal. The economic advantages of cultivating such loyalty are stark and undeniable, forming a robust financial shield against the volatility inherent in aggressive growth. Retaining an existing customer costs a fraction of acquiring a new one, a truism often recited but rarely internalized with the strategic weight it deserves. A loyal customer base ensures predictable, recurring revenue streams, providing the essential capital and stability required to innovate, expand, and strategically outmaneuver rivals. This steady cash flow allows for calculated risks, sustained investment in R&D, and the flexibility to respond decisively to market shifts, rather than being perpetually caught in a costly, reactive scramble for new business. Building this kind of deep-seated loyalty, however, demands more than superficial engagement. It requires a ruthless commitment to understanding and serving your customer at a profound level. It's about moving beyond mere product specifications to truly grasp their underlying challenges, aspirations, and even their unspoken pain points. This involves meticulous data analysis, yes, but also a genuine, empathetic connection that anticipates needs before they fully materialize, delivering solutions that are not just functional, but transformative. This relentless pursuit of customer understanding isn't a soft skill. It's a strategic imperative, cementing bonds that are incredibly difficult for any competitor to sever. Furthermore, loyal customers are not just passive recipients of your value. They become active evangelists, transforming into an organic, highly credible marketing army. Their unsolicited testimonials, enthusiastic referrals, and vocal defense of your brand in public forums carry far more weight than any paid advertising campaign could ever hope to achieve. This word-of-mouth amplification extends your reach, validates your market position, and intrinsically lowers your customer acquisition costs by generating inbound interest from prospects who already trust the endorsement of someone they know. They become an extension of your sales force, fighting battles you didn't even know were being waged. Beyond advocacy, these loyal patrons serve as an invaluable early warning system, providing unfiltered, often brutally honest feedback that is essential for continuous improvement and strategic adaptation. They are your most candid critics and your most ardent supporters, offering insights into product shortcomings, emergent needs, and evolving market trends long before they become widespread issues. This continuous feedback loop allows you to iteratively refine your offerings, preempt competitive moves, and ensure your product roadmap remains perfectly aligned with market demands. Ignoring this intelligence is akin to marching into battle blindfolded, a fatal error in the conquest game. In times of economic uncertainty, industry disruption, or unforeseen crises, customer loyalty becomes an indispensable insulator, providing a vital buffer against market volatility. While less committed customers might jump ship at the first sign of trouble or the slightest competitive enticement, your loyal base remains steadfast, their trust providing a psychological anchor. This unwavering support grants you the resilience to navigate turbulent waters, allowing you to focus on strategic recovery and long-term vision, rather than being consumed by immediate existential threats. It is the ultimate testament to the strength of your brand and the depth of your market penetration. The sheer difficulty this loyal base presents to competitors cannot be overstated. It's a strategic nightmare for any challenger attempting to gain a foothold. For a rival to successfully dislodge your entrenched customers, they must not only offer a demonstrably superior product or service, but also overcome the inertia of established trust and the emotional investment your customers have made. This requires an immense, often unsustainable, expenditure of marketing budget, sales effort, and product development resources, draining their capital and diverting their focus. A deeply loyal customer base essentially raises the competitive barrier to entry to an almost insurmountable height. Crucially, building this defensive moat of customer loyalty is not a reactive measure deployed in response to competitive attacks. It is a proactive, deliberate strategy woven into the very fabric of your business operations. It demands consistent, unwavering effort, a deep understanding of your market, and a relentless focus on delivering exceptional value day in and day out. This isn't a task to be delegated or an afterthought. It is a core pillar of your market conquest strategy, a continuous investment in securing your long-term dominance. You don't build loyalty when the war starts. You build it to prevent the war from ever truly reaching your gates. The inverse, of course, is equally brutal. Neglect customer loyalty, and you leave your flank exposed, rendering your enterprise vulnerable to every shift in the market and every predatory move by a competitor. Without that deep connection, your customers are merely transactional, easily swayed by the next shiny object or the slightest price advantage. Churn rates skyrocket, customer acquisition costs become unsustainable, and your market position degenerates into a ceaseless, exhausting battle for every single sale. This is the path to incremental decline, not market conquest, a slow bleed that eventually leaves you defenseless. Ultimately, the ruthless pursuit of customer loyalty is a fundamental discipline for any leader truly committed to market conquest. It means making hard decisions, prioritizing long-term customer value over short-term gains, and sometimes sacrificing immediate profits to solidify your strategic position. It requires a deep-seated belief that your customers are not just revenue sources, but strategic allies in your campaign for dominance. Embrace this truth, build your loyalty moat with unwavering resolve, and you will forge a defense mechanism that not only protects your enterprise, but actively propels you toward unparalleled market leadership. Responding to competitive attacks. Even with the most formidable moats meticulously constructed, the relentless currents of competition guarantee that your fortress will be tested. Market dominance is not a static state. It is a continuous, brutal campaign where rivals will inevitably launch their assaults, probing for weaknesses, chipping away at your customer base, and attempting to destabilize your hard-won position. To believe you can build an impenetrable barrier and then rest on your laurels is to invite catastrophic failure. The true measure of a conqueror is not just in establishing a lead, but in the ferocity and precision with which they respond when their territory is challenged. This isn't merely about defense, it's about turning every competitive attack into an opportunity to demonstrate overwhelming superiority and solidify your unassailable reign. The first, most critical step in responding to any competitive incursion is the immediate and surgical acquisition of intelligence. Before a single countermove is contemplated, you must possess an absolutely clear, unvarnished understanding of the enemy's strategy, their capabilities, and their true intent. Is this a full frontal assault on your core market, a flanking maneuver targeting a niche, or a diversionary tactic designed to distract? Who is leading this charge? What resources have they committed? And what specific pain points are they attempting to exploit in your offerings or your customer relationships? Blindly reacting based on assumptions or incomplete data is a surefire path to misallocating resources and exacerbating the threat, akin to firing artillery without knowing the target's coordinates. Once the intelligence is gathered, a rapid, ruthless assessment of the threat's magnitude becomes paramount. Not every competitor's jab warrants a full-scale, all-out war. Some are minor skirmishes, others are existential threats demanding immediate, overwhelming force. You must dissect the potential impact on your revenue streams, market share percentages, customer churn rates, and, crucially, your brand's psychological standing in the market. Is this attack designed to steal a few percentage points, or is it a decapitation strike aiming for your very leadership? Accurately calibrating the threat level allows for a proportionate yet decisive response, ensuring you don't overcommit resources to a phantom menace or, conversely, underestimate a looming catastrophe. Procrastination in the face of a competitive attack is not merely a delay, it is an act of self-sabotage that broadcasts weakness across the entire market. Once the threat is identified and assessed, the window for decisive action slams shut with alarming speed. Hesitation allows the competitor to gain traction, solidify their beachhead, and erode your customer loyalty. Your response must be swift, unequivocal, and executed with an unblinking resolve that leaves no doubt about your commitment to market dominance. A slow, tentative countermove signals vulnerability, inviting further, more aggressive assaults, whereas a rapid, overwhelming response often crushes the initial attack before it can fully materialize, sending a chilling message to any other aspiring challengers. Your existing moats, those sustainable competitive advantages you've painstakingly built, are not just defensive fortifications. They are formidable weapons in a counterattack. Customer loyalty, cultivated through years of superior product delivery and unparalleled service, acts as an impervious shield, deflecting initial competitive overtures. But it's more than just defense. Leverage your brand equity, your proprietary technology, your entrenched distribution channels, or your cost advantages to not just repel, but to utterly outmaneuver the aggressor. Utilize the very strengths that define your market leadership to make their attack appear futile, demonstrating that their efforts are merely crashing against an immovable, superior force. These moats become launchpads for your own offensive, turning their aggression into your strategic advantage. True market conquerors don't just defend, they counterattack with a singular focus on eliminating the threat and expanding their own territory. This requires a fundamental shift in mindset from merely blocking punches to delivering a devastating knockout blow. Your objective is not just to push the competitor back, but to inflict such a significant, lasting wound that they are either forced to retreat permanently or are rendered irrelevant in the market. This aggressive stance demands a willingness to take calculated risks, to deploy resources with surgical precision, and to view the competitor's attack as an unmissable opportunity to further consolidate your position at the apex. It's about turning their offensive into your opportunity for a decisive victory. Wartime demands a radical reallocation of resources, and a competitive attack is precisely that, war. You must be prepared to ruthlessly divert capital, talent, and strategic focus from less critical initiatives to the front lines of this battle. This might mean pausing new product development, cutting non-essential marketing spend, or redeploying your top sales talent to defend critical accounts. Every dollar, every hour, every strategic mind must be channeled towards neutralizing the threat and executing your counteroffensive. Sentimentality has no place here. If a project isn't directly contributing to winning this fight, it must be put on hold, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to victory above all else. Beyond the tangible moves, Psychological warfare plays a crucial role in responding to competitive attacks. Project an image of unshakable confidence and overwhelming strength to your customers, employees, and the broader market. Undermine the competitor's morale by exposing their weaknesses, highlighting their desperation, or simply outperforming them so dramatically that their efforts appear amateurish. Leak strategic successes, celebrate small victories publicly, and maintain an internal narrative of unstoppable momentum. The goal is to sow doubt within their ranks, make their investors question their strategy, and solidify your own team's belief in your inevitable triumph. A broken spirit can be as crippling as a depleted war chest. Often, the most effective response to a competitive attack is not a direct retaliation, but a profound reinforcement of your own product or service. Accelerate your product roadmap, push critical features to market ahead of schedule, or elevate your customer experience to an entirely new level. Make your offerings so undeniably superior, so deeply integrated into your customers' operations, that the competitor's alternative becomes a clear downgrade. This strategy leverages your existing strengths, solidifying your value proposition and making any defection to the competitor a costly, illogical choice for your customer. It's about building a better mousetrap, then watching your rivals struggle to compete with a moving target. Pricing, when wielded strategically, transforms from a simple exchange of value into a potent weapon in your arsenal. During a competitive assault, you must be prepared to make calculated, aggressive pricing adjustments to defend market share or directly undercut a rival's predatory moves. This isn't about a race to the bottom, but a precise, surgical strike designed to make their offering economically unviable or significantly less attractive. It requires a deep understanding of your own cost structures, your competitors' financial vulnerabilities, and a willingness to absorb short-term margin compression for the long-term gain of market dominance. This move sends a clear message. You will not be outpriced, and you will protect your territory at all costs. When a competitor strikes, a targeted marketing blitz becomes your rapid-fire artillery. This isn't about generic branding. It's about launching a concentrated, aggressive campaign that directly addresses the competitive threat. Highlight your own undeniable strengths and, where appropriate, subtly or overtly expose the competitor's weaknesses, limitations, or lack of experience. Craft messages that resonate deeply with your existing customer base, reinforcing their decision to choose you, while simultaneously appealing to the competitor's target audience with a superior value proposition. This focused bombardment aims to disrupt their narrative, sow doubt, and redirect attention back to your unwavering leadership, turning their offensive into a PR opportunity for your brand. In the brutal arena of market conquest, every tool available must be considered, and that includes leveraging legal and regulatory frameworks. If a competitor's tie-ins cross ethical lines, violate intellectual property, or engage in anti-competitive practices, pursuing legal recourse can be a powerful, albeit often resource-intensive, countermeasure. This isn't about petty grievances. It's about deploying a strategic, high-stakes maneuver that can halt their momentum, drain their resources, or even force them out of the market entirely. Understanding these legal levers and knowing when to pull them can provide a decisive, non-market advantage, cementing your position through judicial force if necessary. Every competitive attack, regardless of its outcome, is an invaluable, if painful, learning experience. Once the dust settles and the immediate threat is neutralized, a rigorous post-mortem is essential. What vulnerabilities did the attack expose within your organization, your product, or your market strategy? Were your intelligence gathering processes sufficient? Was your response swift and decisive enough? These are not moments for self-recrimination, but for cold, objective analysis to identify systemic weaknesses. Use these hard-won lessons to fortify your defenses, refine your offensive strategies, and ensure that the next inevitable assault will meet an even more prepared and formidable adversary. Beyond simply reacting, the most astute leaders use competitive attacks as a catalyst for preemptive strikes. Having weathered one storm, you gain invaluable insight into the likely future tactics of your rivals. This foresight allows you to proactively fortify your defenses, launch your own offensive maneuvers, or even disrupt emerging threats before they fully materialize. Can you acquire a strategic asset, forge a key partnership, or launch an innovative product that renders a competitor's future plans obsolete? The goal is to move from a reactive posture to a consistently proactive one, dictating the terms of engagement and ensuring that your market dominance is not just maintained, but continuously expanded. Ultimately, responding to competitive attacks is a brutal test of leadership, resilience, and an unyielding will to win. It is not for the faint of heart, nor for those who seek comfort in incremental growth. Market conquest demands a leader who views every challenge as an opportunity to demonstrate their strategic genius and their unwavering commitment to the number one position. You must be prepared to make hard calls, deploy resources ruthlessly, and maintain an aggressive, offensive mindset even when under fire. This is the crucible where true market leaders are forged, solidifying their reign through sheer force of will and a relentless pursuit of victory. Successfully responding to competitive attacks is more than just survival. It is a profound declaration of your market dominance. Each repelled assault, each counteroffensive that cripples a rival, only serves to underscore your strength, your strategic prowess, and your absolute resolve. These are the moments that define your legacy, not just as a business leader, but as a conqueror. Embrace the conflict, learn from the struggle, and use every challenge as a stepping stone to an even more unassailable position at the very pinnacle of your industry. The market is a battlefield, and only the most prepared, the most aggressive, and the most determined will ultimately claim victory, maintaining momentum and preventing stagnation. Reaching the summit of market leadership is not a destination for quiet reflection, but rather the most treacherous terrain to navigate. Many ambitious ventures, after successfully conquering their initial objectives and establishing a dominant foothold, mistakenly believe the hardest part is over. This complacent illusion is precisely where the seeds of stagnation are sown, quietly undermining the very foundations of hard-won market share. The brutal truth is that achieving the number one position merely signals the start of a new, even more demanding war. The war to maintain and expand that dominance against the instant army of hungry challengers. The inherent danger of success lies in its capacity to breed comfort, an insidious enemy of relentless growth. Once the initial struggle to prove product market fit and secure a competitive edge fades, a subtle shift can occur within the organization, replacing the urgent, scrappy hunger with a more measured, often bureaucratic approach. This transition, if left unchecked, inevitably leads to a deceleration of innovation, a softening of aggressive market tactics, and a gradual erosion of the very momentum that propelled the company to the top. Preventing this slide requires a conscious, often uncomfortable, recommitment to the foundational principles of conquest. Stagnation doesn't manifest as a sudden collapse, but as a slow, almost imperceptible drift from the cutting edge. It begins with rationalizing good enough instead of demanding better than anyone else, accepting incremental improvements when revolutionary leaps are possible, and prioritizing internal processes over external market demands. This creeping inertia, fueled by a desire for stability, systematically dismantles the agile, aggressive mindset that defined your ascent. Leaders must recognize these early warning signs and act decisively to re-inject urgency and a disruptive spirit into the organizational DNA. True market conquerors understand that innovation is not a luxury reserved for startups, but a perpetual offensive weapon. Even when holding in seemingly unassailable moat, the most dangerous move is to cease innovating, believing your current offering is sufficient. Instead, you must aggressively pursue internal disruption, making your own products and services obsolete before any competitor has the chance. This proactive cannibalization ensures that your market advantage is continuously refreshed, and your competitors are always reacting to your latest strategic maneuvers, rather than dictating the pace of the industry. Every gain, every quarter of profitability, must be viewed not as a reward for past efforts, but as vital capital to be aggressively reinvested in the ongoing campaign. This isn't just about R&D. It encompasses strategic acquisitions that consolidate market power, substantial investments in talent development, and the relentless expansion into adjacent markets or new geographical territories. Maintaining momentum demands a financial discipline that prioritizes long-term strategic advantage over short-term dividend payouts, ensuring resources are always allocated to deepen moats and extend your reach. The internal enemy of bureaucracy and comfort poses as significant a threat as any external competitor. As organizations scale, the natural tendency is to codify processes, add layers of management, and seek predictability, all of which can stifle the very entrepreneurial spirit that fueled initial success. Leaders must wage a constant war against these internal forces of inertia, actively dismantling unnecessary red tape, empowering agile teams, and fostering an environment where calculated risks are not just tolerated, but actively encouraged. The goal is to retain the lean, hungry agility of a startup, even at the scale of a market leader. Cultivating a culture of productive discomfort is paramount to sustaining momentum. This means fostering an environment where the status quo is perpetually questioned, where challenges are embraced as opportunities for radical improvement, and where failure is reframed as an essential learning experience, not a terminal setback. A workforce too comfortable with existing paradigms will inevitably miss emerging threats and opportunities, leaving the door open for more daring challengers. Leaders must champion a mindset of continuous evolution, pushing their teams to operate at the edge of their capabilities. Strategic obsolescence, the deliberate act of rendering your own successful offerings outdated, is a powerful tactic for preventing stagnation. This often counterintuitive approach ensures that your company remains the primary driver of innovation in your market, preventing competitors from disrupting you. It requires a profound understanding of future trends, a willingness to dismantle profitable but aging models, and the courage to invest heavily in what comes next. This proactive destruction is a clear signal to the market and to your internal teams that the pursuit of dominance is an endless, evolving campaign. Market leaders don't just react to the battlefield, they actively shape it by anticipating the next front. This demands a sophisticated capacity for strategic foresight, investing heavily in understanding emerging technologies, shifting consumer behaviors, and the broader geopolitical landscape that could redefine the competitive arena. By identifying and preparing for these future battlegrounds, you can position your company to not only defend against future threats, but to launch decisive preemptive strikes, cementing your dominance for years to come. The CEO's role evolves dramatically after market conquest, shifting from the initial builder and warrior to the ultimate guardian and perpetual motion machine of the organization. They must embody relentless ambition, serving as the unwavering beacon that guides the company through periods of potential complacency. This involves constantly challenging assumptions, pushing boundaries, and refusing to allow the organization to settle into a comfortable rhythm. The leader's energy and uncompromising vision are the primary drivers for maintaining the aggressive momentum required for sustained market leadership. In the brutal reality of market conquest, there is no true peace or final victory, only temporary ceasefires and strategic respites. The moment a leader or an organization believes the war is over or that their position is unassailable is the precise moment they become vulnerable. This mindset of perpetual vigilance and ongoing campaign is not about paranoia, but about strategic realism. It acknowledges that market dynamics are constantly shifting and new challengers are always emerging, hungry and unburdened by the weight of past victories or the comfort of an established position. Ultimately, maintaining momentum and preventing stagnation is about internalizing that dominance is an ongoing campaign, not a singular, decisive battle. It demands consistent strategic effort, a willingness to adapt tactics in real time, and an unwavering commitment to the long game of market leadership. The conqueror never truly rests. They are always scouting the horizon, reinforcing their defenses, and planning their next offensive. This relentless pursuit of excellence, this refusal to ever truly settle, is the true hallmark of a company destined not just to reach the top, but to stay there indefinitely. Crafting a dominant brand story. In the relentless pursuit of market conquest, many leaders fixate on product superiority or aggressive sales tactics, often overlooking the most potent yet intangible weapon at their disposal, a dominant brand story. This isn't some superficial marketing exercise. It is the strategic bedrock upon which all your future victories will be built, a narrative so compelling and unshakable that it redefines the very landscape of your industry. Your brand story, when crafted with ruthless precision, becomes the lens through which every customer, investor, and competitor views the market, positioning your enterprise not merely as a participant, but as the inevitable orchestrator of its future. A dominant brand story transcends mere differentiation. It establishes a new paradigm, making your existence indispensable and rendering competitor offerings conceptually obsolete. This narrative must articulate not just what you do, but why your approach is fundamentally superior, challenging the status quo with an audacious vision that pulls the market forward on your terms. It's about owning the mental real estate, ensuring that when a problem arises that your solution addresses, your company is the immediate, non-negotiable answer that springs to mind, a preemptive strike against any rival claim. Every conqueror, every empire is built upon a foundational myth, and your enterprise is no different. Crafting a dominant brand story begins with an origin myth that speaks to destiny, not merely circumstance. Detail how your company's genesis wasn't an accidental foray, but a fated response to a critical, often overlooked market void. A problem so profound that only your unique insight and audacious vision could ever hope to resolve it. This isn't about fabricating, it's about framing your true beginnings in a way that imbues your mission with a sense of inevitability and higher purpose, captivating minds before products even enter the conversation. Beyond your origins, a truly dominant story must project a visionary horizon, a future state where your company is not just a player, but the undeniable architect of progress. Articulate a future so compelling, so transformative, that it pulls the entire industry forward, with your enterprise positioned firmly at its helm. This isn't merely about incremental improvements. It's about painting a picture of a world fundamentally reshaped by your innovation, inspiring both your internal teams and external stakeholders to rally behind a cause that transcends immediate commercial gains and promises a brighter, more efficient, or more empowered tomorrow. Every powerful narrative requires an antagonist, and your brand story is no exception. This adversary isn't always a direct competitor, but often the prevailing status quo, an outdated methodology, or a systemic inefficiency that only your solution possesses the power to vanquish. By clearly defining this enemy, you create a rallying cry, a common foe against which your company and your customers can unite. This strategic framing allows you to position your offering not just as a product, but as a liberator, a necessary force against stagnation, making your brand synonymous with forward movement and essential change. Position your enterprise not merely as a vendor, but as the protagonist in your customer's journey, the indispensable guide empowering them to overcome their most pressing challenges and achieve their own conquests. Your brand story should elevate your company beyond a simple service provider to a true partner, casting your customers in the heroic role with your solution as their ultimate tool or mentor. This narrative shift transforms transactions into shared victories, fostering a deeper, more emotional connection that transcends mere utility and cultivates fervent loyalty. The narrative isn't just about your company, it's profoundly for and with your customers, transforming them from passive consume ARIS into active co-conquerors. By making them integral to your market revolution, you empower them to champion your cause, turning every satisfied user into an ambassador for your dominant vision. This shared purpose builds a formidable community, a collective force that amplifies your message and creates an unshakable network effect, making your brand's growth a shared triumph rather than an isolated corporate success. At the heart of any dominant brand story lies an unassailable differentiator, a core element that makes your offering uniquely superior and, crucially, difficult, if not impossible, for rivals to replicate. This isn't just a feature list. It's an intrinsic quality, often non-obvious to the casual observer, that underpins your entire value proposition and reinforces your narrative. Identifying and articulating this strategic moat within your story provides an intellectual barrier to entry, a conceptual high ground that competitors struggle to ascend, solidifying your unique position in the market. A dominant brand story isn't merely told, it is lived, breathed, and embedded into the very DNA of your organization. Every product feature, every hiring decision, every customer interaction, and every internal communication must echo and reinforce this central narrative. When your internal culture is a living testament to your brand story, it becomes an authentic, unshakable force, radiating consistency and conviction that resonates deeply with all stakeholders. This holistic integration transforms your story from a marketing slogan into an organizational ethos. Once meticulously crafted, this dominant brand story becomes a potent tool for strategic deployment across all your market infiltration efforts. It attracts top-tier talent who align with your mission, disarms critics by framing their objections within your narrative, galvanizes partners who see their future intertwined with yours, and transforms your sales pitch into an undeniable truth. This narrative congruence ensures that every touchpoint, from an investor deck to a customer support interaction, reinforces your singular, powerful message, making your ascent seem not just possible, but inevitable. Beyond the tangible benefits, a dominant narrative creates a profound psychological advantage, an intangible edge that can often be more decisive than any tactical maneuver. It implants the idea of your inevitable victory in the minds of customers, employees, and even competitors, shaping their perceptions and influencing their decisions long before any direct engagement. This psychological high ground fosters a self-fulfilling prophecy of success, making others more inclined to join your movement, or, conversely, to cede ground in the face of your perceived unstoppable momentum. Crucially, a dominant brand story is not a static artifact, but a living, evolving narrative that demands continuous refinement and adaptation. As markets shift, technologies advance, and competitive landscapes morph, your story must evolve, deepen, and broaden, always staying ahead of the curve. This ongoing process of narrative enhancement ensures that your core message remains relevant, compelling, and constantly reaffirms your leadership and future trajectory, preventing stagnation and maintaining your strategic advantage. In moments of crisis or under aggressive competitive attack, a strong, dominant brand story acts as an invaluable shield, providing a consistent framework for communication and a powerful rallying cry for your forces. When challenges arise, your established narrative offers a stable anchor, allowing you to contextualize setbacks, reaffirm your mission, and maintain stakeholder confidence, preventing panic and preserving your strategic momentum. It's the constant truth that cuts through the noise and uncertainty, reinforcing your resilience and unwavering purpose. Ultimately, your brand story transcends mere product or service. It becomes your company's identity, its the very reason for its existence. It transforms your enterprise from a mere business into a movement, a cause that people want to be a part of, to contribute to, and to champion. This profound identity creates an emotional resonance that builds a moat far deeper than any technological or financial advantage, making your brand not just a choice, but a conviction in the hearts and minds of your market. Masterfully crafted, a dominant brand story is not just a marketing asset. It is the ultimate strategic weapon that primes the market for your total conquest. It lays the intellectual and emotional groundwork, making all subsequent tactical maneuvers, from public relations to reputation management, exponentially more potent and effective. Without this foundational narrative, your efforts are fragmented. With it, every action converges to reinforce your unassailable position, accelerating your relentless march towards market dominance. Public relations as a strategic weapon. Most founders view public relations as a necessary evil, a soft skill for sharing good news and managing minor crises. This perspective is fundamentally flawed, dangerously naive, and completely out of sync with the brutal realities of market conquest. For those truly committed to dominating their industry, PR transforms from a gentle art into a formidable weapon, a strategic tool wielded with precision to shape perception, outmaneuver rivals, and solidify an unshakable market position. It's not just about getting your name in the headlines. It's about controlling the narrative, defining the playing field, and ultimately dictating the terms of engagement. Embracing this mindset shift is the first step toward harnessing PR's true power, recognizing it as an offensive and defensive instrument in your strategic arsenal. Understand that every message you put out or fail to put out contributes to the ongoing battle for market mindshare. This isn't about being liked, it's about being recognized as the undisputed leader, the only viable option. Strategic PR goes far beyond simple press releases. It's about crafting and deploying a narrative that serves your conquest objectives, making your company synonymous with innovation, reliability, or whatever key differentiator you choose to own. You're not just telling your story, you're actively rewriting the industry's story to cast yourself as the protagonist and your competitors as footnotes. This requires a proactive stance, identifying key media outlets, influential journalists, and industry analysts who can amplify your message and lend it credibility. Building these relationships isn't a passive exercise. It demands consistent engagement, providing exclusive insights and positioning your leadership as indispensable voices in the sector. Every interaction, every quote, every published piece is a brick in the wall you're building around your market share, making it impenetrable to challengers. The goal is to ensure that when anyone thinks about your industry, your name is the first and ideally the only one that comes to mind. Consider the power of thought leadership, not as a vanity project, but as a strategic maneuver to establish intellectual dominance and set the industry agenda. By consistently publishing insightful articles, leading panel discussions, or even authoring a book on emerging trends, you position your organization as the definitive authority, the oracle of future direction. This isn't about sharing generic advice. It's about articulating a vision so compelling and deeply informed that it subtly discredits alternative perspectives, especially those offered by your competitors. When you define the problems and offer the solutions, you inherently control the conversation, forcing others to react to your moves rather than initiating their own. This form of PR creates a gravitational pull, drawing talent, customers, and investors towards your orbit, making your enterprise the perceived center of the industry universe. It's a powerful, long-term play that pays dividends in sustained market leadership. Furthermore, strategic PR can be ruthlessly employed to highlight your competitors' weaknesses, not through direct attacks, but by subtly contrasting their shortcomings with your undeniable strengths. Imagine a scenario where a rival struggles with customer service. Your PR strategy would focus on amplifying stories of your own stellar support, showcasing testimonials, and perhaps even commissioning independent studies that validate your superior approach. This isn't about mudslinging. It's about drawing stark, undeniable comparisons that allow the market to reach its own conclusions about who truly delivers. You are not saying they are bad. You are simply demonstrating, with irrefutable evidence and carefully curated narratives, that you are unequivocally better. This requires a sophisticated understanding of their vulnerabilities and the ability to frame your narrative in a way that naturally exposes those gaps without ever uttering a negative word directly. The perception of competence and reliability becomes your silent assassin. The timing and consistency of your PR campaigns are absolutely critical, akin to a sustained artillery barrage in a military campaign, designed to wear down resistance and prepare the ground for your advances. A single powerful story is good, but a continuous stream of reinforcing messages strategically deployed across various channels builds an unstoppable momentum. This means mapping out your PR efforts alongside your product launches, funding rounds, and strategic partnerships, ensuring every major milestone is amplified and contextualized within your overarching narrative of dominance. Inconsistency, or worse, silence, leaves a vacuum that competitors will eagerly fill, allowing their stories to gain traction and dilute your hard-won mindshare. Your public narrative must be relentlessly present, a constant hum in the background of the industry, reminding everyone who is leading the charge and who is merely following. Every week without a strategic PR push is a missed opportunity to consolidate your power. Think of PR as a critical component in securing the resources necessary for your conquest, extending its influence far beyond customer acquisition. A robust, strategically managed public image significantly impacts investor confidence, making your company a more attractive prospect for crucial funding rounds. Investors are not just buying into a product, they are investing in a vision, a leadership team, and a brand that commands respect and attention. Similarly, a dominant public profile is a powerful magnet for top-tier talent, drawing the best minds to your mission and away from your competitors. In a war for talent, your reputation as an industry leader, a company that is making waves and defining the future, becomes an invaluable recruiting tool. This isn't merely about looking good, it's about building an ecosystem of support, financial, human, and intellectual, that fuels your relentless climb to the top. Your public image is, in essence, a reflection of your potential for market conquest. Ultimately, public relations, when wielded as a strategic weapon, transforms from a reactive function into a proactive force for market dominance. It's about building an impenetrable fortress around your brand, not just with positive stories, but by shaping the very lens through which your industry is viewed. This means anticipating competitor moves, preempting negative narratives, and always being several steps ahead in the perception game. Your PR team should function like an intelligence unit, constantly monitoring the landscape, identifying threats and opportunities, and devising countermeasures or offensive plays. It's a relentless, ongoing battle for the hearts and minds of your market, where every headline, every interview, and every public statement is a calculated move. Embrace a brutal reality that in the quest for number one, your public image is not a luxury. It is a vital instrument of war. The objective here is to control the very essence of how your market perceives value, innovation, and leadership. By consistently associating your brand with these core principles through strategic PR, you effectively set the industry standards, making your company the benchmark against which all others are measured. This creates a powerful self-fulfilling prophecy. Because you are seen as the leader, you attract the best talent, the most lucrative partnerships, and the most discerning customers. This isn't about hype, it's about cultivating a deep-seated belief in your superiority, a belief reinforced by a steady stream of carefully crafted messages. When you become the standard, competitors are forced into a reactive stance, constantly trying to catch up, always playing on your terms. This is the ultimate expression of PR as a weapon, not just winning battles, but defining the entire war, influencing industry perception and standards. Moving beyond the reactive skirmishes of public relations, true market conquest demands a far more aggressive and proactive stance, the deliberate influencing of industry perception and the strategic setting of its very standards. This isn't about simply managing your image, it's about fundamentally reshaping the battlefield, dictating the terms of engagement, and ensuring that the industry's definition of success inherently favors your unique strengths. You must transition from merely participating in the market dialogue to becoming its primary architect, the dominant voice that defines what matters most to customers, investors, and even your competitors. The stakes in this strategic endeavor could not be higher. If you fail to define the metrics of excellence, to articulate the essential challenges, or to set the benchmarks for performance, another player inevitably will, and they will invariably craft those definitions to their own profound advantage. This battle for mindshare is a zero-sum game, where the company that successfully frames the industry's understanding of value, innovation, and progress gains an insurmountable lead, effectively cornering the intellectual and strategic high ground. Your objective here is not just to win the current game, but to rewrite the rules entirely, rendering your competitors obsolete by shifting the goalposts beyond their reach. One of the most potent weapons in this arsenal is the strategic deployment of thought leadership, transcending mere content marketing to produce groundbreaking research, data, and insights that fundamentally challenge and reshape prevailing market assumptions. This isn't about generating a stream of blog posts or generic white papers. It's about commissioning rigorous studies, publishing definitive reports, or presenting disruptive theories that force the entire industry to reevaluate its direction and priorities. Your aim is to become the indispensable source of truth, the oracle whose pronouncements dictate future trends and compel others to follow your intellectual lead. Owning the industry narrative means meticulously controlling the flow of information, strategically releasing analyses and perspectives that frame problems and solutions in a manner that exclusively highlights your offerings as the definitive answer. This requires a sophisticated understanding of media cycles, analyst influence, and the psychological levers that drive market sentiment, allowing you to subtly guide the conversation towards your desired conclusions. By consistently demonstrating a superior grasp of the industry's complexities and offering unparalleled clarity on its future, you position your organization not just as a participant, but as the authoritative voice whose insights are both sought after and implicitly trusted. The ultimate expression of this influence often manifests in the establishment of de facto technical standa, RDS, where your proprietary solutions or methodologies become the ubiquitous, indispensable norm across the industry. This is a high-stakes play, demanding significant investment in innovation and a relentless pursuit of product superiority. But the payoff is immense. Competitors are then forced into the unenviable position of either adopting your standard, thereby validating your dominance, or attempting to build a parallel ecosystem, a costly and often futile endeavor. Your technology, your processes, or even your internal lexicon can become the gravitational center around which the entire industry revolves. In certain scenarios, a more nuanced yet equally aggressive strategy involves the judicious use of open source initiatives or the formation of strategic alliances to establish a standard that, while seemingly collaborative, remains firmly under your ultimate control. This is not an act of altruism, but a calculated chess move designed to accelerate the adoption of a framework you've engineered, simultaneously co-opting potential rivals into your ecosystem and creating a formidable barrier to entry for any truly independent alternatives. You invite others to build on your foundation, solidifying your position as the foundational layer of the industry. Beyond technology and narrative, true influence extends to proactively engaging with regulatory bodies, not merely reacting to their mandates, but actively shaping the legislative and policy landscape to your strategic advantage. This involves dedicated lobbying efforts, expert testimony, and the provision of data-driven insights that guide lawmakers towards regulations that inadvertently create competitive moats around your business or impose burdens disproportionately on your rivals. The objective is to make the rules of the game inherently more favorable to your operational model, creating an environment where your success is not just possible but structurally encouraged. Perhaps the most audacious move in this strategic playbook is the outright definition of a new market category, an act of entrepreneurial creation where you establish a segment in which your company is, by definition, the undisputed pioneer and leader. This demands not only visionary innovation, but also the persuasive power to educate the market on the necessity and transformative potential of this new category, effectively crafting a playing field where you possess an inherent, unchallengeable first-mover advantage. You are not just competing within a market, you are creating the market itself, with your flag planted firmly at its genesis. Alternatively, you can achieve similar dominance by strategically redefining existing market categories, introducing new metrics, performance indicators, or value propositions that inherently highlight your strengths while exposing the critical weaknesses of incumbent competitors. This involves a subtle but powerful reframing of what constitutes best in class, shifting the focus away from areas where rivals might excel and towards the unique advantages that only your offering can deliver. By altering the very lens through which the market evaluates solutions, you can render long-standing competitors suddenly irrelevant. Furthermore, establishing your own performance metrics as the gold standard, creating industry benchmarks that are intrinsically linked to your product's capabilities, is a highly effective tactic. This means consistently outperforming on criteria that you have helped define, setting a bar so impossibly high that competitors struggle to even approach it, let alone surpass it, on your chosen terms. Your success becomes the yardstick against which all others are measured, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of perceived and actual superiority. Strategic partnerships are another critical lever for amplifying your influence. Collaborating with industry analysts, major customers, and complementary technology providers to legitimize and disseminate your preferred standards and narratives. These alliances are not merely transactional, they are carefully orchestrated relationships designed to create a chorus of voices echoing your strategic message, lending credibility and widespread adoption to your vision of the industry's future. Leveraging the established trust and reach of these partners can accelerate your agenda with unparalleled efficiency. Never underestimate the profound power of language itself. The words, frameworks, and conceptual models you introduce into the industry discourse can subtly but powerfully guide perceptions and expectations. When your terminology becomes embedded in the everyday conversations of customers, analysts, and even competitors, you have achieved a significant victory, as you are now controlling the very vocabulary through which the market understands itself. Control the lexicon, and you effectively control the conversation, steering it invariably towards your strategic objectives. This level of industry influence is not a fleeting campaign, but a sustained, long-term war of attrition on the intellectual and strategic fronts, demanding immense patience and unwavering persistence. It requires consistent messaging, relentless advocacy, and a deep understanding that significant shifts in perception and the adoption of new standards unfold over years, not months. You must be prepared for the marathon, steadily chipping away at old paradigms until your vision becomes the undeniable new reality. Measuring the impact of these influence campaigns is crucial, requiring sophisticated tracking of how your terminology is adopted, observing shifts in competitor strategies that indicate they are reacting to your moves, and monitoring changes in analyst reports and industry publications. These indicators provide tangible evidence of your growing sway, confirming that your strategic investments in shaping perception are yielding the desired competitive advantage. This is about quantifiable dominance, not just abstract influence. Ultimately, the goal of influencing industry perception and standards is to become the unseen hand that subtly yet powerfully steers the entire market, making your eventual dominance appear not as a brutal conquest, but as the natural, inevitable, and even logical outcome. When your company's success becomes synonymous with the industry's progress, when your innovations are seen as the natural evolution, you have achieved the pinnacle of strategic influence, securing a market position that is virtually unassailable. It's time to stop merely playing the game and start dictating its very essence. Managing reputation in the face of adversity. When you're aggressively carving out market share, when you're systematically dismantling the competition, adversity isn't a possibility. It's an absolute certainty. The higher you climb, the more visible you become. And with that visibility comes increased scrutiny, amplified criticism, and the inevitable attempts to undermine your ascent. Your reputation, painstakingly built through relentless execution and strategic moves, becomes your most critical asset, a shield against the slings and arrows aimed squarely at your dominant position. Managing this reputation, especially when the winds turn against you, is not merely about damage control. It's a high-stakes battle to preserve your strategic advantage and maintain momentum. This isn't about avoiding conflict. It's about navigating the inevitable conflicts with a clear, uncompromising strategy to emerge stronger. Every crisis, every public misstep, every competitor's smear campaign presents a brutal test of your leadership and your organization's resilience. How you respond in these moments of intense pressure will define not just your short-term survival, but your long-term capacity for market conquest. Your ability to defend your narrative is as crucial as your ability to innovate. Waiting for a crisis to erupt before formulating a response is akin to marching into enemy territory without reconnaissance or a battle plan. True market conquerors understand that proactive intelligence gathering and rigorous scenario planning are non-negotiable elements of sustained dominance. This involves meticulously identifying potential vulnerabilities within your operations, anticipating competitor tactics, and even stress testing your public narrative against hypothetical worst-case scenarios. Establish a robust early warning system, leveraging internal feedback loops, social listening tools, and industry intelligence to detect nascent threats before they escalate into full-blown reputational disasters. Developing pre-approved communication frameworks for various types of crises ensures that your initial response is swift, coherent, and strategically aligned, rather than a panicked, reactive fumble. Your ability to forecast and prepare for the storm dictates whether you weather it effectively or are swept away by its destructive force. This foresight transforms potential weaknesses into fortified positions, ready for any assault. Such preparation is not paranoia, it is strategic prudence. Adversity manifests in myriad forms, each demanding a tailored yet equally decisive response. It could be a critical product flaw that ignites a public safety concern, a legal challenge from a disgruntled former employee threatening to expose sensitive information, or a sudden, unexpected downturn in market sentiment impacting your valuation. More insidious still are the calculated smear campaigns orchestrated by desperate competitors, disseminating misinformation and exploiting minor missteps to erode public trust. These challenges are not isolated incidents. They are often interconnected, creating a cascade effect that can quickly overwhelm an unprepared organization. Understanding the specific nature and potential ripple effects of each adverse event is paramount to crafting an effective counter strategy. Never underestimate the power of a narrative, even a false one, to gain traction and inflict significant damage if left unchecked. Your strategic response must acknowledge the multifaceted nature of these attacks, addressing both the factual inaccuracies and the emotional resonance they might carry. Each challenge is a unique battleground demanding specialized tactics. When a reputational crisis hits, the clock starts ticking, and every second lost in indecision amplifies the potential damage. The initial moments are absolutely critical, dictating whether you control the narrative or become a victim of it. A swift, decisive response is not just about issuing a statement. It's about projecting an unwavering sense of control and leadership in the face of chaos. This means having a pre-designated crisis team ready to activate instantly, empowered to make rapid decisions and execute communication strategies without bureaucratic delays. Hesitation breeds speculation, allowing voids to be filled with rumor, conjecture, and hostile interpretations that are incredibly difficult to dislodge later. Your first public communication must be authoritative, clear, and empathetic where appropriate. But above all, it must demonstrate that you are fully engaged and actively managing the situation. Delay is a luxury you simply cannot afford when your market position is under direct assault. Strike hard and fast, or be struck down. Seizing control of the narrative is the ultimate objective in any reputational battle, transforming a defensive stance into a calculated offensive. This requires more than just reacting to accusations. It demands proactive storytelling that frames the situation on your terms. Identify the core message you need to convey, focusing on your company's values, commitment to stakeholders, and unwavering dedication to excellence, even amidst challenges. Utilize all available channels: your own corporate website, social media, direct communication with key stakeholders, and strategic engagement with influential media outlets to disseminate your truth swiftly and broadly. Avoid jargon or corporate speak. Communicate with clarity and conviction that resonates with your audience. Remember, silence is perceived as guilt, and a vacuum of information will always be filled by those who seek to harm you. Your narrative must be robust enough to withstand scrutiny, consistent across all platforms, and powerful enough to drown out the noise of your detractors. Own the story, or it will own you. Your internal team represents your most potent, yet often overlooked line of defense during a reputational crisis. Every single employee, from the executive suite to the front lines, must be fully aligned with your crisis communication strategy and understand their role in upholding the company's integrity. Provide clear, concise guidelines on what to say, what not to say, and whom to direct inquiries to. Equip them with a unified message that reinforces your company's values and commitment to resolving the issue, transforming them into informed ambassadors rather than unwitting sources of contradictory information. Inconsistent internal messaging can quickly undermine external efforts, creating confusion and eroding trust both within and outside the organization. Cultivating a culture of transparency and shared responsibility internally ensures that your entire organization acts as a cohesive unit, presenting an impenetrable front against external pressures. This collective strength is indispensable for weathering any storm. A united front is an unbreachable fortress. While the immediate instinct during a crisis is often purely defensive, the truly strategic leader recognizes the potential to transmute adversity into an unexpected advantage. A crisis, handled with exemplary leadership and transparent action, can often serve as a powerful demonstration of your company's resilience, integrity, and unwavering commitment to its mission. This isn't about exploiting misfortune, but about showcasing your organizational strength under duress, solidifying trust with stakeholders who witness your decisive and ethical response. Perhaps it reveals a critical flaw in your operations that, once addressed, leads to a superior product or service, thereby strengthening your market position. By openly addressing an issue, demonstrating a willingness to learn, and implementing robust solutions, you can emerge not just unscathed, but paradoxically, with an enhanced reputation for accountability and continuous improvement. This strategic pivot transforms a potential weakness into a testament to your unyielding pursuit of excellence. Even setbacks can be stepping stones to greater dominance. Competitor attacks, often veiled or subtly orchestrated, represent a particularly insidious form of reputational adversity, designed to sow doubt and erode your hard-won market dominance. These aren't always direct accusations. They can manifest as carefully placed negative reviews, anonymous leaks, or even seemingly innocent comparisons that highlight perceived weaknesses. Your response cannot be driven by emotion. It must be a cold, calculated counteroffensive. While direct engagement can sometimes legitimize false claims, silence can be interpreted as tacit agreement. The strategic approach involves discrediting the source if possible, demonstrating the superiority of your own offerings through irrefutable data, and reinforcing your unique value proposition. Sometimes, a carefully timed, aggressive marketing campaign that highlights your strengths and their weaknesses can be the most effective counterpunch. Never allow a competitor to define your narrative. Reclaim it with an assertive, data-backed portrayal of your market leadership. Fight fire with a strategically deployed inferno. Navigating the delicate balance between transparency and strategic disclosure is a nuanced art form during a crisis. While an authentic, open approach can build trust, verse sharing can expose vulnerabilities that your adversaries will ruthlessly exploit. True transparency isn't about revealing every raw detail. It's about being honest and direct about what you know, what you're doing to address it, and what you commit to achieving. This means carefully curating the information released, ensuring it is accurate, verifiable, and serves your overarching strategic objectives. Avoid speculation or premature commitments that you may not be able to uphold. Understand that certain sensitive information, particularly proprietary data or ongoing legal strategies, must remain protected. The goal is to project an image of honesty and accountability without compromising your competitive edge or inadvertently fueling further attacks. It's about revealing enough to build confidence, but never so much that you hand your enemies ammunition. Disclosure is a weapon. Wield it with precision. Once the initial storm has passed, the arduous work of damage control and long-term reputational repair begins. This phase is not a sprint. It's a marathon requiring sustained effort, consistent messaging, and tangible actions that demonstrate your commitment to improvement. Implement the promised changes, whether they involve product enhancements, process overhauls, or community engagement initiatives, and then communicate these positive developments widely. Rebuilding trust takes time and concrete evidence of your dedication to rectifying past issues and preventing future ones. Consider proactive outreach to key stakeholders who may have been negatively impacted, offering personalized reassurance and demonstrating your ongoing commitment to their interests. Your actions in the aftermath of a crisis speak far louder than any initial press release, shaping public perception for years to come. This sustained effort solidifies your credibility and reinforces your position as a responsible market leader. True recovery is built on undeniable action, not just words. During periods of intense adversity, effective stakeholder management becomes absolutely paramount, as each group holds a piece of your company's future in their hands. Investors demand reassurance of financial stability and a clear path forward, while partners need confidence in your continued reliability and market standing. Your most valuable customers require empathetic communication, demonstrating that their needs remain your top priority and that any issues are being swiftly addressed. Tailor your messages to resonate with the specific concerns and priorities of each group, ensuring that they feel heard, valued, and informed. Proactive, consistent communication can prevent panic, retain loyalty, and even transform potential detractors into advocates. Neglecting any key stakeholder group during a crisis is a grave strategic error, risking not just reputational damage, but tangible losses in capital, partnerships, and market share. Maintain open, honest dialogues to navigate these turbulent waters successfully. Every alliance must be fortified during the tempest. Leading a company through a reputational crisis is an intensely demanding endeavor, exacting a significant psychological toll on even the most resilient leaders. The relentless scrutiny, the public criticism, and the immense pressure to make flawless decisions under extreme duress can be emotionally draining and isolating. Recognize that this isn't merely a business challenge. It's a personal trial that tests your conviction, your resolve, and your very belief in your mission. It's crucial to cultivate a strong support system, whether through trusted advisors, mentors, or even close personal confidants who can provide perspective and emotional fortitude. Maintaining your mental and emotional resilience is not a weakness. It is a critical strategic imperative, ensuring that you remain clear-headed and decisive when your company needs you most. A compromised leader cannot effectively steer the ship through a storm, making self-care and strategic support non-negotiable. Your own strength is the bedrock of your company's survival. Once the immediate threat has been neutralized and the dust begins to settle, a rigorous post-crisis analysis is not merely beneficial, it is absolutely essential for fortifying your future defenses. Conduct a brutally honest autopsy of the entire event, from its genesis to its resolution, identifying every misstep, every missed opportunity, and every successful maneuver. What could have been done differently, and what lessons can be gleaned from the experience? Analyze the effectiveness of your crisis communication protocols, the speed of your response, and the impact on various stakeholder groups. This isn't about assigning blame. It's about extracting actionable insights that can be integrated into your operational procedures, communication strategies, and risk management frameworks. Every crisis, no matter how damaging, offers invaluable intelligence for strengthening your organization's resilience and sharpening its strategic acumen for the battles yet to come. Learn from every skirmish to win the war. Adversity, paradoxically, offers a powerful crucible for demonstrating and reinforcing your company's core values. When faced with intense pressure, the true character of an organization is laid bare, and how you act in those moments of truth speaks volumes. A crisis provides an unparalleled opportunity to show, rather than simply tell, what your company truly stands for, whether it's unwavering integrity, a relentless commitment to customer satisfaction, or an unyielding pursuit of innovation. By aligning your crisis response with your stated values, you transform a potentially damaging event into a reaffirmation of your foundational principles. This consistent adherence to your ethical compass, even when it demands difficult choices, solidifies your brand identity and deepens the loyalty of those who believe in your mission. It communicates to the market that your values are not just words on a wall, but guiding principles for every decision, even in the most challenging times. Let your actions in crisis define your enduring principles. Amidst the maelstrom of a reputational crisis, it is dangerously easy to lose sight of your overarching mission and the grander vision of market conquest. Do not allow temporary setbacks or a barrage of criticism to derail your strategic trajectory. The goal remains absolute dominance, and while you must address immediate threats, your gaze must remain fixed on the horizon. A robust leader understands that a single battle, even a significant one, does not define the entire war. Reiterate your long-term objectives internally and, when appropriate, externally, demonstrating that your company's strategic resolve remains unshaken. This unwavering commitment to your vision provides a crucial anchor during turbulent times, reminding everyone involved why the fight for market leadership is worth every struggle. Your conviction in the ultimate triumph must be infectious, inspiring your team to push through the present difficulties towards the promised land of unparalleled success. Never let a tactical retreat obscure the strategic objective. Ultimately, managing reputation in the face of adversity is not a passive exercise in damage mitigation. It is an active, ongoing engagement in the brutal war for market dominance. Your reputation is both your most formidable shield, deflecting the attacks of rivals and the skepticism of the public, and a potent weapon, reinforcing your authority and attracting the talent and capital necessary for continued expansion. Every crisis presents an opportunity to sharpen this weapon and strengthen this shield, to demonstrate your resilience, your integrity, and your unwavering commitment to leadership. The ability to navigate these treacherous waters, to emerge from the storm not just intact but emboldened, is the true hallmark of a market enquirer. Master this art, and you will not only survive the inevitable assaults but leverage them to further cement your unassailable position at the pinnacle of your industry. Your reputation is the ultimate currency of conquest, integrating acquisitions and new market segments. For the market leader, true conquest extends far beyond simply outperforming rivals within existing parameters. It demands an aggressive, calculated expansion of your dominion, often through strategic acquisitions and the deliberate penetration of new market segments. This isn't merely about incremental growth or diversification for its own sake. It's about consolidating power, eliminating potential threats, and capturing uncontested territory before others can stake their claim. Each acquisition, each foray into a new segment, must be viewed as a tactical maneuver in an ongoing campaign to solidify and expand your empire. The objective is singular: to leave no strategic advantage unexploited, no adjacent opportunity unexplored, and no competitor unchallenged. Acquisitions, when wielded effectively, serve as potent weapons in this relentless pursuit of market dominance. They are not merely transactions, but acts of strategic absorption, designed to integrate critical intellectual property, secure invaluable talent, or neutralize a burgeoning competitor before they gain significant traction. The rationale must be brutally clear. Does this target significantly enhance our market share, provide a decisive technological edge, or offer an immediate pathway to a new customer base that would otherwise take years to cultivate organically? Every acquisition should be a deliberate strike, calculated to strengthen your strategic position and accelerate your trajectory toward unparalleled leadership. The true test of an acquisition, however, lies not in the signed agreement, but in the crucible of post-merger integration. This phase is less about gentle assimilation and more about a rapid, decisive imposition of your organizational will and operational rigor. Cultural clashes are not just inevitable. They are a battleground where the dominant entity must assert its values, processes, and strategic vision. Leaders must be prepared to make uncompromising decisions, ensuring that the acquired entity quickly aligns with the conquering culture, rather than allowing divergent philosophies to fester and dilute the core strength of the combined enterprise. Operational integration demands a ruthless quest for efficiency and synergy, immediately identifying and eliminating redundancies that could cripple the combined entity. This involves a meticulous dissection of overlapping functions, technology stacks, and supply chains, with the express purpose of streamlining operations and maximizing resource utilization. Hard decisions regarding personnel are paramount, as retaining underperforming or culturally misaligned individuals can become a corrosive drag on the entire organization. The objective is to forge a cohesive, leaner, and more powerful machine, not merely to expand headcount or complexity. Financially, every acquisition must justify its formidable cost through rapid, measurable value extraction, transforming the investment into a potent engine for future growth. This necessitates a clear roadmap for realizing synergies, whether through cost savings, revenue enhancements, or market expansion, all within an aggressive timeframe. Diligent oversight of cash flow and resource allocation is critical during this period, as the integration process itself can be a significant drain on capital if not managed with precise, almost surgical, financial discipline. The acquired assets must quickly begin contributing to the war chest, not depleting it. Venturing into new market segments represents another critical front in the perpetual campaign for market conquest, a proactive strategy to extend your influence and diversify your revenue streams. This is not a scattershot approach to growth. It is a calculated expansion into adjacent territories where your existing core competencies and market leverage can provide an immediate, unfair advantage. Identifying these segments requires acute market intelligence, A. Deep understanding of evolving customer needs and a foresight into where the next battlegrounds for dominance will emerge. Market intelligence becomes your indispensable reconnaissance, providing the critical insights needed to assess the viability and strategic importance of potential new segments. This involves exhaustive analysis of competitive landscapes, regulatory environments, and the specific pain points or unmet needs of target customers within that new domain. A commander does not march blindly into unknown territory. Similarly, a market leader must meticulously map out the terrain, identify key strongholds, and anticipate potential resistance before committing significant resources to a new front. Leveraging your existing strengths is paramount when entering new market segments, providing a powerful springboard for rapid penetration and consolidation. How can your established brand reputation, proprietary technology, extensive distribution channels, or robust customer base be deployed to disrupt the new segment's incumbents? The goal is to enter not as a challenger, but as a formidable force, immediately asserting your presence and demonstrating your capacity to deliver superior value, thereby bypassing the typical struggles of a new entrant. The strategic deployment of capital and talent is crucial for ensuring rapid and decisive penetration into these new territories. Resources must be allocated with precision, focusing on initiatives that promise the quickest market share gains and the most direct path to establishing a dominant position. This often means committing significant upfront investment, not merely to test the waters, but to overwhelm the segment with superior offerings, aggressive marketing, and an unwavering commitment to becoming the recognized leader in that new space. For the leadership, navigating complex integrations and ambitious market expansions demands an unwavering psychological fortitude. The sheer scale of change, the inevitable resistance, and the constant pressure to deliver results can be immense. Maintaining a clear vision of ultimate dominance while making difficult, often unpopular decisions is the hallmark of a true market conqueror. This is not a time for hesitation or sentimentality. It is a time for decisive action, driven by a singular focus on the strategic imperative. This cycle of integrating acquisitions and aggressively entering new market segments is not a finite project, but an enduring operational philosophy, a continuous strategic imperative. Market dominance is never a static achievement. It is a dynamic state that must be perpetually defended and expanded. Leaders must cultivate an organizational culture that embraces constant evolution, strategic agility, and a proactive stance toward identifying and seizing new opportunities for expansion before competitors can react. While the pursuit of market conquest through expansion carries inherent risks, these must be understood, mitigated, and ultimately embraced as necessary costs of achieving unparalleled leadership. The greater risk often lies in stagnation, in failing to act decisively when opportunities arise, thereby ceding ground to more aggressive rivals. A calculated risk, backed by thorough analysis and a robust execution plan, is a cornerstone of market conquest, distinguishing the true leader from those content with incremental gains. Data and metrics serve as the indispensable compass and scoreboard in this ongoing campaign, providing objective validation of integration success and the performance within new market segments. Every strategic move, every operational adjustment must be informed by rigorous analysis of key performance indicators. This data-driven approach ensures that decisions are based on hard facts, not intuition, allowing for swift course corrections and a relentless optimization of resources toward the overarching goal of market dominance. Building an internal capability for systematic M&A and new market entry is therefore not merely a convenience, but a strategic necessity. This dedicated expertise ensures that the organization possesses the institutional knowledge, the tactical frameworks, and the experienced personnel required to execute these complex maneuvers repeatedly and effectively. It transforms what might otherwise be ad hoc ventures into a finely tuned, predictable engine of strategic expansion, ready to strike whenever a new opportunity for conquest emerges. Ultimately, integrating acquisitions and penetrating new market segments are not merely tools for business growth. They are essential, aggressive tactics in the ongoing war for market leadership. They embody the uncompromising mindset required to move beyond mere competition and into a realm of outright dominance. For the leader committed to conquering their market, these strategies are not optional. They are the very essence of perpetual expansion and the relentless pursuit of an unassailable position, innovating to stay ahead of emerging threats. Even as you integrate new acquisitions and carve out fresh market segments, the brutal reality of market leadership dictates that your perch atop the hierarchy is never truly secure. The landscape of business is less a static monument to your triumphs and more a volatile battlefield, constantly shifting beneath your feet. Threats, often insidious and initially underestimated, emerge from the periphery, from unexpected technological leaps, and from agile competitors who view your dominance as their primary target. Innovation, therefore, must evolve beyond a mere engine for growth. It becomes your most crucial defensive weapon, a shield and a sword against the relentless forces seeking to unseat you. Complacency is the silent assassin of market leaders, and only through proactive, strategic innovation can you fortify your position against the inevitable onslaught. These emerging threats rarely present themselves as direct, frontal assaults from established rivals. Instead, they often manifest as subtle shifts that, if ignored, can quickly become existential challenges. Consider the disruptive potential of nascent technologies that could render your core offering obsolete, or new business models that fundamentally alter customer expectations and economic structures. These dangers can originate from obscure startups, adjacent industries, or even evolving regulatory frameworks that change the rules of the game overnight. The peril lies not just in their existence, but in their speed of acceleration once they gain traction, making early detection and rapid response paramount. A market leader must cultivate an almost paranoid awareness of the horizon, recognizing that the smallest ripple today could become a tsunami tomorrow. The mistake many established companies make is to rely on incremental innovation, believing that minor product enhancements or process optimizations will suffice to ward off these new dangers. This approach, while valuable for continuous improvement, is fundamentally inadequate when faced with truly disruptive forces. Incrementalism is a path to slow, almost imperceptible decline when competitors are reimagining the entire playing field, not just refining a single blade of grass. Such efforts create a false sense of security, diverting resources and attention from the radical shifts necessary to maintain a commanding lead. To truly stay ahead, you must be willing to leapfrog, to envision and build the future, rather than merely polishing the past. Therefore, the innovation mindset itself must undergo a profound shift from solely offensive expansion to strategically defensive fortification. This means viewing innovation not just as a means to capture new territory, but as a critical mechanism for building impenetrable moats around your existing empire. It demands anticipating competitor moves, understanding potential vulnerabilities in your own stronghold, and developing preemptive counter strategies before threats fully materialize. Your internal R&D should function less like a siloed lab and more like an advanced intelligence unit, constantly scanning for weaknesses and formulating strategic preemptive strikes. The ultimate goal is to make it prohibitively difficult for any challenger to gain a foothold, solidifying your number one position through superior foresight and execution. Building an effective anticipatory intelligence network is the bedrock of this defensive innovation strategy, providing the crucial early warning system for your market fortress. This goes far beyond standard competitive analysis, requiring a deep dive into emerging technological trends, socioeconomic shifts, and even niche academic research. Cultivate a diverse network of external advisors, futurists, and early adopter communities who can offer unfiltered insights into nascent movements that might otherwise escape your radar. This multidisciplinary approach helps you identify blind spots and piece together a comprehensive mosaic of potential threats and opportunities. Without this robust intelligence apparatus, your innovation efforts will always be reactive, often leaving you a step behind the accelerating pace of market evolution. Strategically allocating resources for defensive innovation demands a ruthless precision, as the immediate return on investment for preemptive measures is often intangible and long-term. This isn't about indiscriminately funding every novel idea. It's about prioritizing projects that directly mitigate significant identified risks or create formidable new barriers to entry for potential disruptors. Tough decisions must be made, directing capital and top talent towards initiatives that fortify your market position, even if they don't promise immediate revenue spikes. Consider this investment a strategic war chest, deployed not for short term gains, but for the sustained viability and dominance of your enterprise. Every dollar wisely spent here is a crucial layer of armor against future market erosion. Fostering an internal culture of proactive disruption is perhaps the greatest organizational challenge for a market leader, as success often breeds inertia and an aversion to risk. You must actively combat the not invented here syndrome and empower teams to challenge existing paradigms, even if it means questioning the very foundations of your current profitability. Create dedicated innovation hubs or skunk works with a mandate to explore radical, even self-cannibalizing solutions, granting them the autonomy and resources to operate outside conventional corporate strictures. Leadership must unequivocally champion these efforts, demonstrating a willingness to embrace internal disruption as a far less painful alternative to external obsolescence. A culture that rewards fearless experimentation and views failure as invaluable learning is essential for continuous defensive innovation. Strategic mergers and acquisitions also serve as powerful instruments in your defensive innovation arsenal, extending beyond mere market share consolidation to secure critical capabilities. Acquiring promising startups or niche technology firms can rapidly bring in new intellectual property, talent, and innovative methodologies that would take years to develop internally. These are not just purchases for growth. They are calculated moves to neutralize potential threats by absorbing their disruptive potential and integrating it into your own strategic framework. However, the success hinges on meticulous integration that preserves the acquired entity's innovative spirit, preventing its unique value from being stifled by corporate bureaucracy. M&A, when executed with foresight, becomes a proactive measure to control the future trajectory of your market. The most brutal truth of defensive innovation is the necessity of strategic cannibalization, the willingness to disrupt your own highly profitable products or services before a competitor does. This requires immense courage from leadership, as it means actively undermining revenue streams that have fueled your success. Yet, if you don't make the hard decision to sunset a cash cow for a superior, future-proof offering, someone else will inevitably do it for you, often with devastating consequences for your market position. Frame this not as a loss, but as a strategic retreat from an old, vulnerable battlefield to claim a new, more defensible one, ensuring long-term dominance over short-term comfort. This painful, proactive self-disruption is the ultimate demonstration of a market leader's resolve. To build true resilience against unforeseen threats, your systems and products must be designed with modularity and adaptability at their core, allowing for rapid evolution and strategic pivots. This involves architecting solutions with interchangeable components, enabling quick upgrades, and fostering organizational structures that are inherently agile and responsive. The goal is to reduce the cost and time required for significant strategic shifts, allowing you to iterate and respond to new threats with unparalleled speed. Think of it as building a fortress with flexible, reconfigurable defenses that can withstand attacks from any direction. This ingrained adaptability becomes a core competency, transforming your enterprise into a dynamic entity capable of navigating constant market turbulence. Maintaining this relentless pace of proactive, defensive innovation exacts a significant psychological toll on leadership and the entire organization. The constant vigilance, the pressure to foresee the unforeseeable, and the necessity of making difficult, long-term bets in the face of immediate demands can be exhausting. Leaders must possess extraordinary mental fortitude, a high tolerance for ambiguity, and an unwavering commitment to the long game of market conquest. This is not a sprint with a clear finish line. It is a perpetual marathon where the terrain is always changing. The ability to thrive under this sustained pressure, to inspire an organization through continuous change and self-disruption, is the hallmark of those who truly conquer and retain the number one position. Measuring the effectiveness of defensive innovation is crucial, yet it rarely adheres to traditional short-term ROI metrics. Its value is often best understood through avoided losses or maintained market share. Instead, focus on metrics that track the stability of your market position, the growth of your intellectual property portfolio, and the speed and efficacy of your competitive responses to emerging threats. Monitor early indicators of potential disruptions that were successfully neutralized before they gained significant traction, attributing the prevention of market erosion to your proactive efforts. A long-term perspective is essential for evaluating these strategic investments, validating the difficult decisions made and reinforcing the critical imperative of continuous innovation. Without rigorous measurement, defensive innovation risks becoming an unquantifiable drain on resources. Ultimately, innovation is not a project with a finite end date, but a continuous, integrated weapon in your market conquest arsenal, woven into the very fabric of your organizational DNA. It must be treated as an ongoing strategic imperative, a constantly sharpening blade against the ever-present forces seeking to challenge your dominance. The moment you cease to innovate defensively, you invite challengers to exploit your vulnerabilities and begin the arduous process of eroding your hard-won position. This relentless pursuit of foresight and adaptation is what separates transient market leaders from enduring empires. It reinforces the continuous cycle of market conquest, ensuring your enterprise remains perpetually ahead of the curve. In the brutal arena of market conquest, the most effective defense is a superior, proactive offense. Your innovations serve as both your shield against emerging threats and your sword for continued expansion, transforming potential dangers into new opportunities for dominance. By constantly anticipating, adapting, and disrupting from within, you dictate the terms of engagement, forcing competitors into a reactive posture. This unwavering commitment to strategic innovation not only ensures your survival, but solidifies your trajectory towards unparalleled growth and an unassailable number one position. The market leader is not merely reacting to the future, they are actively creating it, ensuring their reign endures. The continuous cycle of market conquest. Reaching the summit of market leadership is not the end of the war. It is merely the opening salvo of a far more relentless campaign. The moment you plant your flag, 1,000 eyes turn towards you, not in admiration, but in predatory calculation. Every competitor, every aspiring disruptor now views your position as the ultimate prize, a beacon of what they can seize. This isn't a moment for celebration and complacency. It's the precise instant when the true, brutal work of sustained dominance begins, demanding an even sharper edge than the climb itself. The harsh truth is that the market leader becomes the most visible target, facing an onslaught of strategic assaults from every direction. Your innovations are dissected, your pricing models scrutinized, and your customer acquisition tactics reverse-engineered. Competitors will leverage every perceived weakness, every minor misstep, to chip away at your hard-won advantage. This continuous pressure necessitates an unwavering commitment to vigilance, understanding that every single day presents a fresh battleground where your leadership must be re-earned and fiercely defended. This shift in position demands a profound psychological recalibration within your leadership team and across your entire organization. You transition from the relentless hunter to the besieged fortress, yet with a crucial distinction: you must remain a hunter still. Defending your established territory is paramount, but true market conquest demands simultaneous, aggressive expansion into adjacent segments and emerging opportunities. Stagnation, even at the apex, is nothing more than a slow, agonizing descent into irrelevance, a luxury no true conqueror can afford. Your initial strategic playbook, the very blueprint that propelled you to the top, will inevitably become obsolete under the relentless scrutiny and evolving dynamics of the market. The landscape is in perpetual flux, shaped by technological advancements, shifting consumer behaviors, and the emergence of unforeseen competitive threats. To maintain dominance, you must commit to an ongoing, ruthless process of strategic reevaluation, constantly questioning your assumptions, refining your methodologies, and adapting your entire operational framework to the present and future realities. Leveraging your dominant position effectively is not merely about fending off attacks. It is about wielding your scale, resources, and influence as formidable weapons. This might entail aggressive pricing strategies that deter smaller entrants, establishing superior distribution networks that choke off competitor access, or consolidating intellectual property to create insurmountable barriers to entry. Your market power, once established, must be deployed with surgical precision, making it prohibitively expensive and strategically impossible for rivals to genuinely challenge your reign. Relentless innovation, far from being a sporadic initiative, transforms into the very heartbeat of continuous market conquest. To truly stay ahead of emerging threats, you must cultivate a culture where you are your own fiercest disruptor, willing to cannibalize your most successful products before a competitor can. This proactive self-disruption ensures that you are always defining the next frontier, rendering competitive attempts to catch up perpetually futile. As you move ever onward, pushing the boundaries of what's possible. The caliber of your talent becomes an even more critical differentiator when defending the top spot. The best minds are drawn to success, but retaining and motivating them amidst the intense pressure of sustained leadership requires more than just compensation. You must cultivate an environment of continuous challenge, intellectual stimulation, and clear pathways for growth, ensuring that complacency, the silent killer of market leaders, never takes root within your ranks. Your human capital is your ultimate strategic asset, requiring constant cultivation. Financial fortitude is the bedrock upon which continuous market conquest is built. Sustaining leadership demands significant, often aggressive investment in research and development, cutting-edge marketing campaigns, and strategic acquisitions that consolidate your position or eliminate threats. Maintaining a robust war chest, capable of weathering economic downturns and funding audacious growth initiatives, is non-negotiable. Without this financial resilience, even the most brilliant strategy becomes an unexecuted vision, leaving you vulnerable to well-funded challengers. The psychological toll of perpetual market warfare is immense, and leaders must cultivate an unyielding resolve to navigate its demands. The pressure to consistently outperform, to anticipate every curveball, and to make hard decisions under constant scrutiny can be crushing. Building a resilient leadership team and fostering a culture of mental toughness throughout the organization is paramount. Recognizing that the long grind of dominance requires an emotional and psychological endurance as formidable as your strategic acumen. Anticipating market shifts, rather than merely reacting to them, becomes a critical differentiator in this ongoing cycle. This requires substantial investment in sophisticated market intelligence, trend analysis, and scenario planning. You must develop an almost prescient ability to foresee macroeconomic shifts, technological paradigm changes, and evolving customer preferences, allowing you to pivot strategically and consolidate your advantage before others even recognize the change, transforming potential threats into new avenues for conquest. The zero-sum game mentality, which propelled you to the top, must intensify, not diminish, once you've achieved market leadership. Every incremental gain by a competitor, no matter how small, represents a direct erosion of your hard-won position. This demands an almost predatory vigilance over your market share, an aggressive posture in defending every customer, and a willingness to engage in strategic maneuvers that make it exceedingly difficult for rivals to gain any meaningful traction, ensuring your dominance remains unchallenged. Ultimately, the continuous cycle of market conquest is not a set of tasks to be completed, but a living, breathing, ruthless commitment. It is a perpetual state of strategic warfare, where the only true victory is sustained, unchallenged dominance, achieved through relentless innovation, unwavering vigilance, and an unyielding will to win. The moment you ease your grip, even slightly, is the moment you invite the next contender to begin their ascent, making perpetual conquest the only path to lasting leadership. Legacy of a market leader. Reaching the summit, the coveted number one spot in your market, is not the final act of conquest. It is merely the end of the beginning. The true measure of a market leader isn't just the moment they seize dominance, but the indelible mark they leave on the industry, the enduring fortress they construct, and the competitive landscape they permanently reshape. This is the legacy. a testament to relentless strategic execution, unwavering vision, and the brutal decisions made to not only win the war, but to dictate the terms of all future engagements. It's about building a reign, not just a fleeting victory, ensuring that your company's influence reverberates far beyond quarterly reports and into the very fabric of how business is conducted in your sector. This legacy is forged in the crucible of continuous innovation, where complacency is a death sentence and stagnation an unthinkable surrender. A true market leader doesn't merely adapt to emerging threats, they anticipate them, often rendering them irrelevant before they fully materialize, or more aggressively, pivoting to create new threats for their rivals. Their R&D isn't a cost center, but a strategic weapon, constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible, setting new industry benchmarks that competitors struggle, often futilely, to emulate. This proactive, almost predatory approach to innovation ensures that the market leader remains perpetually a step ahead, defining the future rather than simply reacting to it. Furthermore, the legacy of dominance is deeply intertwined with the strategic acquisitions and bold expansions that solidify market share and penetrate new segments. It's not enough to simply hold your existing ground. True conquest demands the absorption of promising challengers, the strategic incapacitation of rivals, and the calculated expansion into adjacent territories. Each integration, each new market entry, must be executed with surgical precision, reinforcing the core enterprise and extending its reach, creating a network effect so powerful that it becomes an insurmountable barrier to entry for any aspiring competitor. This aggressive consolidation ensures that the leader's footprint grows ever larger, ever more pervasive. The internal culture cultivated by a market leader also forms a critical part of their enduring legacy. It's a culture not just of high performance, but of relentless ambition, a shared understanding that market leadership is a perpetual state of battle, demanding constant vigilance and a winner-takes-all mindset. This means fostering an environment where talent isn't just recruited, but rigorously tested, where strategic thinking is ingrained at every level, and where the willingness to make hard calls, even unpopular ones, is celebrated as a hallmark of leadership. Such a culture becomes a self-perpetuating engine of conquest, driving the company forward with an almost fanatical devotion to staying on top. This culture must also embrace a profound understanding of the customer, not just as a source of revenue, but as the ultimate arbiter of value and loyalty. A market leader's legacy is also built on an unparalleled ability to anticipate, meet, and then exceed customer expectations, often before customers even articulate those needs themselves. This deep empathy, combined with superior product development and service delivery, creates an unbreakable bond, transforming customers into staunch advocates and further cementing the leader's position. They don't just sell products, they solve problems and create experiences that become indispensable. The market leader's legacy is equally defined by the competitive landscape they leave in their wake. Their strategic maneuvers often force rivals into defensive positions, limit their growth potential, or even drive them out of business entirely. This isn't merely a byproduct of success, it's an intentional outcome of a zero-sum game, where market share gained by one is market share lost by another. The history books of an industry will recount not only the rise of the dominant player, but also the stories of those who failed to keep pace, those who were outmaneuvered, and those who simply couldn't withstand the relentless pressure of a truly formidable adversary. Furthermore, the leader's personal imprint, their vision, their tenacity, and their almost obsessive drive for superiority becomes inextricably linked to the company's identity and its public perception. This isn't just about brand recognition. It's about the narrative of dominance that permeates the industry, inspiring awe in me, fear in others, and an undeniable respect from all. Their willingness to take calculated risks, to challenge conventional wisdom, and to relentlessly pursue their objectives, even in the face of immense pressure, becomes the stuff of legend, a guiding star for future generations of leaders within the organization. Building an enduring legacy as a market leader demands a commitment to operational excellence that borders on obsession. Every process, every system, every team must be optimized for maximum efficiency and strategic impact, eliminating waste and bottlenecks that could provide an opening for competitors. This relentless pursuit of perfection in execution ensures that the company can deliver its superior products and services consistently, at scale, maintaining its competitive edge through sheer logistical superiority. It's about building a machine that runs flawlessly, leaving no weak points for rivals to exploit. Ultimately, the legacy of a market leader is not a static monument, but a living, breathing entity, constantly evolving and demanding perpetual stewardship. It requires the wisdom to know when to defend, when to attack, and when to pivot entirely, always with an eye towards extending and solidifying dominance. This continuous cycle of conquest ensures that the hard-won position at the top is not merely maintained, but actively reinforced, making the market leader an almost unassailable force that continues to shape the industry for decades to come. It's a testament to the fact that true leadership is never about resting on laurels, but about relentlessly pushing the boundaries of what is possible. This enduring impact also involves the development of a robust succession plan, ensuring that the principles of market conquest and aggressive growth are deeply embedded in the next generation of leadership. A true leader understands that their personal legacy is intertwined with the company's ability to thrive beyond their direct involvement, passing the torch to individuals who possess the same drive, strategic acumen, and willingness to make brutal decisions. This foresight guarantees that the fortress built will continue to stand strong, its foundations reinforced by a continuous stream of formidable leaders committed to perpetual dominance. The ultimate legacy, therefore, is not just market share or profit margins, but the very definition of success within that industry. It's about setting the standard so high that all others are judged by it, about creating a competitive environment where your company is the benchmark against which all aspiring challengers must measure themselves. This is the brutal, yet exhilarating reality of market conquest. To not just win the game, but to fundamentally redefine its rules, ensuring that your reign is not merely remembered, but continues to dictate the future. To leave such a legacy demands an almost singular focus, a willingness to sacrifice short-term comforts for long-term strategic advantage, and an unflinching resolve in the face of adversity. It is a path fraught with challenges, requiring a leader to be both a visionary and a ruthless tactician, capable of inspiring loyalty while making decisions that others might shy away from. But for those who embrace these brutal realities, the reward is an unparalleled legacy, the undisputed reign as a market leader, a testament to true, uncompromising conquest.